I would go to 13 if I could go back and like go back to them and then live everything again with the knowledge I have now. Obviously, you have an advantage over everyone else, so you probably leave that situation, get out of that situation really quickly and out of the hole. So, I don't know. What am I saying?
No one knows. Are you ready to play?
Yeah. Yeah. Stop a lot of things that happened to me if I could go back to them with all the knowledge I have now.
Okay, what do you want? Mini golf?
Yep.
Do you think
just myself, but bad things that happen to others as well.
So do you know that this hole is possible to get done in two? But it's very difficult. So you have an invitation. It's all you, baby. That's a terrible shot. One of the worst shots we've ever seen. You took out all the trees.
Alright, if you could go back to the top, what year would you go to?
I mean, saying 2009 is probably not bad because it's... Oh, what a good shot, Zoo. You just buy Bitcoin and you'd be like a trillionaire now. What are you doing? What are you doing? Zoo, you fucked me. And I fucked you. Oh, no, not that well, though. I almost fucked you. Harry Potter, Obama Sonic taking you.
You're not going to make as much money just buying Ethereum and Bitcoin from
I understand. But it's for the egregore, baby.
You should be in the top holder to everything. Actually, you put a Harry Potter on this one. With all the money you have from like, the original Bitcoin, you can make it go to like fucking 50 billion market cap with all that money.
Easily.
Easily. For like $100 million. I think it would cost like probably about $500 million to get something to 50 billion market cap.
Zoo, are you proud of that shot? What did you think of my shot? There's no way you make this.
Yo, Miss Aquarius, how are you?
Okay, doke, sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
And I came in you was asleep.
I know. Apologies, Aquarius.
So we will play tomorrow, okay?
God willing. Hey, your Georgia Bulldogs are SEC champions.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams. Dude, I would tell you to go. You would have a really good shot there. I don't know. I don't live in the past, man. I live in the future.
Because you're everything.
Dude, you know that was a good shot. Seven.
Fairly short.
6 of 10. Dude, what are your thoughts on this hole?
What do you feel is in the taking shot?
Oh, is that how it goes? Dude, do you remember that there is a hole on which you've never finished?
Yeah.
Like you've played this game like thousands of times, and yet there's still a hole that you've never finished. Just an incredible factoid about the world. When Zoot, you know if you do this, you're in trouble. Zoot, you know if you do this, you're in trouble, son. You know if you do this, you're in trouble.
9 out of 10.
You know it was amazing. What up, the true shy?
I'm Omniduck, by the way, Rabbi. I'm Omniduck. I just changed my name to get it right now.
Okay.
Alright.
No, I'm not, Zoot. Omniduck, how was your day?
Good. I haven't tweaked out today yet, so I'm good.
That's good. Can I still call you Omniduck?
It's fine, yeah, you can.
Okay, I'll try to
So I've
change.
been on Discord, and we got along really fine. Then she told me she's like, her family, like in the mafia. So I made jokes about it, like, hey, can I do it? And now she's weirded out.
Okay, which mafia?
I don't know. Probably Italian, because she's from America, but it could be Russian, but she's done it with her Ukrainian, so probably not.
Okay. How was your day, big dog?
Decent.
Did you watch any college football?
Not really. I don't really watch that stuff.
When did you?
This animal was the vessel by which a person did a terrible avera, and therefore the pasuk says the animal be put to death.
Who's your college football team?
There's another explanation for this. As to what animals put to
I don't know.
death. Why should look to hate the evil averas themselves? The over off on Zoom usually this before the other. Well, that's the thing for this animal that this following person put to death. We saw a similar concept, not exactly the same thing.
What a good shot, Zoot. Did you see that? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, Riser was here yesterday, and we hung out for like 8 hours. Not that long, but a long time. Zoot, are you doing stand-up comedy on Monday?
No.
Not you, Omniduck. Zoot. 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 Zoot, are you doing stand-up comedy Monday?
No.
Why not? Okay. Are you ready to lose darts?
By chance, we were getting
Oh yeah, definitely. Why don't you just go and hang out?
That's what I do Friday night.
Life's not fair. Life's not fair. The human dignity takes precedence. You got to remember the human dignity of the Bavarian. And again, we didn't even mention this first time.
I got play show.
So rare.
Play shows.
Like this will ever happen. And even if a case like this happens, the probabilities of the NISA, the capital punishment, actually being carried out.
You know I just thought.
Zoot.
It's very difficult. We'll get to this later on.
I don't think you won.
It's very difficult to actually adjudicate a case.
If I hit this shot, you're done.
So even in the rare case of the person who was so brazen,
It's over for you, Zoo.
they were warned right then.
Zoo, you're done.
And there's nothing else, no possible excuses that came out.
Zoo,
The person went ahead and brazenly.
we're gonna play the 501 one. I'm just playing a game of Zoo. Zoo, we're gonna play the 501 one. And oh, dog, I messed up. I messed up. We're gonna play the 501 one, and I'm gonna dominate you. You have yet to beat me on 501.
Oh, you're so deep,
Okay. Zoo, you're gonna get 501.
Both of them shall be given the punishment of Misa.
Dude, there's no way you beat me here. You and I both know that the longer the game, the opportunity I have to win. 5 points. Are you proud of that?
It's the interesting thing we had this yesterday. Why do you have to exclude a cut? So actually, at the end of today's tomorrow, we're gonna if we get to the end of
So did you know I had the lead on you? You had just got 26 points, 420, Zoo. Blaze it.
Which is basically, since this is from 7 minutes, it's been
Oh, that was terrible.
so you don't fight
Zoo, I'm only up by 19 points, Zoo. Now's your chance. Take advantage of it. 20, 20, 20. You got 60 points, dog.
That's always going to be the case, and therefore makes no difference between the Zakar
Zoo.
and a Gadol. Therefore, Ish, Trap, Lakata.
I'm up 19 points on you, big dog. 20, 20, 20. All right, I need to get a 60 right here.
In the case is a child, it's still going to be a problem. In other words, as long as the Boel is a Gadol.
That was not good, but it was okay.
Whether or not the
So on Wednesday, social media is banned on the 16-year-olds.
Are you happy about that?
They should have done that like 15, 20 years ago.
I'm in agreement with you.
In other words, the Pasuk includes the Mishkevei Isha.
I think it should be banned for anyone under 18, frankly.
It's possible for a person to be called Kedarka and Shalom Kedarka. By Zakar, obviously, the only way to be called is only Kedarka. That's his Mishkevei.
Dude, remember I told you that was going to happen in Australia and you told me it was full of shit?
No, I didn't say
I said, which is a problem.
people like that is going to be able to people are going to figure out ways around it.
Oh, for sure. Dude, do you see what the score is? Dude, do you see what the score is?
A person who engages with a Zakar Shloka doctor, because that's the only way to possibly do it when it comes to a Zakar. And that's the answer of Mishkav Zakar.
Dude,
It comes to teach you something about Mishkav Isha. Whenever we reference Mishkav Isha to teach us halacha about a Zakar, what we learn, by the way, when we mention that, when it comes to Isha, a person engages with a woman who's not allowed to engage with, whether it's Kedarka or Shloka.
dude, you're making a comeback, baby.
They're going to be tied Misa, the Skila. The tied Skila after over the Skila, more depth, it's hold on. Is it really
Dude, you could win.
Maybe this is referring to.
No way. Dude, this would be the greatest comeback I have. Are you for this, Zoo? No doubt, baby. I left no doubt. Dude, that's one win in a row. You haven't beaten me in 501 in like months. You should be able to dominate me. Look at this. Look at this domination, son. Get it.
But I also think
Whoa, dude, you just got 50. Dude, you just got 78.
also think a 16-year-old should have a curfew and all that be out past 7 p.m.
Okay. Dude, you're dominating me.
Without her.
How do you know that the subject is warned as well? You can show
Zoo, 64. Dude, you're dominating.
it says that's Zachar Lo Siskav. Now, how do you know about the Mishkav?
Zoo, you've got an 81-point lead. Dude, you keep hitting 20s. Finally, you missed one. Now I'm going to strike.
And this context is referred to abominable actions. That adds in.
Dude, I'm making a comeback on you, big dog.
We have this possible over here in Milwaukee, which helps us divide the possible. When you come to the day strong, when you come to the day strong, is in the bar. So that be as hard for the Mishka. That's how you swallow it.
Zoot,
Very important to keep this in mind.
I just got 140 points, baby.
You have enough to read up, but clearly, according to Rabbi Shmuel, there's an extra puzzle of
Dude, you just got a bullseye. Zoot, 88 points, dog.
Additional puzzle, which is the Azhar. However, when Kiva disagrees, and he says, "Ain't no tzara."
Zoot.
Need to have the puzzle of Lo Yekaresh, and therefore you're not mentioning it. Already, Omer, that's the Zachar Lo Siskav.
12, 4,
With the Nekudas of
9.
Siskav, Mishkava Isha. So yes, when you use the Nekudas of Lo Siskav, it refers to the actionable member, the member who's acting.
Nope. It's over for you, son.
In other words, there's no abuse in the Torah. So therefore, it's possible that you could actually read the same word, lo tishakeh, so it has a dual definition. One definition of lo tishkav versus shkav would be its activity. The other one, lo tishakeh, should not be the subject of the activity.
Zoot, you lost by 144 points.
Shukeh and the nishkav in the same place.
Alright, next demo.
So we have it as
Are you sure about that? You want to bet Ethereum? You want to bet Ethereum?
Yeah, sure.
Shut up. You know I'll dominate you.
He gives his
3, 9. Wow, Zoot. You got 15 points. You worked hard for those 15 points.
That was bad.
We understand this skila. We might have to say question we've asked many times before. How do you know skila? Maybe it's one of the other types of capital question.
Zoot, what are your thoughts on my getting 140 points?
It says also by, I believe it's
That was good. Zoot, get it, dog. 20. That was 80. That was good. But I'm going to show you pure domination right now. Baby, that's 100 points. Do you recognize how sick I am? 20, 5, 12. You got 37 points.
We learned the onus, the punishment for the person who sleeps. Onus, the person is the subject of this behavior.
Big dog.
How do you know that?
You're done, son. Oh, that was good. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again.
We don't need to tell for a person who is the action-based person of the year. Why? Because we already have a muscle for that.
Okay, big man. Do you think that you sucking dick and darts should have been banned as well? Zoot, remember when you said you were going to beat me? Zoot, you lost this time by 185. Oh, maybe not. Maybe 1, 16. Okay, you lost by 118, Zoot. Are you sure?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, I'm ready for you. I think I'm going to show.
It's good, yeah.
Oh, okay. That's the way to do it.
Would you have a warning for the subject? So if you use the same possible view earlier, persons that be involved in znus, and have to do
Oh, dog, that was great. 90.
What's the longest?
As a warning for any type of znus. Now, the words of Dick Bishmal.
Dick in the world? Mine, baby. You don't know where my dick starts. It could start in my throat.
I mean, I can go back to the point where I can stick out.
Yeah, but you can't go and see what my anatomy looks like underneath my skin. That's true.
Which means you can also pronounce that as don't place any of your shkiva. So whether the person is the
Dude, are you proud of that shot?
Is the subject in that case, in any case, is going to be Atzhar. Now the mark is going to actually find it's interesting. Generally, we don't find that we have drashas that we get so deep into the drashas that we're going to find an nafkamina in the drasha. But here, because there is a halachic nafkamina, the one is going to go through it.
Dude, you're playing like a baller.
Whenever you see Zachor with the vav, it refers to the place of the Zachor that a person is engaging with. So Zachor in this case means a person is the one who is the shofet, the one who is, which is called the one who is sleeping with the other Zachor. So maybe the law Zachor. Now he actually, in the same time, also brought himself in the other way, as having a Zachar with it.
Zoo.
Exactly the same time with the same hella. You refer to the person who's bringing the topic to here, so the exact same forgetting the person violated a Zachar by being the Shofar.
Dude, are you ready?
Violated as a Zachar and being the Nishkar. Now, the subject is over the vote. You think about this. Says the Dvarah,
Zoot.
Ibn Rabbi Shmuel, according to Rabbi Shmuel, type twice. Why? Because it's a separate Azhara for a
Zoot. Get it, big dog.
and a Mishkan. So if a
Squid
person
Game.
is both as a Shofar and a Mishkan, it's two separate
Zoot.
Azaras.
Do you know what Squid Game is?
Now,
Zoot, I just dominated you, big dog. Zoot. Oh, not really. No, you're done. You lost by 110. All right, you ready for Squid Game on the next game?
Yeah, this is Squid Game.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'm going to play the sound. Dude, you got 25 on that one. Are you happy? Dude, you got 25 and I got 80. That means that I got more than you did. 55 more, baby. Dude, it's Coast to Coast AM. Dude. No, you didn't, Zoot. Why would you say such a thing? Hey, there you go. Get the lead. Zoot, you got the lead. Are you proud? Zoot, are you proud of the lead that you had? Zoot, it's Squid Game. Zoot, you took the lead back.
I'm only 100 points down.
Zoot, you are 58 points behind.
That's the real purpose of psukim. If you have a pasuk which is repetitive, you don't need it for textual.
Zoo, what are you gonna do, son? Zoo.
So the same concept.
I'm only 16 questions.
In this case, you don't need it for because you're going to have an Atara.
You're more than that, big dog.
And therefore, you apply to Rishab.
You are
Why did the Torah do that?
73 points.
Use Russian showcase to describe the subject. Not showcase
Only 10 points.
just like we
That
saw,
would be 11.
which tell us that there's Kodesh and Atara for the showcase. This guy, what it is, when it comes to the subject, there's Kodesh, there's a punishment, and there's Atara.
Rabbi, you're good.
A nirva with Zachar.
Are you sure?
A nirva shur Zachar is the subject of this Zachar relationship. The nirva with Ahela is also
Zoot,
nirva
Squid Game.
However, to an animal.
Ah,
So again,
ah.
Zoot, Squid Game, baby. All right, I'm gonna beat you to 315 wins, and then you're just. I can't do anything more for you.
Well, I'm not doing this without me.
Because I'm superior to you. The student has become the master.
Everyone scored a job.
Wow, calm down, Zoo. Calm down with your questions. Zoot, I've got the lead on you. Oh, that was good. Get a triple 20. Okay. 65 points. Zoot, what are your thoughts on my going up 69 points on you, baby?
You know,
Zoot, you took the lead back. Are you proud of yourself?
So all those cases together. Now, they were involved. They Labaya and Mishmal Chaishal. She quoted Chai 3 times.
Zoot, you're doing really well.
Twice. Let's go for the Torah about it. Zachar, it says in the pasuk,
Zoot,
with the Vav.
you're doing, man. Triple 20. Get another one. Okay, get it just a 20. Dude, 2 triple 20s. 140 points, dude. Zoot, you have the lead by 56 points. Dude, I have to shut you off.
He did not make the bia of a child who's
No.
9, who's less than 9, like a child who is 9. We'll explain this in a minute. Shmuel Shmuel says,
No one can read it. So
we didn't make the bia of a ben Shalosh.
Let's see what happens, Zoot.
3 years.
20.
3 years.
Get it. Get it. That was a major bust.
you have to win this. You have to win.
We know that Allah is that
It all comes down to this, Zoot.
under the age of 9 is not considered a bia.
Another major bust. Zoot.
Similarly, halachically speaking, a bia of a girl Palchas B'Shalosh
Zoot,
is not considered to be a bia.
you did really well there.
When you have the child,
Yeah, you did. You only lost by 45. And you had 2 busts.
the question just
How about when the
is,
next
you
one?
equate
I'm
a
gonna go
male
put my
child
Zoot, you're
to a
done.
female child.
This is the last Dark Game, then Match Monsters, then I need a break.
The age, sorry, cannot perform a bia until the age of 9.
Zoot.
Therefore, the subject,
Okay,
child is the
that sounds
subject,
really nice.
and will not be considered to be a bia until the child is 9. when we say that a Haran is Mishkele Isha, it's like Mishkele Isha, just like when it comes to a girl, three is the cutoff.
We are tied.
That's my focus. That's what Gemara says. Right? If you want my focus, Rav Summer Kofi B'Shokeh, he's a Nishka. If the child is old enough to be the Shokeh,
What are you gonna do, big dog?
If he's not old enough to be a Shokeh, in other words, he's less than 9, less than a Nishka. If a male is going to engage with him, an older, a Gadol is going to engage with him,
You know what?
then less than a Nishka is not, again, no one's condoning this behavior. The question just is whether there's a Kiyuv Nisa in this case.
Let's see it. That's a huge miss.
This is bad.
You're down 40.
3 years old, and therefore you'll give the Zachar the halacha of the female.
Zoot, I just scored 100 points.
Everyone has.
Yeah, but I'm going to score 180 points right here.
You did not.
I don't think I'm
What
doing
did we get
bad.
today's stop? Sanhedrin, Daf Nidal, we begin by taking all of our spots.
Big dog.
Sirs,
You're down by 140 points.
the annual Talmud Torah sponsor for the year of 5785, the Tulsa Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael is close to the Sirs Terrace School of Am Yisrael. We also thank the learning was sponsored by Elio Roseborough in honor of his upcoming marriage to Miriam Ruth Denver today. Mazel Tov Elio. She's left to run by Estella of Yisrael. She's left with a tremendous amount of nachas. The house will be filled with bracha, hatzlacha, simcha, and kol tov.
Are you ready for this?
We also thank our weekly learning sponsors. We thank Beryl and Rachel Gawker for sponsoring the shiur of this week in honor of Beryl's grandfather's yahrzeit.
Dude, I just fucked up. I got 2 points, Zoot.
Beryl Ben Chaim's final Brooklyn's yahrzeit is today with Al Shvat and Shomash Aliyah, and the families should have in the Kabbalah. Today's daf is daf and Dalet. We are going to pick up literally the first word on daf and Dalet of an Aleph in Sefer Sanhedrin. Yesterday we were discussing
Dude, I busted.
That took place in the Mishnah.
You could win.
The Mishnah between Rabbi Yuna and the
Let's see
Chachamim.
if you could win. 60,
What the
100,
halacha is,
maybe.
the person is Boel, his mother. Is he chayiv
Zoot.
once because it's his mother, or twice because it's his mother, and also his father's wife? So the Mishnah, just quickly to recap the Mishnah tells us.
Zoot, I busted again.
In Gimel Amud Aleph, it says.
Zoot, now's your chance.
Chayiv alem, you should name a person's chayiv
1.
once because she is his mother.
25.
Also because this woman is his father's wife.
5.
He disagrees. He says, only chayiv once because.
Zoot, I busted again.
We discussed this yesterday. What's the difference having his chayiv for? He's being put to death, as we discussed yesterday. Person can only be put to death once. So the
3.
again, today's Gemara will be a little more clear about this, but the here is going to be
Bust.
if there is a shogeg, if it was done by mistake, if for some
And
reason
you
there
did.
was a lapse of knowledge about what is going on over here, in such a case, how many cartels will he have to get? Whether a person is like Malchus twice is a question. For other cases, or in a case where it's a chayav,
And I busted, Zoot.
or it is something that comes with the carbon, the question will be how many carbonos a person has to bring. So now the Gemara was trying to bring from the source from Yehuda only chayav one.
Yeah, that is embarrassing.
And that was the majority of yesterday's Amud. And at the end, we had the opinion of Rava. At the end,
Oh,
we
you
had
almost got
the
it.
opinion of Amar Rava. So again, to recap the last 4 lines of Dr. Gimel, Rava told us that the way to be the darshan in the pasuk was Erbas Avicha did not refer to, as you may have thought, that Erbas Avicha refers to the father's
Don't
erba.
fuck up.
When it said Erbas Avicha in the pasuk, you may have thought that was talking about a person having this
I
relationship
got you,
with
Zoot.
his father. Rather, he understands Erbas Avicha refers to his father's wife.
That was your chance.
Therefore, Imcha is going to be extra. If Imcha is going to be extra, that comes to be the Nayah.
Zoot, that was your chance.
That's what he ended up with Gemara yesterday. Now the Gemara wants to bring a raya to Rava's way of understanding the Yehuda. The Gemara is going to bring a long brisa. At the end of the brisa, we're going to
You
see
just
what
lost
the raya
6
is.
straight
I don't have to say
games.
to Rava. We learned a brisa like Rava. Ish, it says in the pasuk Ish. What is this referring to? Again, this is the pasuk. You have the pasuk on the side. So let's look into the number of psukim that talk about this. It says Ish, Asher Yishkas as Ish is Aviv, Ervas.
Zoot, you're done.
Aviv Gila, Lois Yuma Yumsu Shneim Me'abab. So it says the ish and the man, so Yishkab
Tranquil
as
Falls.
of it will sleep with his father's wife. Erbas of it.
They did an update to this.
Nakedness of his father. Most Yumsu Shneim Me'abab. They both have the chiyuv of Misa. Now, if you remember yesterday, we also quoted the pasuk, this was the pasuk in Vayikra Parasach. We also quoted the pasuk yesterday of Erbas Avicha.
Okay, what do you want me to do about it?
So that says Erbas Avicha, which refers, simple translation should mean the father's Erbas, Erbas Imcha, and the mother's Erbas, Losagali Imchahi. So he says again, Imchahi, the mother, Losagali Erbas. Now we're actually the other pasuk. Now let's read it together. Ish. It says in the pasuk Ish. Amen. What does Ish come to say? What does it come to exclude? Practically, when it says Ish, it always comes to exclude a child. Asher Yishkab es Ashes Aviv, who will sleep with his father's wife. Mashka main Ashes Aviv.
Zoot, go.
This clearly says it's his father's wife. So it's regardless of whether it's a woman.
No, they'll just like do memory erasure and like make it so that you don't remember, or like you're punished virtually.
Now, how do you know?
Word, dog.
How do you know that a woman?
Oh, Zoot.
Sorry.
Heel leaf, Zoot.
Who's not his father's wife. Hamalomar, Erbas of it. The pasuk repeats itself at the end.
So like if you did something wrong, you would just go into like a chamber and it would feel like a long punishment, but in reality it would just like take like 10 seconds off your life.
Erbas of his gila. What's the necessity, right? That's what the Gemara says.
Zoot, did you know that I just evolved?
Erbas of his gila, which are extra words. Mufta, that's now extra.
I'm bonsaier, baby.
Create this juxtaposition. And what do we do once we have this?
How? It didn't take away a turn?
Therefore, we can learn that there's a chiyuv for a mother who's
So
not
if
a
you
father's
kill
wife.
someone, you go into a chamber.
Okay, so what's that like? The pasuk tells us
10 seconds.
most
Why?
Yusuf.
Like I don't want to
You're
kill
gonna-
anyone.
they're kind
Word,
of
dog.
How are they punished? So which means says that the skila, the person's going to be put to death. The skila will stone. Now on to Omer.
Same shit.
Similar to Torah, similar to what we saw yesterday. How do you know? Why are you
Zoot.
Because it says most us that you be put to death with skila. Maybe it's going to be one of the other types of capital punishment. More answers never comes me and bomb.
Zoot, you know that you haven't evolved yet?
It says by Obi Yadoni, you mentioned yesterday, it's clear.
You make big rule big in the beginning in the future.
Therefore,
or
we
you
learn
make big rule big
More forgiving.
Engage in some type of sorcery, as we discussed yesterday, and some type of communication with the dead. Just like
I think that the level of empathy that people have, just in general in the world, is going up. Dude, I have the max amount of hit points. One thing for which they will not have empathy is for how dog shit you are at Match Monsters. That was for certain.
We're still in the middle of the race.
Look at you, Zoot. Are you going to do it?
The kind of passage which tells us what the punishment is for engaging in this kind of behavior.
Look at you,
It's
Zoot.
hard to deny it. Where do we have a warning? Now we have a cloud that whenever there's a halacha or isser in the Torah, and there's a punishment, you can't just
Oh,
have a
Zoot.
pasuk
That was
that
big time.
you have to have a verse. The pasuk clearly writes that there's an isser, there's a prohibition to do it, and then if the person is going to violate the
Zoot.
isser, then it's going to come with the punishment. Now we
You're
found
up, big
punishments.
man.
We never found the azhar, the warning. So where does that come from? The Gemara says, "Kamalomar erbas avicha lo."
Hydro rush.
It says erbas avicha lo sigale.
Zoot.
Father's erbas should not be revealed. Erbas
Oh, this is
avicha
giant.
zu ashes avicha. This is what we were talking about yesterday. We mentioned yesterday that says the pasuk erbas avicha lo sigale. Person should not reveal the
Zoot.
erbas of his father. Now,
This is giant.
simple translation of that word is the father's erva, the father's actual erva. This is the warning.
Dude, I just did 25 damage to
From the
you.
father. Now the word says, "After Omer, Eisha Savicha, O Eino Ela Erva Savicha Mamish." How do you know if this is talking about the father's actual erva, or as the Bryce just told us, it's referring to the
Zoot.
father's wife? In other words, the father's erva can be referring to his own personal erva, or it can be referring to the erva that he has access to, which is his wife. Which one does it mean? The Gemara says never comes. Ervas Avicha. It says here, Ervas Avicha, Lo Sigal, it should not be revealed. Never allowed. Ervas Ovid Gila. It says in the later
Zoot, what should I do?
These are the two chickens that I mentioned at the beginning of of the shear. You have
Oh,
two
dog,
psukim.
I
One
fucked
of them
up.
is in Vayikra Yudches, and one of them is Vayikra Chaf. So two prakim apart from each other. And Mala Allah.
Dude, you haven't even evolved yet.
Just like later on, clearly that's talking about his
You have 0 berries, son.
Ishus Hakasim Medaber over here as well. It must be talking about Ishus, and therefore
Zoot.
it's not talking about a person engaging in his relationship
Go,
with his father.
Zoot.
Rather, it's talking about a person engaging in a relationship with his father's wife. Now, the Gemara goes on. In other words, that was the main
Zoot's
point.
done.
The point that we just brought out was
It's
what
over,
it says
folks.
clearly it's possible. Erebas Avicha.
Zoot, it's over.
Yeah, when it says Erebas
Zoot's done.
Erebas Avicha, the Erebas
What are you
Avicha
saying,
Skali,
wild
Erebas
person?
Avicha is not referring to the father himself, rather it's referring to Ishus, and that's where you can have
Hey, Rabbi,
power for this.
we'll be able to bring Bacon
Yesterday
back to that in
in the drasha for Rodney.
Perhaps.
And as far as that's mashma.
Zoot, look at this. Yeah, Zoot, look at this.
That's whether this
I
woman,
just
whether
evolved.
his father is his mother.
Zoot, I just evolved.
Whether this woman is not actually
I've
mother,
evolved 2 of my guys, Zoot. You have
now,
evolved 0.
She'eno Ashes of the Midnight. Here we have an
Can you bring
Asara, a
someone
warning for
back
this
from the dead house that
person,
they cremated?
or this person's
Yeah.
mother, who is not his father's wife. So again, they must have had this child out of wedlock. So therefore, there was nus that took place. The child was born.
Zoot.
So again, the same way we asked earlier. That when you have
I'm going to do some
punishment
major
for it,
damage
now the
to
Gemara
you,
wants to know
son.
where do you have the Asara for it? Now in Tal 11, the Pasuk tells us, Erebas Imcha.
Heel leaf, Zoot. I might be able to get you here. Zoot.
Now we know that. Now we have that Asara.
Zoot. Zoot, it is 65 to 10.
That the punishment is going to be the same. Never can ever savicha, never alone ever saviv gila. Now, the Gemara explains, Maba Azhara, just like when it came to Azhara,
Zoot.
Asa HaKasav Imo, when it
Big
came
dog.
to the morning, Asa HaKasav Imo She'ena Eishes Aviv, Gima, the pasuk compared and equated a mother who was the father's wife, just like a regular mother, Shehi Eishes Aviv, just like a married mother to the father,
Zoot.
Asa HaKasav Imo. When it comes to the punishment as well, the pasuk makes the
It's
Imo,
over
his
for
mother,
you, son.
who's not married to the father.
You're done, baby. It's over for
exactly
you.
the same as a mother who is married to the father. But now, the Gemara says imchahi. In other words, now you have this imchahi, you have this extra word imchahi, because again, if Erebas Ovid referred to the wife, so then imcha, the mother, is now going to be extra, because it's the same thing. Like Gemara says, this is ultimately the end of Rabbi Yehuda. That's what Rabbi Yehuda comes for. In other words, since he uses Erebas Avicha to tell you the first the father's wife, so now imchahi is extra. If you have the imchahi being extra, now you have Xeris Akasa finally after all this to tell you Yehuda is correct in saying there's only one chiyuv if this person engages in this activity with this woman. So there's only going to be one chiyuv, not two chiyuvim, one for mother and one for father's wife. Rather, it's only going to be one. That is the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda. This is the Tanya, this is the Brisa that we're actually bringing to back up the way that Chachamim learned this, the way that Rava learned this on the previous summit. So it's a long Brisa, but ultimately to bring us back to the same exact conclusion. The Erebas Avicha tells us already that's referred to the life. Imchahi is redundant, and therefore we have this Xeris Akasa, which is Imai after the Chayvai, the person engages in this relationship with his mother, who's also his father's wife, then he can be chayiv because of his mother, but not chayiv because of the father's wife. Okay, now, that was the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda. Yehuda told us there's only one chayiv. However, the Chachamim now have a problem. The Gemara says, Rabbanan, Erebas Avicha, what are they going to do with the redundancy of Erebas Avicha and Imcha? Both of those seem to be saying the same thing. So why do we argue with Yehuda and tell us that there's only one chayiv? The Gemara tells us, according to the Rabbanan, they didn't learn the pasuk that way. Therefore, the Rabbanan, Erebas Avicha Mamish. The pasuk tells us very clearly, Erebas Avicha, Erebas Ikolo Sagale. Person should not reveal the erba of his father. You know what that meant? That meant literally a person should not sleep with his father. The Gemara says, hold on a second. There's another problem over there. Hi, we need to ask Zachar Nafla. we know that there is a prohibition against a a relationship between two men, and therefore his father is a man. He is a man. So therefore you already have a problem with this. Why do you have to have a pasuk telling you the person should not reveal the erba of his father? Where it says, the chayva alav shtayim. The chayv twice. In other words, the chacham of the problem, they mentioned already in the Mishnah, is chayv twice. Now, why do you have a pasuk telling you not to reveal your father's erba? There are two specific isurim with the person engaging in a relationship with his father. One, the typical chiyuv of the zachal or sister of Mishnah Isha. The second one is the chiyuv of a person having this intimate relationship with his father. Who could Rav Yehuda? Not Rebbe Yehuda. It's very important because some argue on Rebbe Yehuda. So it says Rav Yehuda here, it's a different person. Who could Rav Yehuda, the Amr of Yehuda, Nachri Haba al Avid. Rashi tells us, the Gemara tells us in that one line, that this Nachri over here is not referring to actual Nachri, which is typically someone who's not Jewish. In this case, it's talking about a Jewish person. Why do we call him an Nachri? We can't fathom that Yisrael would engage in such behavior. Therefore, we use a list of the Ma'aliyah. When we say a Nachri, a stranger, Haba al Aviv, who engages in a relationship with his father, Chayev alav shtayim. He's chayev twice. Who could Rav Yehuda, Nachri Haba al Aviv, Chayev shtayim. Person chayev twice. Al achi aviv, the person has a relationship with his uncle, chayev shtayim. He is chayev two as well. Amar Rava. Now Rava explains. Stavra, it makes sense. Stavra Milsi Rav Yehuda makes sense. What Yehuda was saying was the Yisrael B'Shtoikos. This case was talking about a story where this Nachri was not a Nachri, like I mentioned before. It's a Yisrael, it's a Jewish person engaged in this relationship with either his father or his uncle B'Shtoikos. Whatever, his mind was not there. He didn't understand what was going on, wasn't paying attention. Maybe he got drunk or something. But ultimately, the bottom line is B'Shtoikos, who bit carbon. What's the discussion over here? It's the discussion of whether or not it's time to bring one carbon or two different carbonos. Now, the high the Amar Nachri, why does it say Nachri? Why does it refer to this Yisrael as Nachri? Lishna Ma'al Yahu. We wanted to use the Pina Lashon. Again, it's very hard for us to express some things from out. These are Kedaita. If you're going to say Nachri Mamish, you actually talk about a real Nachri. And hold on a second, you have a much more significant problem. What's the halacha with the Nachri engaged in this kind of behavior? Remember, this is something which is from the semblance of Nedaya. Therefore, nobody's exempt from Gilui Arayos. What's the halacha? The Nachri who engaged in Gilui Arayos, the halacha is Ma'niyu Ketela. He is going to be punished with Ketela, with execution. Now, betray Katlas Lay. You actually give a person capital punishment twice, and therefore the whole thing would not be relevant. Have a discussion about a Nachri who's Kayev, Misa twice, obviously that's not going to be relevant, and therefore when we say Nachri, we're talking about Yisrael. What is the discussion over here? The discussion over here is whether he's Kayev one carbon or two different carbonos. Tani Nami Hafid, the rights is similar to this. Baal Avid, person who is Boel, his father, Tayyib Shtayim. Tayyib two things, one for his Kazakha, one of them for his father. Baal Atei Avid, person has intimate his father's brothers, Tayyib Shtayim, again, same thing, his brothers, and because of this Kazakha. Because those who say the love from Rebbe Yehuda. Some say that this does not Rebbe Yehuda. It's confusing over here, because the whole thing comes from the Rav Yehuda. Now, some would say that this Rav Yehuda cannot work together with Rebbe Yehuda of our Mishnah. Because our Mishnah says you're only type one. So, Ika the Amri, some say that when a person has this relationship with their father, with their uncle, and he's type twice from Yehuda, that's really not going like Rebbe Yehuda from our Mishnah. Because the Amri, there are those who say, if you came a Rebbe Yehuda, you can even make this work together with Rebbe Yehuda. Why? How would Yehuda be able to say that a person who has this relationship with his father would be tired twice, but with his mother not? He brings it from his uncles. Why? When it comes to the father's brother, the Korban, the other, what's the problem with this person having this relationship with his uncle? Aside from the fact that it's Mishkan Zachar. It's not enough problem as it is. But aside from the Mishkan Zachar problem, it is because it's his father's brother. In other words, the whole thing comes by way of the fact that this is his father's brother. In other words, it's too close to the family. It's an uncle. Now, still, it's going to be Chayiv twice. Chayiv Shtayim. All of it locos, okay. I mean, the father's even closer, and therefore you can make a kalvachomer to say the person will be chayiv twice. Now, how can you argue on this? It seems like a very simple kalvachomer. What would be the machlokas whether you can make this kalvachomer or not? Bar savar, oshin minadin. Bar savar, ain't oshin minadin. Over here, you're right. Logically, it would make sense that a person would be chayiv twice in this relationship with their father. Why? Because the person is chayiv twice in the relationship with their uncle, and the whole problem with the uncle, again, aside from it being Mishkav Zachar, is that he is related to his father. So father would be even worse. So it's a very simple, logical inference you can make from this to say that the father would be even worse and at least the same. Now the problem is, when it comes to Oshin, giving a punishment, we never use Kalvachomer to be able to give an extra punishment. There's a lot of reasons for this, a lot of discussion about this. We can beyond the scope of today's year, but the most simple understanding of Ein Oshin Adin is even though logically everyone in this room might come to a conclusion saying that yes, it's worse for a person to engage in that kind of relationship with a father than for an uncle. At the end of the day, we only go so far with our logic. You know when you stop using logic? When it comes to punishing other people. In other words, when it comes to kalvachomer, you know what? Sometimes you find a pircha. You find a little time in Shas, next kalvachomer. You always assume this is more chomer than that. But pito, you find something which says, you know what? That thing that you thought was more kal, actually was more chomer. And the whole logical inference falls apart. And therefore, when it comes to giving someone an onesh, we don't give onshin just because of our logical inference. Therefore, even though from a logical understanding it makes sense that the father's worse than uncle, still ain't no children. Okay, now the Gemara goes through fitting all these psukim together, both with Rabbanan and with the Rabbanan of Azhara La'eshes Ovid Binalu. Where do they find the Azhar? Remember, according to them, they used Erbas Avicha to mean actual relationship with the father. So where do they have the Azhara from? Nafkulahu, the Erbas Ashes Avicha Lo Sagal. They learned it out from the words Erbas Ashes Avicha Lo Sagal. Hold on. Rabbi Yehuda, so what does Rabbi Yehuda do with that? That should be extra. Again, that's in the pasuk of that's the parak Chas of Erbas Ashes Avicha Lo Sagali Erbas Avicha He. That's the actual according to the Talmud. Now, what does Rabbi Yehuda do with that? Yehuda Havu the Boyle. We need that Azharas Ashes Aviv La'achar Bisa. Look, we need that for the Azhara to warn us about Ashes Aviv La'achar Misa after he dies. In other words, there will be a problem even post death. Rabbanan, so what do they do with that? In other words, how are they going to know that after death is a problem? The movie safe to cross. Now, if they learn that as the pasuk, which is says clearly after that pasuk, Erbas Avicha, the repetition of the words Erbas Avicha, your father's Erba. That's how they learn even after the father dies. So Yehuda, now what does Yehuda do with that extra word? He needs it. Mishum Ashes Av Atam Chayvai. You tie him, like we said earlier, because of Ashes Av, because being father's wife. You have to tie Mishum Ashes Ish. There's no problem with Ashes Ish. Now hold on a second. That's a big problem. Tomorrow's going to say, hold on. Why not? We learned in our Mishnah that you do pile on Ashes Ish on top of Ashes Av. Why not? Abal Ashes Av. His Boel, his father's wife, Chayav Alav Mishum Ashes Av, a person is Chayav because of his father's wife, Mishum Ashes Ish, and because of Ashes Ish. And it says clearly in the Mishnah, Bein B'Chayi Aviv, Bein Lacham Ashes Aviv, and guess what? You're waiting for Yehuda to show up and say, no, only Chayav Ala'achav, just like you said earlier in the Mishnah, when it comes to a mother, it's only Chayav once, not twice. You expect Yehuda to pop up and say, when it comes to his father's wife, he's only chayiv once, and not twice because it's his father's wife. And Ashes Ish, below Palag of Yehuda, does not come and argue. Therefore, it can't be that he uses that, teaches the halacha that he's chayiv twice, chayiv only once. Rabaya, sorry, Mishnah did not report it. However, Palag of Brisa, can't stop learning after you know the Mishnah. You got to learn all the Brises because there's a Brise who does argue that since a person is Boel, his father's wife, it's only chayiv once and not twice because of Ashes Ish and Ashes Av. Okay, Rabbanan Onish to Ashes Aviv La'achar Misa Minalu. So we found in Azhara. Where do you find the Onish for a father's wife after he dies? More sufficient number of Yehuda. Of course, everything makes sense because nice, loving Zera Shabbat. he made this Xer Shava. El Rabbanon, just remember we mentioned earlier on today's oven that it was left open. El Rabbanon, we don't know where do they get it from? Amri La, Hahu Erbes Avicha Gila, they get that from whoever's Avicha Gila, the Mafik Lord Yudo, the Xer Shava, Mafilate, Lake Inu, the Onish, in other words, whatever he used, the Xer Shava, they use that as the Onish for H's oven. Which was the Achamisa after he passed away. Rabbanan, Onish, the Emo, Eno H's oven, Minasu. How do you know that there's a punishment for a person who is both his mother, who's not his father's wife? Where do you get that from? Amr of Shish of Davidi, for all those who are sitting at the end of their chair after yesterday's oven, Mark's reference to Shish of Davidi, didn't tell us who he was, where he was coming from. Got some good news for you. Here he is. He finally shows up here at the Gemara, which is Amar Kra in Fahi. The pasuk says in Fahi, Asa Kasim the Emo, She'ene Eishus Avid, Ki'imo, She'i Eishus Avid. The pasuk says in Fahi and equates that whether to a married mother, so it makes the difference whether she's married or not married. Any case is going to be a problem. Back to Mishnah Baal Kalasa. The person who's Boel is daughter-in-law. Now the Gemara asks, L'chayv Nami Yishum Eishus Bino. The Mishnah does not mention that there's a violation of Eishus Bino. Amar Abaya Pasuk Kasim Kalaso. The pasuk opens up. In other words, there's two separate problems. There's one problem that it's the father's daughter-in-law. Just make sure to understand this correctly. There's the idea that it's the father's daughter-in-law. There's a relationship between this woman and this man because she is his daughter-in-law. In other words, daughter-in-law is not just a phrase. In law, halachically, there's something called the daughter-in-law. She becomes the daughter-in-law by virtue of the fact that she married the son, and there's now a direct relationship with daughter-in-law. So at least what the Gemara thinks. And there's a separate relationship, which is that this woman is his father's son. So the Gemara wants to say she be chayiv twice. One for being his daughter-in-law, another one for being his son's wife. Gemara says, the Sayim Eishus Bino, Lomar Lach, Zui Kalaso, Zu Eishus Bino. No, there's no difference between the daughter-in-law and your son's wife. At the end of the day, the problem is exactly the same. In other words, you would have thought, like we were saying before, there's a direct relationship of daughter-in-law, which is, again, it's impossible to separate the two. You would have thought that this is issue of daughter-in-law and son's wife. No, it's actually exactly one and the same. It's just a semantic difference whether to refer to this person as your daughter-in-law or your son's wife. In any case, it's going to be forbidden, and it's only going to be one issue. Mishnah continues. Haba ala zafar. A person is boel, a male. Ala behema, the person is boel, an animal. The isha mevia es behema beskila. A woman who brings an animal upon herself. The halacha is that there is skila for all parties involved. Now the Mishnah, in perhaps atypical fashion, the Mishnah asks a question: If Adam chote, the person did something wrong here. Animals can't do aveiros. Why is the animal being punished? An animal is just an animal. Animals can't make good choices. There's no kira for an animal. Why is the animal being punished? Gemara says, El lafisha ba la'adam takala al yada lafikach amar kasav tisaka. This animal was the vessel by which a person did a terrible avera, and therefore the pasuk says the animal was put to death. The Mishnah has another explanation for this as to why the animal was put to death. Why shlo tehei behema overes b'shul over hazui shlubloni al yada. That's the infamous animal that this following person was put to death. We saw a similar concept, not exactly the same thing, when it came to lo salim nevlaso ala eight. That was, it says when a person shall be hanged, we don't leave the person there. We mentioned it last week on Shabbos that if a person is ever going to be hanged, hanging is literally for a second. It's after the person's already dead. The hanged body is immediately taken down. Why not? Because we don't want a person to say, "Ooh, you know why this person is hanging? Because this person went ahead and the God was Barak Hashem, was Ovid Zara. Such a chilul Hashem comes out about that because it kind of publicizes the story. We didn't want to publicize such a tremendous chilul Hashem. I think this is a similar concept. That if a person engages in this kind of behavior with an animal, and a person is going to be put to death as a result of it. So whenever this animal walks by in the street, it says, oh, that's the infamous cow. You know what happened with that cow? Everyone's whispering, everyone's tapping each other on the shoulder. That's the cow that's going down the block. What a chilul Hashem comes out. First of all, it's a chilul Hashem that this happened. And second of all, even though the person has to be put to death, it's a bizayon. It's a tremendous bizayon to the person. The people should go around talking about that, and therefore we're just going to put the animal to death. Why is that fair to the animal? Life's not fair. Very good. Life's not fair. The human dignity takes precedence. You got to remember the human dignity of an avario. And again, we didn't even mention this so many times. It's so rare that a case like this will ever happen. And even if a case like this happens, the probabilities of the misa, the capital punishment, actually being carried out, in others to qualify for the capital punishment to happen, is difficult. We'll get to this. Shabbat comes up again. It's very difficult to actually adjudicate a case which is going to result in the death penalty. So even for the rare case that the person was so brazen, they were warned right then and there, the Eidim were there with the Sukkot, and there's nothing else, no possible excuses that came up. The person went in front of the Eidim, and the Eidim could not be caught up on anything. In such a case, still, human dignity takes precedence. Human dignity of the Avarian takes precedence. Zachar Minalot. How do we know that he is skila for a person who engages in this relationship with Zachar? Gemara says, the Tanur Rabbanan, we learned, Ish, it says in the Pasuk, just to read the Pasuk, it says, the Ish Asher Yishkav as Zachar Mishkeve Yisha. And an Ish Asher Yishkav as Zachar will sleep with his Zachar, Mishkeve Isha, in the way that a person sleeps with a woman. So Eva Asu, it's an abomination what was done. Shneim, most, and Basu, both of them shall be given the punishment of Misa, the Mayim Bam, to be punished with their blood. Now, the Gemara dashes the pasuk as follows: Ish, it says in the pasuk, Ish, Prat Lekata. That excludes the Kata. Asher Yishkav as Zachar. It's interesting because we went through this yesterday. Why do you have to exclude a Kata? So actually, at the end of today's Gemara, we're going to, if we get to the end of the Dado base, we'll describe this a little bit more. But I mean, Ketana are always excluded. Why do you have to have a pasuk for this? There are those who say that an interesting idea, which is basically, since this is from the 7th of Bnei Noach, so you don't find the concept of Katan and Zachar by Bnei Noach. So you might think the concept of a Katan, a bar mitzvah boy, is only a Jewish concept. What is a boy chayav mitzvahs when it comes to bar mitzvah? But that's only with regard to the chiyuvim that are relevant to a yid. Maybe when it comes to the chiyuvim that are relevant to a ben Noach, that's always going to be the case, and therefore it makes no difference between the Zachar, a Katan, and a Gadol. Therefore, ish prat lekata. That excludes a child. Asher yishkav es Zachar, bein Gadol, bein Katan. So if the subject in the case is a child, it's still going to be a problem. In other words, as long as the Boel is a Gadol, then whether or not the subject is a Katan, it's going to be a problem. Mishkele Isha, when it says in the pasuk Mishkele Isha, Magid Lacha Kasav, Shnei Mishkavot Isha. The pasuk teaches you that there are two types of Mishkavot Isha. In other words, the pasuk includes the Mishkele Isha. It's essentially telling you that by an Isha, it's possible for a person to be called Kedarka and Shalom Kedarka. By Zachar, obviously the only way to be called is only Kedarka. That's Mishkele Isha twice to tell you that the Mishkele Isha, the second type of Shalom Kedarka of the Isha, is also considered to be a Bia, which is a problem, and that's going to be the problem by man. So Amar Bishma tells me, he says, this pasuk of Mishkele Isha takes the teaching the halacha by Zachar that a person who engages with a Zachar shloka doctor, that's the only way to possibly do it when it comes to Zachar, and that's the Isser of Mishkat Zachar. It comes to teach you something about Mishkele Isha. Whenever we reference Mishkele Isha to teach us halacha about Zachar, what we learn, by the way, here you mentioned that when it comes to Isha, the person who engages with a woman who is not allowed to engage with, whether it's Kedarka or Kedarka, is going to be a problem. Most Pasuk tells us you're going to be Chayes Bisa, the Sila. The Chayes Sila, Achol, the Sila, we're down to this. Hold on. The Sila, Eno, Elam, maybe This is referring to all other mitzvahs which are relevant to the Torah. So maybe it's going to be straight for Harag or Karek. Gemara says no, never comes to the above. It says here to the above. Never go be done to the above. And the very destruction that he's times before says that all the Yodoni is the above. Mara on the skila, which is just like the subject of Yodoni, the punishment of skila. So too over here, it says the above, and therefore it will be skila. All right, so the Gemara is down on the base. Top of the number. Onish, Shamanu, fine, must be very clear. We have an onish over here. Torah, we can find it as Torah for this stuff, okay? And he mentions, we have a possible because onish, we have another possible because Torah, the warning, the Lomar, the possible to ask, the Zaka, the Shishka, another possible. So very clearly, it doesn't come with punishment, it's a very clear instruction. That's Zaka, the Shishka, the Isha, no Eva, the Eva about it. The Magnu, and Torah, the showcase in Gemara. Right? Imagine as hard as the person who is the showcase, as hard as Mishkav, how do you know the subject is word as well? It's the showcase, the active member of the group. Now we find it as hard as it says that Zachar Los Mishkav. Now, how do you know about the Mishkav? Right? And the Omar, Los Mia, Kodesh, the Day Shah. First, it's not a day itself, it's Yud, the Day Shah. The Omar, the back this up as the word Kodesh actually is Yud, the God, Kodesh, Hayu, the Eretz, Asu, Kufal, Shevas, Agayim, Asher, Hamish. You see clearly that the word Kadosh in this context is referred to Evos, to abominable actions. And therefore, that adds in, that extra possibility is added in. Even though, in other words, we have this possibility here in Malachim, which helps us to find the possibility that Yisrael, Yisrael, Yisrael is in the bar. So that's the Azhara for the Mishkan. That's going to be smaller. It's very important to keep this in mind. We'll see very soon that these drushes are going to have enough to be done. But clearly, according to Rabbi Shmuel, there's an extra pasuk of lo yeh kadesh. That extra pasuk, lo yeh kadesh, is the additional pasuk to the Azhar. However, Rabbi Shmuel disagreed, and he says, "Eino tzara, you do not need to have the pasuk of lo yeh kadesh. Therefore, you don't forget. Hareyu omer bet zakar lo tishkav." We read the pasuk with the nekudas of tishkav, so again, when you use the nekudas of lo tishkav, it refers to the actionable member. The member who is active. However, karibei lo si sa case. In other words, there's no nekudas in this number. So therefore, it's possible that you could actually use the same word lo si sa case, so it has a dual definition. One definition is both the job versus the activity. The other one is both Sisha cave should not be subject to the activity. Therefore, you have the Azhara both for the showcase and this job. Okay, we have an Azhara for the showcase, we have an Azhara for this job, and we have an honest for the showcase, and for this job, that's very clear. Now, Behema Minala, how do you know a person engages in this act with the Behema? Guys, you look at Rabbanah, it says the muscle, it. Muscle tells you it. It says before, Prat the Kasha, tells the child, Asher Yite, Shechal for the Behema. He gives his shakiba with the behema. Then Gedola make it out of it. The animal's Gedola because it's definitely no suspicion of the or something of the animal, no size, no age, no relative to the other one. All of them are going to be a problem. Pasuk says most, not the skila. Pasuk says the skila. Pasuk says most, not, and we understand this skila. More asks the same question we asked before. Ashta, Omer, the skila, or even Elah, how do you know skila? Maybe it's one of the other types of calculus. Nebar kan tarogu. Over here it says tarogu. And it says also by the possible there is Yarot, again, God, Kostia, Rishona, Lamis, Yatsa, Bakota, are either A or Softim, where it says that he was talking about a person who was an issue, but yeah, who was trying to pull the from his market from his Shara. There, it says clearly, Yatsa, In that case, not only the skila, just like in that case, it's very clearly it's the skila. Al tab, skila, skila, that road targenu, those words in the being of speaking of. Okay, fine. Of course, it's manu onish the sofa. We learned the onish, the punishment for the person who sleeps. Onish is mishkav. The person is the subject of this behavior with animal. How do you know that? Clear, open shafas. It says. Anybody who shoots an animal is punished. We don't need it to tell us halacha for a person who is the action-based person over here. Why? Because we already have a lesson for that. The Indian did this stuff. Therefore, if it's repeated and it's not necessary, just say something to the person. Very good. However, as you mentioned many times in the summer, the onish is not enough. Then the social thing with this guy about talking about. We have an akara, a warning recipient for a person who gives something to an animal. The lower the person says, the call, the hema, or seeking the time of that person does not put himself in his shakiva in front of the animal. Very good. Remember, there's going to be always 4 cases over here. There is the shokay, and the mishkav, and the azhara, and the onish. So fine, you got me one more pasuk to give you the azhara. However, it's like when we keep the talaba. In the Madu azhara, we found the warning, the shokay for the shokay. The mishkav to the subject, when you have an azhara, a warning to the subject. So he used the same pasuk we used earlier. First, he's going to be involved in noise, behavior. That is the word. Omar is the doctor of Aras, as he said earlier. This pasuk can be used as a word for that. Now, Gemara says, Mishmal. That is where Mishmal learns. Mishmal learns it from Oyekaz. Mishmal from before. He learns it from Mishmal Zachar. He learned the same exact word Oyekaz when it comes to the Be'eda. The Kiva, he learned earlier that he didn't learn from Oyekaz. Rather, he said the words were Best Zachar Lo Sishkav and Sishkav either be pronounced Sishkav or Shisha. Okay? Therefore, both are included. What is the Kiva Omer? Enosar Harei Omer Lo Site, Yosaf Kafah, which means you also pronounce that as Lo Site Shakiva. Don't place any of your speech, whether the person is an actionable person or one who is the subject. In that case, in any case, it's going to be out. Now, the Gemara is going to actually find this interesting. Generally, we don't find, and we have drushes, and we get so deep into the drushes that we're going to find enough community in the drushes. Here, because there is a halacha of nafkamina, the Gemara is going to go through. Habal Zachar, a person who is Baal Zachar. Now, Rashi points out, whenever you see Zachar above, it refers to the place of the Zachar that a person is engaged with. So, Habal Zachar in this case means a person is the one who is the showcase, the one who is called the one who's sleeping with the other Zachar. Behavior loves that. Now, he actually, at the same time, also puts himself the other way as having a Zachar with it. It doesn't necessarily mean exactly the same time, the same element. He refers to a person being a Zachar. The exact same forgetting this person violated his Zachar by being the showcase, and he was also violated as the Zachar as being the Mishkan. Now, it's not to get other revolts. You think about this. So as a revolt, the Devarov, the Divin Rabbi Yishmael, first Rabbi Yishmael, type twice. Why? Because it's a separate Azhara for a Zaka, for a Shokeh, and a Mishkan. So if a person is indeed both as a Shokeh and a Mishkan, it's some Kaveros. Now, type, Kadrilo Sishkan, Kadrilo Yikoder. Divin Yekiva, Kush Yekiva, his Azhara was not a second pasuk. It just was the Kudos. You say Shishkav or Shishakeh. It's the same pasuk. So therefore, it can't be what? Even the Kiva in the kind of Lahaka. Why? Because those Shishkav and those Shishakeh are Abal Behema. First is Baal animal, Behema love, and also has the animal in the other way. So again, Amr Babal, the same thing we probably be true. Never if you saw type time, of course we saw because it's separate Rosh of Lo Yekadesh type twice, it's two separate issues. Like being the Shofi and the Nishka. Father Lo Yekadesh Shabbat Father Lo Yekadesh. The Shula person, the Shula in the title Asaf, only type once, what talk the Father Shula Shah. Again, it's just a matter of pronunciation of the word. So it's just a matter of pronunciation. So therefore, the Isser of being the active one with an animal, or the subject with an animal, is the same Isser. Therefore, the first divided is both at the same time, only divided once. Abai disagrees with the Rebbe. He says, Abai Amar, Afilu Zibri Bishmal, Nami Elechayim Allah. Even according to Bishmal, the only Chayim once. Why? In other words, even though it said, Lo Yia Kaddish, and that's the Azkara, says Abaya, the people said Lo Yia Kaddish is God received. That was a mitzvah that was given to people. And therefore, you can't apply that to today. If you can tell me that it's not true, you can't use Lo Yia Kaddish to warn a person about this kind of engagement with an animal, so where does he know? The Azhara. Whether we use this mitzvah, we said before. It says that's the way we call Shokate today. It says very clearly, call Shokate today about most of us. We made a reading this update. We don't need a piece of Azhara for the one who is the actor. In English, guys, just apply to this guy. That's the rule. That's the Sukkot. It's very possible to be competitive. You don't need it for textual. They actually need the concept. You can always apply it to the same thing, but the same concept, but a different part of that. In this case, you don't need it for the shelter because you have an Akara and you have Onish, and therefore you can apply it to the Nishkab. Now, after I follow the Nishkab, why did the Torah do that? Why the Torah used Lashon Shokeh to describe the subject? Mash Shokeh Onish here, just like we saw, you have Sukkot to tell us that there's Onish and an Akara for the Shokeh. Nishkab Onish will come to the subject. Onish, punishment, and his Akara. More says that. A nirva with Zachar, a person is nirva who is Zachar, is the subject of this Zachar relationship. The nirva of Behema is also nirva in the same telem to an animal. So again, Omar of Rabbi Abo, Rebbe says the Dibri of Akiva, according to Akiva, Chayim Shtayim. You can be Chayim twice. Why? Because separate Isurim. So according to Akiva, it makes sense. It's two separate Isurim. It's not Lo Yia Kaddish. It's separate Isurim. Father was God. Father was just talking. You may be small. First be small. This is where it comes up to me. First be small is back. In the Chayim. The last, that's only Chayim one. You do Lo Yia Kaddish. Both times Lo Yia Kaddish. You can go to Yia Kaddish twice. But Abaya Omar, still have type style, Zachar and animals and Zip, or Shokeh, the subject, you don't need that passage to tell you the halacha. That's before. With Shokeh, borrow it from the but after a part of this, Shokeh, we said before, the Torah uses the Shokeh by the discount in the Russian Shokeh, not Shokeh, and Israel. Get the same part, just as the Shokeh is punishment, is warning. I will a person who is the active member is the Baal Zachar. The Haiti Zachar Allah. And also the Zachar Allah. Or a Baal Behema. Person is Baal Behema, the Haiti Behema Allah. Photo cases together. Now, Bain Rebabo, Bain Labaya, is a small type cell. It's going to be small type 2 times. The Cuba type standard according to the whole type twice. Let's go a little further. Talk about it. Zachar. It says to us like Zachar with the ball. Low oxy ball is papa together. Did not make the papa like it's other. Now, as we said, when it came to an animal, we equated Zachar as something together. Behema, when it came to a person who showcased with the Behema, Asiba, Kitana, Kikidola. We did equate a Kitana and Dola. It's how old the animal. And Gemara says, what does this mean? Nai lo Asiba, not the what does it mean? You didn't make a child like the government. Amarav will also be on Pafos to Bentasha Shadis. To Bentasha Shadis. He did not make the Bia of a child who's 9, like who's less than 9, but like a child who is 9. We'll explain this in a minute. Small of our small says, no also be a Pafos to Ben Shalosh Shadis. You would make the Bia of a Ben Shalosh of less than 3 years. Like 3 years. Right? What's the argument over here? Rather, so we're told to use the shot, this time, for the less we're talking about this time, if the person can be a Boel, to be Mishkav, the love of the Ishik, that's the Ishik. In other words, we know that Allah is that the Bia of a male child under the 9 is not just the Bia, we do not assume the child under the 9 as the perform the Bia. Similarly, unlessly speaking, a Bia of a girl public child is not considered to be a Bia. The question just is, when you have the male child who is the subject, disturbing this whole conversation is, the question just is, you equate a male child.
Oh, what is this bullshit? What is this bullshit?
Cannot perform a Bia until the age of 9. Therefore, the subject, the child is the subject, then it will not be considered to be a Bia until the child is 9. Or you say, and hold on, this Isha, it's like this girl, reads the bottle and not that. That's my focus. That's what Gemara says. Like, if the child's old enough to be the showcase, he's old enough to be the dishka. So the less the showcase, he's not old enough to be a showcase. In other words, he's less than 9. That's the dishka. If the male's going to engage with him, an older goggle, engage with him, then less of a dishka is not, again, no one's condoning this behavior. The question just is whether there's a fee of Nisa in this case, then less of the Nishkav, then not going to qualify as a Nishkav in that case. Full summer, full says, Mishkav Isha sin has to be Mishkav Isha. Therefore, Mishkav Isha, what's the concept of Mishkav Isha? 3 years old, and therefore, you'll give the Zachar, the Allah of the female, in this today. Everyone has a wonderful day. What's so funny? Okay, good morning, everyone. Today's daf is daf Daled. We left off yesterday on daf Gimel Beis, and we're going to see 4 lines up from the bottom. So what we were dealing with there was that in the Mishnah we had a machlokes between the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda. The Tanakama held that if someone has relations with his mother, that person is liable for 2 lavim, for two Isurei lav. What are they? First of all, because it's his mother, and second of all, because it is the wife of his father. We also talked about the fact that it could, as Tosis mentioned yesterday, it could also be ATC. But in any event, that the Tanakama holds that they're chayav for both for the father and for both he's chayav for both over there, the father's wife and the mother. And the Rabbi Yehuda held that he's only chayav for the mother. We spent time yesterday trying to figure out what Rabbi Yehuda's source. So the first source that we tried to bring was Abaye, and actually we have it here. But Abaye tried to bring it from the pasuk in Vayikra Yosef, where it says Imcha it is your mother, to say that you're only liable for Imcha. What happened? That we rejected that for 2 reasons. The Gemara asked two kashas on that. The Gemara's first kasha was that if that's true, that Imcha tells you that it's just your mother and not your father's wife,
then similarly you should darshan the pasuk that says Erva Savika, who that we say in Vayikra which is so that therefore it's so Erva Savika who should tell you that Erva Savika should tell you also that you're chayav only for your father's wife, but not for the mother, which would produce this strange result, as the Gemara mentioned yesterday, that you would have a man who has relations with his mother who's not his father's wife is chayav, or with his father's wife who's not his mother is chayav, but if it was his mother who was also his father's wife, then he wouldn't be chayav. That would be a bizarre result. That was question number one. And question number two was, if imkahi is a valid limud to tell you that someone is only chayav for relations with their mother, but not for their father's wife, then why would then the Rabbanan would have to deal with that pasuk and they should produce the same result, and they should say like Rabbi Yehuda that someone is chayav only for their mother, but not for Eishes Avicha. So we rejected that answer. The Gemara is actually going to go back to that answer to say that it's in Sadi, but we're going to do it in a way that answers those two questions. So what is that? Rava says, the Savar of Yehuda's opinion that he's chayav only for relations with his mother comes from the pasuk as follows: Ervas Avicha. So that's this pasuk. But what's different now is that we've generally understood Ervas Avicha lo Segala, that a person should not have relations with his father. What Rava is saying that Rabbi Yehuda holds that those words, Ervas Avicha, we're going to see in today's how we learn this, but Ervas Avicha is a reference to the wife of the father, whether it's his mother or not. So this is Eishes Avicha. And then, so the Gemara says, do Eishes Avicha. U'maiti lo b'gzer shava. We're going to see soon in Gzer Shava how does he know that Ervas Avicha is a reference to the father's wife. Umashma bein Eishes Avim she'imo, bein Eishes Avim she'eno imo. So in other words, it seems to imply that regardless of whether or not it's his mother, this is the wife of his father, right? So that's how you know wife of the father. And then Imo Shano Eishes Avim Minayin. What happens for his mother who is not the husband of his father, i.e. that this child was born, the child who had relations with his mother was born out of wedlock. Hamalomar Ervat Imcha Lo Segala. So that's the second part of the pasuk. So we say that's how we know his mother who was not married to his father. Then the pasuk continues imchahi, and the way we're understanding now is mishum imo at the that he's only chayav for his mother, not for the wife of his father. So what do we have? We have the first pasuk, the way that we're understanding that Ervas Avicha is a reference to father's wife, whether his mother or not. Ervat Imcha Lo Segala is a reference to his mother, whether married or not. And Imcha, he then comes back and modifies Ervat Avicha. So we were saying Ervat Avicha includes whether it's his mother or not, and now we're saying, no, the part that it says, even if it's his mother, that we're knocking out. Because Imcha, he knocks out the part that says it's his mother, and tells you that if we're dealing in a case where it is both the wife of the father and his mother, is only chayav for imchahi. Okay, so how does this answer the two questions we had yesterday when we tried using imchahi? The first question was you produce, if you say that imchahi tells you your mother and not the wife of your father, the Gemara asked and said, Ervas Avicha, who should tell you the opposite, that it's the wife of your father, but not your mother. So they would produce this strange result that if it was his mother and the wife of his father, he'll be putter. So we say, no, now it's not a problem, because once you understand that Ervas Avicha is a reference to the wife of the father, right? So now you have wife of the father and mother who's not a wife in the same pasuk, and imchahi can then modify something that's in the pasuk, which would be wife of the father. However, Ervas Avicha who cannot be modifying, in other words, the Gemara was let that modify where it's his mother who's not the wife of the father. That's not mentioned in this pasuk, right? So this pasuk is only talking about wife of the father, not actual mother. So Ervas Avicha who has nothing to go on to negate it and say it's not that he can't be chayav for relations with his mother, as opposed to this pasuk has both categories in it. It has Ervas Avicha, which is wife of the father, and mother, and therefore Imsahi can come and modify Eretz Avicha. So that's why we're not worried that we darshan Imsahi but don't darshan Eretz Avicha. So that's the answer to the Gemara's first question. The Gemara's second question was, if you're right that Imsahi is such a good drasha, then the Rabbanan should also make the same drasha. And if they're going to make the same drasha, then they should produce the same result as Rabbi Yehuda, where Imsahi modified Eretz Avicha to say that he only hired for his mother, but not for his father's wife. The Gemara is going to say, no, we're not worried about that because this whole thing is based on Rabbi Yehuda's understanding of Eretz Avicha, which we're going to learn in the Be'er Shabbat, and Rabbi Yehuda's understanding that Eretz Avicha actually refers to the wife of his father, and that's why Imsahi can modify it. But according to the Rabbanan, the pasuk Eretz Avicha is actually according to the Rabbanan, coming to tell us that he shouldn't have a relationship with his father, that he shouldn't have mixed himself with his father. It has nothing to do with wife of the husband. So therefore, according to that, if you only have every single Sigala, which is talking about his mother, so then he has nothing to go on where it's talking about the wife of the father to negate it. So that's why it doesn't work for the Rabbanan. So we now answered, we're not worried about Eretz Avicha because there's nothing to modify. Only he has something to modify. And we're not worried that Chazal can make the same drasha as Yehuda from Imsahi because they disagree fundamentally about what the beginning of the passage is talking about. Whereas Yehuda holds that he's talking about the wife of the father, Rabbanan holds is talking about having relations with the father. Okay, so that is the answer for how Rabbi Yehuda knows it. Now, we reference Rabbi Yehuda making their Shabbat. The Gemara is going to bring a brayta that supports Rava's answer, and we're going to get into this whole thing in a little bit more detail. And it's technical, that's why we're doing a visual aid today. We'll see if this works. Okay, so we learned the brayta in accordance with Rava. Rava was explaining that the main chiddush of Rava was that Rabbi Yehuda learns Eretz Avicha to include the wife of the husband. Now, Rashi points out, how do you know that this brayta you're going to bring is in fact the view of Rabbi Yehuda? Because the brayta is going to bring it from Safra, and we know that Sam Safra, Rabbi Yehuda, that anytime we want to bring the Safra, anytime that you have plain Safra, that's Rabbi Yehuda. So we know this is Rabbi Yehuda's opinion, and we're going to bring from Safra, we're going to see that Rabbi Yehuda in fact holds like Rava just said and how he dies in his pasuk. So here we go. Ish Trapla Patan. So it's talking about someone who the Ish after Yishkav is agent of it, right? That's the pasuk we're going to die from. We can't follow. Ish Trapla Patan. To tell you that if a Katan has relations with the wife of his father, he's not chayav. After Yishkav is agent of it, so he says who has relations with the wife of his father, Mashma Vein Ashes of it, Imo, Vein Ashes of it, Shalom Imo, right? So this is telling you that relations with the wife of his father, whether it's his mother or not, is now we're talking about the end of the pasuk is written most yimsu shneim d'meim bam. So what are we talking about? It's telling you the punishment. So we know every avera in the Torah, we need the onesh and the atara. We need both the punishment and the warning. So the punishment we're going to deal with first. Isha sheyiskav eshes David tells you wife or father, whether his mother or not, is an onesh. So he's going to get killed. Now the pasuk continues. Imo she'eno eshes David. What about his mother, who's not married to his father, i.e., he was born out of wedlock? That's covered. Number 9. Where do you know that from? Tamaloma Erbas Avos Gila. He says, I'm going to learn it from the talk of Erbas Avos Gila that he exposed the Erba of his father. Now, that does not in any way apply to a woman who is not married to his father. Why? Because a woman who's not married to his father is not considered Erbas Avos. It's not considered the Erba of his father. So how does he learn it? He's saying Mufnet Lahakit V'Logon Yumenim Der Shabbat. Therefore, these words, what do you need these words? These are the H's of should be enough. Why do you need to say Erbas Avos Gila? It must be coming based on the Der Shabbat that we're going to learn shortly to tell you that not only the chayav for wife of his father, but also chayav for his mother who is not married to his father. And then the Gemara is going to continue back from the pasuk. Most young too that they will surely die to skila. That this is with stoning. Now the Gemara says, "I don't want to skila in all actually coming to come with the Torah." So the Gemara says, well, how do I know it's stoning? Now, we should know this from yesterday, what the Gemara is about to say. The Gemara says, remember, come to Mayim Bum. Remember, you don't need the Mayim Bum. That we know that it says here, the pasuk continues, most beautifully Mayim Bum. And we know that the pasuk by Obi Yadoni, which explicitly says that when you have someone who serves Obi Yadoni, or does Obi Yadoni, that uses the dead, that person that says that you stole them. But just like by Obi Yadoni you stole, so here also you stole. And we had this yesterday when we were talking about Ravina and Ravina, that the limud of Obi Yadoni is from the word Mayim Bum. Okay, so that's where we are. Malahel Meskila, not come Meskila, so that tells you that this is Kila. Okay, so the Gemara says, fine. So we now have Onish Shemanu, we've heard this, Azhara Minayim. Where do we know the Azhara? So the Onish, wife or father, whether it's mother or not, mother, whether wife or father or not. Okay, Talmud Lomer. So now, how do we know the Azhara? Talmud Lomer, Ervat Avicha Lo Segala, that the erva of the father you should not uncover. Erva Avicha, Du Eishes Avicha. So he said, this is talking about the wife of the father. So right here, by the way, is where we're going to know that this Brisa is Rabbi Yehuda, because what did he say just now in our base, Rabbi's answer? The finish of Rabbi's understanding of Rabbi Yehuda is that he understands these words, Erva Avicha, to mean the wife of the father, not talking about having relations with his father. So therefore, this is the proof, by the way, that Rabbi Yehuda, with this whole purpose for bringing this crisis, because we wanted to show, like Rava, that Rabbi Yehuda darshans these words, Erva Tavicha, to mean the wife of the husband. So the Brisa says, Erva Tavicha lo Tagala, Erva Tavicha, you Eishes Tavicha. This is a reference to the wife of the father. So the Gemara says, well, how do I know? So he says, well, how do I know that? Maybe it is a case of that is talking about he shouldn't have Mishkabdach with his father. So the Gemara says, no, because Nemer Khan, Erva Tzadika Lo Sigala, the Nemer Lahalan, Erva Tavis Dilo. So he says that he's going to make as follows. Remember, we said these words were extra, we're going to make Xer Shava. We're going to keep Xer Shava now. So he says as follows. It says, Erva Erva Tzadika Lo Sigala, it says, Erva Tzadika Lo Sigala, following like that. So it says that there. We want to figure out, is that talking about a wife or the husband? He says, I'm going to make a Xer Shava to Erva of his Dila, this pasuk up here. Once I have that Xer Shava, this pasuk is very clearly talking about someone who has relations with the wife of his father. So they just as here, the pasuk is talking about wife of the father. So too here, we're going to be talking, Erva Tzadika Lo Sigala, talking about wife of the father. So that's how Rabbi Yehuda knows his darshan that Erva Tavicha is not talking about Mishkabdach with the father, but rather it's talking about wife of the father. So Malahalam the Isha Sakas Medaber, just like in this passage, clearly it's talking about a marriage, Eshet of it. Tam the Isha Sakas Medaber, therefore here also it's talking about wife of the father. The Mashma and the fact that it says Erva Tavicha, it doesn't distinguish between whether it's his mother or not. Mashma Bein Eshet Tavis Imo, Bein Eshet Tavis She'eno Imo, that regardless of whether or not it's his mother, if it's the wife of his father, then he's Kaya. Now continues the pasuk, Imo, or continues the limud, Imo she'eno eshet tavis minai. And how do I know if his mother bore him out of wedlock, meaning she was not married to the father? Hamalomer ervat impa lo tegala, that it says ervat impa lo tegala, is coming to tell you that even his mother, who was not married to the father. Okay? So he said, now the Gemara is going to have a little bit of a funny language, so basically what it's coming back to is saying as follows. Amy Elabaz Para Safa Kasim Imo Sheino Eshes Avid, Imo Shehi Eshes Avid. Onus Unite. So he says as follows. So now this is really the Xer Shava that we referenced earlier. What he's saying as follows. That I see in the Azhara, in the pasuk of Azhara, that it compares his mother that is not the wife of his father to the mother who is the wife of the father. So you have both of them in the same pasuk. But how do I know that at the Onesh level? So we say, Nemer kan Erva Tavicha Lo Tegala. It's written here, Erva Tavicha Lo Tegala. The Nemer Lahalon is written up here, Erva of Gilo. Ma bi'azhara asa kasas imo she'eno eches aviv imo she eches aviv. Just like in this pasuk, it compares when it's the wife of the father and it's the mother who is not married to him. So too, therefore, this pasuk also is talking about both, which tells you that both for purposes of onesh and for azhara, that the psukim based on that clear Shabbat between Eretz Avicha, Loshidala, and Eretz Aviv Gila, is coming to tell you that both of them, both the onesh and azhara, apply to wife of the father as well as his mother who's not the wife of the father. Okay? So therefore, so therefore, just like in Azhara we have both wife of father and mother, so to here, by the onesh, we have wife of father and mother. So now, continue the Brisa, and this is the second aspect of what we're proving, Rava. The pasuk continues, Imfahi. What Imfahi tells you? Mishum imo asamakaivo, the asamakaivo mishum ejisav of. That we're going to say that Imfahi comes to negate what we were learning from Eretz Avicha. From Eretz Avicha, we were learning wife of the father, whether it's his mother or not. And now we're saying Imfahi tells you, sorry, he's not kaya for wife of his father if it's also his mother. Right? So therefore, this is coming to tell you only wife of the father who's not his mother, and this is coming to tell you mother who's not the wife of the father. But if there would be only a case of mother, Infahi negates the limud that Eretz Avicha, wife of the father, applies even when it's his mother, and therefore, if this negates that aspect of Eretz Avicha, what are we left with? We're left with that when a person has relations with his mother, who's also the wife of the father, that person is only kaya for Infahi, because Infahi took out of Eretz Avicha the liability for relations with his mother who's married to his father, Eretz Avicha. So that's how we're going to learn. Okay, so now we've completed the Brisa. What have we seen from this Brisa? On the page that we actually did this morning, Rava said that the reason Imfahi can modify this pasuk, but we're not worried about Eretz Avicha, is because Imfahi negates half of what we learned from Eretz Avicha to say that Imfahi tells you he's only kaya for relations with his mother, who's the wife of his father, he's only kaya for the mother part because of the word Imfahi. So we've now seen a Brisa that very clearly says exactly the way Rava explained Rabbi Yehuda. Okay? So now we have to figure out some things that are missing. Rabbanan, Rabbanan, what does Rabbanan do with this pasuk of Eretz Avicha? So we had Eretz Avicha, which should come to tell us Eretz Avicha, which is modified by Infahi, should come to tell you that you're kaya only on relations with the mother, but not for the wife of his father. When he has relations with his mother, who is the wife of his father, why don't the Rabbanan learn like that? The Rabbanan say very simple why I don't learn like that, because I don't believe that Eretz Avicha is talking about relations with the wife of the father. I think Eretz Avicha is talking about having relations with your father. So that's what it says. Rabbanan. What do the Rabbanan say? They say Eretz Avicha mamish. So the Gemara says, well, if you're coming to tell me that the pasuk is coming to tell you that you can't have relations with your father, what do I need this pasuk for? Time made as zakar nafka. He says the pasuk says he has zakar like this, that a person should not have a homosexual relation. So what do I need it to tell me that I shouldn't have relations with my father? I'm not having relations with any man. So the Gemara says, Mikayas Olav Stayim, to make him Kayas for two. And what does that mean? We learned yesterday that obviously, if we're talking about killing him, he gets killed for even one. What's the point of two? Is to say that if somehow he did it by accident, and by accident doesn't include accident, for whatever reason he thought it was permitted, that he has to bring two katas also. Because Rabbi Yehuda, which is similar, like we learned, like Rabbi Yehuda, which is different than Rabbi Yehuda, who we've been dealing with, is Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda, Nakri Habala Aviv Kayev Shtayim. That it says a Nakri. Now, we're going to see in the Gemara in a moment that this does not mean really a Nakri, it means a Jew. Because a Jew who comes on his father is Kayev Shtayim. What is the two? He's Kayev for Eretz Avicha Lo Tegala, that you shouldn't have relations with your father, and Yishkaya for the Zakar Lashishkam Nishameisha, that you shouldn't have Mishkam Zakar, so Yishkaya too. Similarly, Habala Fi this guy is time that someone who has relations, who has homosexual relations with his uncle, is also Kayim. Why? Because Because how do we know? Because the pasuk says. It says, "Eretz Avifa lo segala." I'm sorry. Basically, the pasuk says that someone cannot uncover the erba. Okay, the erba achi avisa lo segala. The pasuk says that the erba of the brother of your father you should not uncover. Now you might say, so you might say that maybe that's talking about his wife and not about having relations with the uncle himself. So we say no, because at the end of the pasuk it says his wife expressly. So therefore, in the beginning when it says achi avisa, it must be talking about not having homosexual relations with him. So what do you see? So you are saying that you're chayav two, right? So if you're chayav two, that if you're chayav two, it must be one because of Eretz Avicha or Eretz Achi Avicha, and the other because of the general prohibition on homosexuality. Okay. So Amar Rava says, Yistabra Milka to Rabbi Yehuda, Yisrael, Yisrogeg, Ubukarbo. So he says, what we're focused on right now is, why does it say nothing? If you tell me it's a Jew, and we're talking about where he did it by accident, meaning he didn't realize that he was doing something wrong, and we're talking about karbanos, so then it's significant to understand why he would be chayav twice. But if we're talking behind the cover nafri, and well, then why would it say nafri? Let's normally, so that makes sense. But the isal kedaita, but if you would think that nafri mamri, so if you think that it's literally saying that a guy is chayav double misa, what's the halacha of a guy who has homosexual relations? Kafla, he gets killed. Betrayed Catholic play, are you going to kill him twice? It doesn't make sense. So if you're talking about being over on two death penalties, it's only relevant to talking about a Jew who did it without realizing he did it, so we're not actually killing him. And now he has to bring a korban, he has to bring two korbanos because he was over on two lavas. So what do you see? You see that literally that the Rabbanan explained Eretz Avicha to mean a prohibition literally on having relations, a man to have relations with his father. And that's why we know he's chayav twice. Once for Eretz Avicha and once for the regular prohibition on Mishkav Zacha. Okay? So the Gemara says, Tani Nami Hafi. So we learned another brayta that says similar to this. Haba Alavis Chayav Shayim. Haba Achiyaviv Chayav Shayim. That someone who comes, has relations with his father, man has relations with his father, is chayav to Lavin. And similarly, someone has relations with his uncle, is chayav twice. Okay, so now the question would be, on its face, this would seem to negate Ika the Amri, the Lord Rabbi Yehuda. So some say that this brayta that talks about him being chayav twice is not like Rabbi Yehuda. Why? Because remember, Rabbi Yehuda learned that Eretz Avicha is talking about wife of his father. It's not talking about homosexual relations with his father. So therefore, the only thing that Rabbi Yehuda has, if someone has relations with his father, is the general prohibition on Mishkav Zacha. It does not have this pasuk. So when the brayta says that he's chayav twice, it has to be the Rabbanan and not Rabbi Yehuda. That's one version. There are others who said, I feel him Rabbi Yehuda. You can even say that price is Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda would agree that when a person has a relationship with his father, he's over on two lavas and so he needs two chatas offerings. Why? How would he bring it? He's going to say, I'm going to bring you a kavachomer that when someone has relations with his father, he's over on two isurim. So why? Because the korban the others who chayev science others will kosher. So he says, what's the kavachomer? He says as follows. We have a pasuk that says you can't have Mr. Zacher with your father's brother, right? What's his relationship with his father's brother? It's through his father, right? So if his uncle, if he's chayav for relations with his uncle, he surely should be chayav for relations with his father. So therefore, you have a kavachomer that from the uncle that the father also has a few. And then you add on top of that the general prohibition on Mr. Zacher, and you end up with two sources for Mitzvah, even according to Rabbi Yehuda, who does not understand Eretz Avicha to be talking about relations with his father. Okay, so we have one group who says that in fact this brisa that says you're over on two is not like Rabbi Yehuda because it can't use Eretz Avicha to talk about relations with his father. And the other brisa says no, even Rabbi Yehuda can agree that someone has relations with his father is over on two because they have a couple from him. What are they arguing about? Because this will be the close to the Bible. They're arguing about them close to the Bible, which we're going to see later on in Sanhedrin. Mar Summer on Tinadin. Mar Summer ain't on Tinadin. So he says that one of them holds that you can punish someone using a logical argument like a Kavachom, and the other holds you can't. So if you understand that you can make a Kavachom to punish someone and make him Chayav Achata, so then it's fine because Rabbi Yehuda can agree that he's over on two lives for his father, one because of the general prohibition on Mishkav Zafer, and one from the Kavachom from his uncle. But if you understand that you cannot make a Kavachom to be Chayav from a Mitzvah, so then you no longer have the Kavachom, and you don't have the Pasuk Eretz Avicha to tell you relations with the father, so all you're left with is the general prohibition on Mishkav Zafer, and then therefore the Brisa that says that you're a Chayav on two must be not much like Rabbanan and not like Rabbi Yehuda, because Rabbi Yehuda would say Eretz Avicha is used up for talking about wife of the father. Okay, Rabbanan Azhara Leishis Avid Minalu. So where do the Rabbanan learn the Azhara from Eishis Avid? Because remember what happened here is this pasuk, which is the Azhara pasuk, is a pasuk that teaches you about relations with your father's wife or the mother. He learned Eretz Avicha talking about Mishkav Zacher, right? So that's what the Rabbanan learned. So then, therefore, you know Eretz Infa, you know mother who's not married to the father. But how do you know where is the Azhara for the wife of the father? The Gemara says, not Lume Eretz Eishes of Yikalos Segala. We have this other pasuk down here, which says Eretz Eishes of Yikalos Segala tells you that that's the Azhara according to the Rabbanan, to tell you that a man cannot have relations with the wife of his father, even if it's not his mother. Okay, so we say Rabbi Yehuda. So why does Rabbi Yehuda have to learn it from Eretz Avicha? Why not? Why does he learn it from a very explicit pasuk? Because everything should be called the Galos. He learns that he needs that pasuk to tell you that a person is kind of, we actually saw in our mission yesterday, that if a man has relations with the wife of his father, that applies even if his father dies. If his father married a woman who's not his mother, and then his father died, he has relations with that woman, he's been over on the Isser of Eishes others. That's how the Yehuda would use this pasuk. Okay, so the Gemara says Rabbanan, where would the Rabbanan know the halach in our Mishnah, a man is chayav for relations with his wife's father even after his father died? The Gemara says, "Havu mishtefet b'kranafka eretz adifahi." So the end of the pasuk says everything to be called eretz adifahu. Those words are extra, and so therefore that's what the Rabbanan used to learn that a man is chayav for relations with his wife's father even after his father is no longer living. Rabbi Yehuda, what about Rabbi Yehuda? What does he do with those words eretz adifahu? He violated some ancient so he says he's coming to teach you that these words eretz adifahu comes to tell you that when a person has relations with the wife of his father, who's married to his father, so that he's only chayav for relations with the wife of the father, he's not chayav for the general prohibition on HSE. That's what Rabbi Yehuda learned from the word Eretz Avichahu. Now, hopefully someone will ask the question, maybe, that yesterday's Mishnah we said expressly not like that. Well, no, we learned in the Mishnah. Habal Eishes of, someone who comes on the have relations with the wife of his father, Chayav Alem Mishum Eishes of, and Mishum Eishes Ish. That the person is Chayav both for Eishes of and for Eishes Ish. Bein B'Chayav and Bein Lachar Mitzvah, this whether the father is living or not. And what happened? This is an uncontested statement in the Mishnah. Who apolog Rabbi Yehuda. And Rabbi Yehuda never argued. So if Rabbi Yehuda learned from Eretz Avichahu that when a person has relations with the wife of his father, he's Chayav only for wife of the father, but not for general prohibition and HSH. So then Rabbi Yehuda, who dashes that pasuk, could have argued on the Mishnah and said, hold on, you're only chayav for relations with the wife of the father. So the Gemara says, Rabbiya, Polish for Brisa. And apparently Rabbi Yehuda does argue. And it just happens to be in the Mishnah he didn't say, but in a Brisa somewhere it must be that he said it. Okay. Rabbanan. Okay, so we said that we talked about the fact that Rabbi Yehuda we talked about the fact that Rabbi Yehuda learned from Eretz Eshes of Yikol Lo Segala that I'm sorry. So that was our Torah. So I'm sorry. So we have as follows. That we're talking now about the halacha of that whether the Eshes of Misa, that if a man has relations with the wife of his father after he dies, so Rabbi Yehuda learned that from Eretz Eshes of Yikol Lo Segala. The Rabbanan learned it from Eretz of Yikol. So now the question here is that's the Torah, that's the warning. But remember, we need a punishment also. So where do we learn the punishment? So now the Gemara says this woman, Rabbi Yehuda, might do like their Shabbat. For Rabbi Yehuda, it's not a problem because Rabbi Yehuda would learn the Torah from Eretz Eshes of Yikol Lo Segala. How would he know the Omesh? Because remember, we had a Gzer Shabbat that we compared Eretz of Yikol Lo Segala to Eretz of Gila to tell you that there's a Gzer Shabbat between Onesh and Azhara, and if you know one, you know the other. So therefore, once Rabbi Yehuda knows Eretz Eshes of Yikol Lo Segala comes to tell you that there's a warning not to have relations with the wife of his father, so then the Gzer Shabbat tells you that there's also an Onesh. But according to the Rabbanan, who A, didn't make that Gzer Shabbat, and B, learning it from the word Eretz of Yikol, that's how they know Azhara. But how do they know Onesh? So we say, El Rabbanan Minola, where do they know it from? Amri Lacha, who Eretz of Gila, the Mafik Lo Rabbi Yehuda was there. Shabbat Mafile Inhu Lo Onesh Eshes of Lachamisa. They said as follows: that if you remember that Rabbi Yehuda used these words Eretz of Gila, which were extra, to connect a Gzer Shabbat between Eretz of Gila and Eretz of Yikol Lo Segala, right? But and that was to teach a number of things. It was to teach that first of all that this pasuk is not talking about relationship with his father, but rather it's talking about the wife of the father, and it was also talking about the Gzer Shabbat to show how you know the mother even without marriage. But that was only a Gzer Shabbat according to Rabbi Yehuda. The Rabbanan didn't start from that Gzer Shabbat. So as Rabbi Yehuda pointed out, these words are extra. And the Rabbanan did not use it for Gzer Shabbat. So we're saying, okay, these words, Eretz of Gila, are extra, come to tell you the Onesh, the punishment. Because remember, this pasuk is again a punishment pasuk. It says, most Yumtu Shneim B'Meim Bam. So it's coming to tell you the Onesh for someone who has relations with the wife of his father, even after his father died. So these words are extra. Okay? Rabbanan, Onesh, Imo Shena Eshes Aviv, okay, so remember that we had, according to the Rabbanan, we had the Eretz Imcha Lo Segala with an Azhara that he shouldn't have relations with his mother, he's not the wife of his father. And we have an Azhara of Eretz Eshes of Yikol Lo Segala that the wife of Eretz Imcha Lo Segala, which the Rabbanan says to be an Azhara for his mother who's not married to his father. And then you have Eretz Eshes of Yikol Lo Segala to tell you that there's an Azhara on the wife of the father, right? So we have Azhara for both mother and wife of father. But Onesh, remember, we only know the Isha Yashir Yishkav Eshes of it, which tells you wife of the father. But how do we know an Onesh for mother who is not married to the father? Well, now remember, by the way, we referenced the Shisha Breder Levi. I told you we were going to learn today. That's this. Amar Kra, the pasuk says Imkahi. The pasuk says it is his mother. Asa Kasabli Imo Sheina Sheishes Avim Ki Imo Sheishes Avim. So he says as follows: that we have Eretz Imcha Lo Segala, which is talking about his mother, and then the pasuk needlessly said Imkahi, it's his mother. So that comes to tell you it's his mother no matter what, whether his mother was married to his father or wasn't married to his father. So that's how they learn Onesh for the case of the mother who's not married to the father. That's how the Rabbanan learn it from Imkahi. Okay, so now we're finished with our chart. Okay, Haba al Kalaso. So someone who has relations with his daughter-in-law. So the Gemara says, so what is the pasuk that says by son-in-law? It says, the pasuk says, Erva Kalasa Lo Segala, the erva of your daughter-in-law you should not uncover. Eshes Bincha He Lo Segala Ervasa. It's the wife of your son, you should not uncover her erva. So what do you see? You see two things the pasuk is telling you. It's repeating itself. The one says Erva Kalasa Lo Segala, and then the other one says Eshes Bincha He Lo Segala. It implies that there's two lavim that someone is over when they have relations with his daughter-in-law. So the Gemara says as follows: why did you tell me the Mishnah that he's for two lavim? One for his daughter-in-law and one for having relations with a married woman. It should be one per married woman one for his daughter-in-law and another for his daughter-in-law because there's two things in the pasuk that imply there's two lavim for the daughter-in-law. Rabbi the Kalaso, the Siyam Beishis Beno, Zuhi Kalaso, Zuhi Eishis Beno. He says, no, you're figuring out that it's two psukim. When it says Erva Kalaso, Lo Tigala, Eishis Benfa, he Lo Tigala, Erbasi, you're saying that two psukim. It's not really two psukim, it's the same person. It's both talking about the daughter-in-law, and therefore there's only one lav of the daughter-in-law and one lav of Eishis. This is what our Mishnah told us. So you might ask, well, if so, why does the pasuk repeat it twice? So they say, Rashi points out that this is in order to be Machayev and even after Isha, it says twice his daughter-in-law, once for his daughter-in-law when his son is still alive, once for his daughter-in-law even after the son dies. So it's at the end of the day, still only one love. Okay, and that's why I mentioned that he's over on two lives, one for daughter-in-law and one the general prohibition on Eretz. Okay, Mishnah, Habala Zachavel Behema. The Isha Maviyat Behemo, the Skila. We said in the mission before, we had 18 cases. This is the first 3 of them. Someone who has a relationship who engages affirmatively in an act, homosexual act, and Al Behemo, someone who engages in bestiality, and a woman who engages in bestiality by bringing a Behemo on her. All of those get the Skila. Now the Gemara asks the question. The Mishnah, now we know the Allah the Torah tells us that if someone has relations with a behemoth, not only does he get killed, but the animal gets killed. So the Mishnah inquires about this. This is an interesting halacha. He said, what did the animal do wrong? I get it. The man did okay. What does the behemoth do? We're going to see what this means in the Gemara, but it says, since this animal brought a person to Takala to sin, therefore the pasuk says it should be stoned. We'll see in the Gemara what that means. Another possibility was that, hey, we don't want it to be that people see Betsy the cow walking around and people say, oh, Betsy, that's the one who Reuben, whatever, had relations with. So again, we'll see in the Gemara what these two answers are about, but that's the reason the animal gets killed. Okay, so the Gemara says, Zakar Minolan, how do I know that someone is tired for Kila for Mitzvah Zakar? Because the Prophet says, the Bryce says, the Darsh is about to eat, so it says Prophet Katan, that's saying it's talking about a man but not a Katan. After Yishkav Zakar, who has relations with a Zakar, Bain Gadol Bain Katan. So it's saying that if someone has relations with a katan, so if someone sodomizes a 10-year-old, then he's kaya, even though the recipient of his act was a katan. Conversely, if the katan was 10 years old and had relations, had Mr. Dafa with our 30-year-old, so then the 30-year-old is kaya, even though the person who was performing the act was a katan. So we see that applies at some level. We'll get into a little more clarification on detail. Hopefully we can get the end of that. Okay, Mishkavei Isha, the pasuk continues, Mishkavei Isha which implies plural forms of relationship similar to a woman. So we say as follows, that is actually, it's not coming to teach us anything about Mishkavei, it's coming to teach us about relations with a woman. As follows, because since it says Mishkavei Isha plural, comes to tell you that if a man has relations, let's say with his sister, anyone he's not permitted to, it's coming to tell you that not only is that true if he has ordinary relations with his sister, but even if he has, anal intercourse with his sister, that would also be a violation of the Erev, and he would be chayav misa. Because interestingly, this you would think was coming to tell you a lot of Mishka Daka, but actually it's coming to teach you from Mishka Daka that says Mishka Isha, and it equates the two forms of intercourse with a woman with a man. With a woman, comes to tell you that therefore any case that relations with a woman is impermissible, that's true, whether it's in the natural or unnatural way. Okay. Most Yom the pasuk continues they should surely die with Skila, with stoning. The Gemara says that with Skila, how do you know? How do you know it's Skila when it says they should die? Maybe it means grape or heritage or penny. The Gemara says never come to man above, never above you come to man above. So we've had it before that since here by Mr. Zucker and by Obi Yadoni says the man above Malahel Skila and Afkam Skila, just like in the case of Obi Yadoni, it's clear that it's Skila. So through here in Mr. Zucker, it's clear that it is Skila. Okay. So the Gemara says, fine. So now I have a pasuk that teaches us that people who engage in Mishkav Zachar get killed. So that's the Onish. Onish Shemanu, Atar. How do I know that you're not supposed to have, that you have to be warned in the Torah to tell you that you're not allowed to have Mishkav Zachar? Tamalomar, that Zachar, Lotishkav, Mishkav Aisha, Toeva. So we say, the pasuk says, you should not have, it's another pasuk that says you shouldn't have homosexual relations with Toeva. Lamadnu Atara, Lamadnu Atara Lasholke, Atara Lanishkav Minaya. So he says as follows. So what have we proven so far? We had an One, which talks about both of them, right? So both the person, it says that two people should not have it, and May and Bum, both of them are Chayat Misa. So the One we know is true both for the performer, the actor, and the recipient of the Mishkav Zachar. But in the case of Atara, we learned from the pasuk that as Zachar Lasishkav Mishkav Isa, you should not engage in homosexual relations with a man. That's talking about an actor. But how do we know that the recipient has an atara? Okay, atara l'nishka b'nayim. Tamalomar lo yiyah kadesh l'bnei Yisrael. The pasuk says in Devarim that there should not be a kadesh l'bnei Yisrael. Omer, and we have a pasuk in Malachim Aleph which says the gam kadesh ba'aretz. The gam kadesh ba'aretz. There was kadesh in the land. That you did like all of the toevos of the Goyim that the Rebbeinu Shalom kicked out of Eretz Yisrael. So what do you see? So you see that it says the word kadesh in the Malachim Aleph by dealing with toevos, right? And we know that one of the toevos that's dealt with in the Torah is Mishkav Zachar. And so once we know that when it talks about kadesh being done in Eretz Yisrael, it includes Mishkav Zachar. Then when the pasuk in the Devarim says, well, yeah, kadesh means make sure that there should be a kadesh, it's coming to tell you that there should not be Mishkav Zachar. So you see that it is a azhara. How do you know that it's for the recipient? Because since we see by the Ones that it's true whether the person gets punished, whether they're the actor or the recipient. So too here in the Torah, it applies when it says kadesh, well, yeah, kadesh, it's saying even the recipient. Okay, they're very small. These are very small. Rabbi Kiva says, Eino tzara. I don't need to come onto this whole lo yeh kadesh business. Why? Because Hareyu Omer, it's written in the pasuk. We brought the Atara, which we understood to be talking about only the actor, because it says the Azachar Leishishka Mishkei Isha. He says the Azachar Leishishka Mishkei Isha Kribe Lo Tishafei. He says that pasuk that says you should not engage in acts of Mishkei Zachar can be read Lo Tishka. You should not be the actor, or Lo Tishafei. You should not have the act done upon you. So the same pasuk can teach us both cases, actor and recipient, for purposes of an atara. Behema minala. And how do I know that a person gets skila for relations with a behema? Because the Rabbanan learned each. It says a man brought the katan to tell you that if a katan has relations with the behema, he's not chayiv mitzvah. The pasuk continues that the behema that he. So he says that he put that he engages in relations with behema, ben gedola, ben kshana. Whether the animal is old, young, it doesn't matter. We're going to get into this because by people there's a distinction, but by animals there's no distinction. An animal could be 1 hour old, and your kaya for doing it could be 50 years old, and your kaya for doing it. Okay? Most you must, the pasuk continues, you should surely be killed. We say it's the skila. Same question we've had a bunch of times. So it says, how do you know it's skila? Maybe it's say Baher Makana. Where it says, Nemar Khan, it's written here, Taharogu. The Nemar, so it's written in our pasuk, Taharogu. The Nemar Lahalan Ki Harak Tehargenu, that we have a pasuk later. That's written in Devarim Gimel, which I think was talking about. I don't remember. Maybe talking by Dachas. I don't remember. But it says Harag Targenu they strong himself. No, it's not I don't remember. But the pasuk is talking about Skila. Malaham the Skila Akam the Skila we learned from that there Shabbat. And even though Tehare that even though that Tarogu, it says here, is technically speaking about the behema, we assume that the man and the behema get the same punishment. So you see that a person gets the punishment of skila who engages in relations with a behema. Lamanu onesh l'shokev, onesh l'nishka minala. So he says, okay, this pasuk that told us that the person dies is talking about ish that puts his shiva in the behema implies that he's the actor and that he gets killed. How do I know that a person who allows himself to be sodomized, a man who allows himself to be sodomized by an animal gets death? So now the pasuk says any person who lies over the behema gets killed. Now technically this pasuk seems to apply to someone who's the actor. We're looking for something of someone who's the recipient. But why is it relevant? Because since we've already established that the actor gets killed, so what do you need this pasuk? We already teach us that you can shit over the behema. So the Gemara said, therefore, it's an extra pasuk telling us that he gets killed. So that if we have this concept that if you don't need it for a person who's the actor, then we'll use it instead for the person who's the recipient. Lamando onesh. Okay, fine, I accept that, Joshua. So we've learned the onesh, if there's a punishment, whether the person is the one performing the mishkazah or the one who's the recipient of the mishkazah. And how do I know Azara? Malomer will hold the hemel as kite shikasa tamaba. Okay, so it says that in any animal you shouldn't put I'm sorry. So he says that is the Azhara. It says that you should not have relations with the behema, the tamabas. So that's the Azhara for the Romana Azhara L'Shofet. So we see the warning that a person should not be the actor. And in this Minayin, how do I know that he shouldn't be the recipient? So we've now established onus for both actor and recipient, and we've established Azhara warning for the actor. How do I know for the recipient? The same drasha we had before, that when it says it's reference to things that are toeva. Before we used it for mishka zafar, now we're using it for mishka behema because that's also considered a toeva. And once it's a toeva, it's covered under the gam kadesh shivaret, which then translates back to kadesh is a form of azhara. So different Rabbi Shmuel, these are very small. Rabbi Akiva, much like he did before, Rabbi Akiva says ain't no tarif. Which we said was the actor. He says that the fact that the Torah takes a funny way to say it, you could also read it or understand it to tell you that you should not be a recipient either. Okay, so now we have both the azhara for the actor and the recipient, and we have the onus for the actor and recipient for the behema. So now we're going to say as follows: someone somehow both performed mishkav zafar and received mishkav zafar by accident somehow, or without realizing it was wrong. So according to Rabbi Shmuel, he's over on two things. That he needs to bring two chatas. Why? Because one is the pasuk that says that Lo Tishka would tell you that that he should not have relations where he's the actor. Because Lo Yeh Kadesh was where we learned that he should not be the recipient. Right? So according to Rabbi Shmuel, it worked well. He has to bring two carbon context because we had one pasuk that tells us he shouldn't be the actor, one pasuk that he shouldn't be the recipient. The different Akiva ain't a chayv al achas because lo tishka lo shishavkei because according to Rabbi Akiva, the isser of being an actor and the recipient both come from the pasuk. It's just read two different ways. Lo tishka or lo shishavkei, but that's still at the end of the day only one law. So therefore, this is a nafkamina between how Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva learned it. Lamaisa, which would be is that if in the same period of unawareness that it was usher, he both performed and had performed on him an act of homosexuality. According to Rabbi Shmuel, there are two separate laws implicated here, and therefore he brings two chatos. And according to Rabbi Akiva, even though he holds both are usher, he brings them from the same law. Okay, similarly, someone somehow without realizing that it was usher, both had engaged in relations with the behema and had a behema engaged in relations with him. The different Rabbi Shmuel chayiv shtayim. So he says, Rabbi Avo says, according to Rabbi Shmuel, he's chayav to why? One, because it says the one that said he shouldn't be the actor, and one that said with a behemah, and one that said that he shouldn't be a toeva, and that he's the recipient. The different Rabbi Akiva in a chayav al achas. But according to Rabbi Akiva, he would only be chayav one because why? Rabbi Akiva learned both actor and recipient by mishkav zachar. by Mr. Behema from the same pasuk, and then we dash into the Shiva say, but they're both coming from one pasuk, so therefore there's only one lav. That's one lav. Okay. Abaya Amar. Abaya says no. According to Rishmal, he's also only chayav one. Why? Because why did he think he was chayav two? Because one, number two, because but he says, Abaya argues, he says, he says that pasuk when it talks about a toeva, it's speaking specifically about a toeva of Mishkav Zachar. So therefore, he doesn't have a problem with saying that Rabbi Shmuel holds this two in the case of Mishkav Zachar. For Mishkav Behema, he has a problem because he says Losia Kadesh is not talking about Mishkav Behema, it's only talking about Mishkav Zachar. So we say, okay, so then according to Rabbiya, if you're saying that Losia Kadesh can't be talking about Mishkav Behema, we just use that pasuk to be our source for an Atara on a recipient of Mishkav Behema. So Ella Rabbi Shmuel, Atara Nishkav Minole. How would he know it? Because we just knocked out using Losia Kadesh from telling us an Atara for the recipient of an bestiality. So the Gemara says, not the way he learns it out. Mikol Shochet in Behema most you must. That it says that if someone lies in Behema should surely die. Now that's an extra pasuk. We have this already, right? So we have before. This is how we learned the onesh. I'm sorry. This is how we learned the. This is how we learned the Azhara on someone who is the recipient. Because we said the pasuk, we have an extra pasuk written by onesh. Since we don't need it by onesh, we use it for Azhara. But the Gemara wants to know at the end of the day, if you were trying to teach Azhara, why would the Torah put it in the language? I'm sorry. If you were trying to teach the recipient, why would the Torah put it in the language of the actor? The Gemara says, and it chose to do that to tell you so he says, how do I know that a person has an azhara, a warning not to be a recipient? Is because since the way I knew azhara of an actor was because the pasuk had an extra pasuk written by actor, and I'm sorry, the way I knew azhara by recipient is because there was an extra pasuk written by actor. If it doesn't apply to actor, whether it applies to recipient. You know, how do I know azhara of the recipient? I'm sorry, how do I know azhara of the actor? How do I know azhara of the recipient? Is because why did the Torah at the end of the day, if it wanted to tell you the azhara of the actor as opposed to the onus as opposed to the onus of the actor, so you should have said it by azhara. Why are you telling it to me by onus? It's coming to tell you that there's a comparison between a shokev and a nishkav, and therefore he's warned even by a recipient. I'm sorry, I didn't say that very well, but at the end I think that is the correct thing. Okay, so the Gemara says, okay, so now we're going to talk about someone who had a little bit of a bad day. So if someone got sodomized by both a man and a behema, I'm sorry. This is someone who did. Okay, so he says he's chayav for two. One because it's called the sister of Mishka behema, and the other because he says. But according to Rabbi Shmuel, because why? Because how did he learn the recipient? According to Rabbi Shmuel, the recipient at the end of the day is that either that the way we learned out is that according to Rabbi Shmuel, that someone who is the recipient of Mishkan Zafar from Leah Kadesh, and according to Rabbi Shmuel and the view of Rabbi Albo, that the source is someone who is the recipient of a behemoth is also Leah Kadesh. So therefore, we'd only be chayav one. Abaya says, Abaya says, now if you remember, before Abaya argued and said a recipient of Mishkan Behemoth cannot be learned from Leah Kadesh, because Leah Kadesh cannot be referring to an animal, it only refers to a man. So he therefore learned it out from so therefore, Abaya is consistent when he says, you're also chayav too because they don't consist of Shochet and Behema, most you must, Neno Indian Shochet, Neno Indian Nishkav, after Rahman and Nishkav, the Lashon Shochet, my Shochet on Nishkav, after Nishkav on Nishkav. So that limud that Abaya just learned, so Abaya is saying, according to me, Rabbi Shmuel learned from two different sukkim the recipient of Mishkav Zafar and Mishkav Behema, and so therefore he is chayav for two chayav. Now here's someone who really had an interesting day. Habal Zacher, Behevi Zacher Love. He both he was the actor in Mishkan Zacher and the recipient of Mishkan Zacher, and Habal Behema Behevi Behema Love, and he was also the actor in bestiality and the recipient of bestiality. So he had all four going on. So Ben Rabbi Avo, Ben Abaya, that whether you say like Rabbi Avo or you say like Abaya, Rabbi Shmuel Chayav Shalach, Rabbi Akiva Chayav Shtayim. Why? All right, so it's as follows. So remember, so he did all four things. He was the actor for Mr. Ducker and Mr. Behema. He was the recipient for Mr. Ducker and Mr. Behema. So according to Rabbi, so how do we know actor? One is as Zucker Lotishka, that's one lav. That's the actor by Zucker. How do we know the actor by Behema? That's two lavim. Then when he's the recipient, according to Rabbi Shmuel, he knows Zucker from Loyeh Kadesh. So that is three, right? And then Rabbi Avo, according to Rabbi Avo, he learned out the recipient of Behema also from Loyeh Kadesh. But therefore, that you don't get a fourth because you can't use Loyeh Kadesh a second time. So therefore, according to Rabbi Avo, it's three. Now, according to Abaye, you also have only three because you have Zucker Losifka tells you Zucker is the actor. Because Behema Losifka tells you actor by Behema. Loyeh Kadesh tells you a recipient by Zucker. But where did Abaye learn the recipient by Behema? He learned it from Behema Losifka, which is the same source for where he learned an actor by Behema. So he also only had three. But according to Rabbi Akiva, he's only chayav for two because why? Rabbi Akiva held in both the case of Zucker and Behema. You learn from the pasuk just how you read it. Lo tishka, lo tishavei, and similarly by Behema, it's from Behema lo tishavei or shviva sei. But at the end of the day, for all four issues, he only has two lavins. So Rabbi Akiva says you have two. All right, we'll have to stop here. Thank you.
It's funny that major positive close to the as always, but what's funny to me is even with all that, the worst thing is still this record. It still works. Like you can forgive the other stuff because you can't. I was gonna say you can forgive it because he had a great game. But the hoodie is so awful. It's so awful. Why would anyone buy an orange dry fast little gas for them? It looks like it works really good for the
Good morning, and forgive me by taking over our responsibility for this morning to debate.
He's too old for that.
How is home to support? Touch to I don't know how to go back to social but I start to get to the overture of this year. Because he's hosting
Something about this.
so first of all about this that's what he's sponsors for growth in Karen Gold. Formerly of Baltimore, now located in Jersey, and very unfolds father Bruce Gold is a very roughly again, American Montoya. The show having on the other family in the college, he's also an official to see the least of the other contribution. Shabbos and meditation in the coming days are holy soldiers to be successful. They call it non-stable. Let's go back to the days back to young days 52. We are picking up on the days 51B.
That's all right. Let's see what else we got.
51B. Did we get to that Kiva Omer?
Dermabrasion.
It's all right. Okay, good. So the might I was on the other subject. Let's pick up 2, 4, 6, 8, and up. We find up in the 40 right. So remember again, still in the conversation about this straight up. And we get straight down. The interesting idea is that going out in the skies is hello. So now the problem is that some more. Because then I see some no catch and some of lots of law. The low box is so new grade that you small. So I ended up literally like in the middle of the small position. So also nice again. The universe is like it's very small. It's there. And everything you conventionally understood approach as well. And how often I said you need to be a slave up for about time is only doing her. It doesn't apply to her accomplice in the crime, right, to the man who thinks she committed adultery, nor does it apply to the zone. Now again, remember, everyone is going to get a death penalty, right? So that is, the man who thinks she commits adultery is going to get a death penalty. The witnesses will also get the reciprocal death penalty, but they do not judge her straight. Her unique straight is for her and her alone. But if you were to say, Achas, or you said the Achas Nesua, you have to take the straight from. So you said, whether the best coin is on your son, or whether she is a Nesua, either way, the punishment is going to be straight from. You have to take it. Even if this applies to the single, in other words, maybe a bas coin, maybe that coin is held to such a high standard that a lot of them say, even if she commits an act of immorality as a single woman, Maybe she's going to be subject to sleep. Oh, now I'm not living right on land of you. So you saw this already yesterday. So it says here at the it says in the previous context that we are in Arabic, not the social over here, Avia by the case of Bascoy. It says Avia in the context of incest. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, it says in both Suki Avia, Nala Allah is listening to as well, Afghan is listening to as well. It's like only talking about again active immorality. There is elements of marriage. So too again, Allah over here is talking about elements of marriage. I'm going to be small. The first one line of us in the bottom of Noah, number 51b. I, the Shmuel says, if that's the case, then you say just like the one part of the context is that she's a Nara and she's an Arisa. So too over here, the second part of it should also be only apply if she's a Nara and she's an Arisa. I'm going to be keeping Shmuel Bas Ubas and Gerish. It's interesting enough, so the kid is about to be small. The pastor could have just said Bas, but it says Ubas, the bar. Now, Bas is usually a boy, and Bas comes to include. But it comes to include, so what's it going to be? So other parts of the such a Nara, who is an Arisa, the Bas constitution that includes all cases of a married Bas soul. So you might say, oh, no, if you would make out the way to be so that it's slow, so that's Rabbi Akiva. And it's like this. He says, interestingly enough, if he make marriage, if he would make, second of all, he make up very bas. No, it's easy to say, search Goya, three guys, three back, you guys in the bar. The first one, this is the second of so because you guys are an extra bar, therefore you take this for extra skate bars. And you know, that's really clear. Remember, the only disagreement you have to do with death penalty for adultery. Remember, what's the disagreement of the else? What's the death penalty? So the Gemara says, the Mashma, the Hadith has Surah, there is a Mia. The Mashma, the Hotzi as a Mia, Hotzi is a Surah. So remember, so like this. If we're going to mention it, to include the Surah, then by definition also include the Mia. But we include all kinds of basketball which is unmarried. The Mashma is a Mia, and if you want to exclude a single girl, Hotzi is a Surah. But that we should exclude ultimately the Surah as well. Rabbi Akiva says as follows, Ahani B'Zim Shabbat, Lema'ikut Kiyah, Ba'ani Bas Ubas, Rabbi says Surah. Rabbi Akiva will say like this, the B'Zim Shabbat will help to exclude the Kiyah, the single girl. The single bas Torah is not subject to any of these halachas, and ultimately again the Bob or Bas Ubas, the excluded Mirabos as Hanasur comes to include the Nashua. The Nishmos and Nashua will say, if you come in Bas Ubas, Shmanina Hagudon Exil Shabbat. The Nishmos says, for the fact that it's in Bas Ubas, it's the same as the one that Exil Shabbat. Small, high Bas Ubas by birthday. So again, remember, that the Akiva uses the Ubas, the Bob to include all different cases of a Bas married. The Yishua rejects that. But the Yishua also has to look at the fact that the Torah said Bas coin. Why does it say the Bas? What does it do with the extra Bas? And that's the way that it determines who the Yishua very true. The Yishua Matzil Shekholek HaKasha discovering the dream in the Bible. So I'm going to talk like this. It's very interesting. I'm going to talk the same way. The Torah makes a distinction about Kohanim and non-Kohanim, which is called blemished and unblemished Kohanim. I feel like there's a distinction. But I've also raised the Kohanim is about more. It's not going to give you about it. So there's a distinction between blemished and unblemished Kohanim. I might have thought that same distinction applies to a Bas Kohen. Interesting, right? The din of Bas Kohen, specifically the din of Sirfa by a Bas Kohen, only applies to an unblemished Bas Kohen, to which the Gemara says, now, when on the Bas, you have to be extra about this reward. This reward, so you tell us that whenever you use a din that applies to a Bas Kohen, it doesn't make a difference. There's no din of meaning by a Bas Kohen. Only the remaining battle have reached the Kiva. But we're going to keep learning this out from the Kiva. So with the hammer of Makridim about his Kodesh. And the Kiva says, you have to pass the cup. They will offer up the Kabbalah's Bahai Kodesh and they will be sent out to us what? That the sanctity of a male Kohen is fundamentally tethered to his we'll call it unblemished state. But that's only because that by male Kohen is out of the Kabbalah of Kabbalahs. But by a Bas Kohen, because there is no element of Kabbalahs, therefore again, her status is independent of whether or not she has a name. Incredible.
He's filming the chips he's eating on the plane. Vlog life. E-vlog, vlog from. But a Jeff Diner. Who vlog first? Chin or Papa? So Papa's copying Chin. Basically, he saw Chin vlog to Papa. The first one of the church. Vlog stuff for Chin. I don't think I should do that Chin again. He should. Chin ends up doing it for me. Like, I did a vlog. What is wrong with him? He's a white drunk. Chin, I think maybe that's not a Phineas problem. You're walking across the driving. Driving is illegal in Texas too.
So, for example, the United States, I know what this is. If you got the lovely speaker of a North Dakota, it's not exactly like a holy day. You're talking about to treating the most hungry way. COVID, if you're not getting COVID, no one can vote Israel. In true discouraging way. The idea is that because of the brother's behavior, the father, again, to be clear, he's still a Cohen, right? He's still a Cohen, and he can still do the Avodah, but he's stripped of cover. We don't keep him covered anymore. So you know, so why is that? So you know, it says, only, you say, only that, she, like, Chris is the person who birthed such a child. Only that should be done. Chris is the person who raised such a child. Only she lets his room come outside. Chris is the person who literally, again, such a person, I guess, the transition, issues forth from their loins.
You're excited now, but then how many times you oh yeah, no, we want to make the king of the patron. We want to make class and tears, whatever me and fire the formula. It was rough.
On Russia, the son of a Russia,
Someone told me that man
even
tits.
though your parents may really be inside it, even though they really may be a Russian Mexico, so that came on, guy kind of this
It's
time.
like the last
So
person
this
that
is
you
a
talk about
fascinating
as being
discussion.
man.
This definitely goes into
What's the
the
end of this Chin
notebook
vlog?
of Dafyomi topics that we need to find the time
I want to watch that whole, maybe for the
because what you might say
stream,
over
watch the
here
whole Chin vlog.
is that there is parental culpability
Because that seems like a
for
small
the
exception.
actions and decisions of a child.
How did
Right? And therefore, again, Rachel, the daughter commits adultery. So clearly,
Texas would
there's
send these two
something
back in the heart.
fundamentally flawed in the human you gave your child. There's something fundamentally flawed in the home in which you raised your child. Because for a child to make this type of lifestyle decisions,
You know what? I'm not really liking this whole narrative that like Texas is too real for forever. Sure. Okay, Texas. You're fine.
This has an impact on the father. So that father will
We
no
can't
longer
in
give you the
Texas.
honor you deserve.
Oh, that's the
This is
weird.
the child you raised. Chris is the person who raised your child. Chris is the person. So it's sort of like that.
I think,
You find this fascinating.
they,
It's sort of like that. That thing has out themselves in.
I don't know. I'm just saying that, like, it's not like California embrace shop and Georgia had like the, like, we love the way they act. They're being ridiculed every day. There's a with 200,000 people that didn't make it fun of it. So, like, a lot of those people are probably California. So I just don't know what the difference is. Like, as if Texas is going to be like, no, we don't put up with that kind of stuff around here. No, they're going to, that's probably going to be much better for Texas.
Every single thing, every single junction is supposed to do.
Mr. Joseph
Like, he is still
yeah,
going to make
don't
the
drive me
decision.
nuts.
But, on the other hand,
That shop
it is
never really,
also quite possible
he should
that the
exist
decisions that
half-life.
children make are absolutely
Like, why is it not
in
ever
the
happening?
upbringing
I don't understand why there's not like a shut
or
run
lack of
shop
values.
and I'm being dead serious. I agree.
And
It just makes
that's a
sense to me.
difficult point to swallow
they had
because
something like
you know,
that in the ice house, right?
says,
So if not at the ice house, if it doesn't work in the ice house, what's the saying? Try to fly,
something that is bent,
right? If it doesn't work in the ice house, try to fly
cannot be
first, try
made
that.
straight.
Comedy Chateau.
So you know, says, what does that mean? Right?
Comedy Chateau. What is it? Brennan Shop and Friends. That's the best fucking name for a show there. This is like classic.
Look at this.
So you know it says, "Section only demands it." Just only demands it. Right?
I don't like that. If that's really true, I like that. I think he's above average. Okay. His cut splits very small. Even he's like he's
No matter how bad you feel or what you do,
maybe I
no
think he
matter
might be
how
right.
much sugar you do, you can't watch. You can't watch. You can't do it. The announcer is there.
Jimmy Dore says
I'll tell you what, as
just
I get
back it up.
older and I look back on raising a family, I feel like sometimes not just that announcer, but it also is a video killer. Sometimes the other thing you can't undo is the way you raise your children. And the things you allow it to learn, the things you allow your children to do, don't allow your children to do. You can't undo it. And it's one of the hardest parts because often you learn to be a parent on the job. And you realize my mistakes afterwards. So what's interesting is that after I created the manager, like in other words, again, I'm not trying to do that, but like after I made the mistakes, and then I realized I really made some significant mistakes. And the other part is, you can't undo it. You can't. Clinic is one of those things where a lot of times, and again, I could get back on open and honest conversations with my kids, and so I tell you, those things that I did, they weren't right. They weren't right, and I want to be clear that they weren't right. But no matter how much I made it to my kids that they weren't right, I've created an answer. I've created a thought pace. I've created a thought paradigm in the home, and I can't let it back. So this fact that I'm so again, on one there's like we're going to do everything right, and the child still makes so everything you said, that love those actions, they reflect on her father, I am calling. But again, there's also an approach in Chazal that says no. What a child does and how a child behaves and how a child lives his life is a direct reflection of the feeling that he or she has received in the home growing up. Which is right. They're both right. They're both right. There's elements of both of us, which is why, again, the clinic we give our children, the example we set for our children, the theory we model for our children, the home we create for our children, the lifestyle we create for our children, everything else, everything goes into the clinic. And again, if it's good, great. But if it's flawed, you want to tell us? We, the parent, is held responsible. Incredible. Let's go on. The unit is how it's going. So as we might kind of declare the unit is how it's going, why is the mission or not? This is the mission of the by saying this is the mission of school. So why is the mission of that this way? We shouldn't be kind of Nikma Hadir, let's see also the subway. Because remember again, what do we say before? So for that is, if I want to see live with the students, you not just skill off. Based on skill off, is not in the previous mission. Based on not the last history, this is much nicer. Based on skill off, is about to come. But I need to have any listen, it's a high swapping. Turn around, we think it's a stuff. Even though this Mishnah spoke about Adonisos, they were really following on the heels of the skill Mishnah. Right? So when we had skill off, we had skill off, then I went to Adonisos, and then I went to close out the discussion of skill off. And that's why the Mishnah ends up by saying, Zu mitzvah haneskel. That's the end of the skill discussion. And we'll say, now we begin this straight. But here we go. Mishnah. Mitzvah haneskel. I also use skill stuff. So what is straight from? What is straight from? That was the other thing about, oh, this is straight from God. I love for nice. What do you do with back home? So if I'm not asking you, what you see, just how it's not looking, you know? Back home to inside. You see, you see, they shall buy the code, they shall, how you sell. But you don't buy what man do on the from the high level, and it's super straight there. But so I look at it, the back home. What is she going to restore? And she's going to see it. What is she going to take home? You sell, nothing, you sin, you push me, give on me, whatever it is, right? That's the Jewish, that's the Jewish. Right? So nice again, point judgment for adultery is straight up. However, pour avoir des the main thing she can look about you, and by extension of them doesn't say over here, but as you look again, that you can zoom in as well, you'll get better. Panic strangulation is the normal punishment for adultery. The only person who gives this new punishment for adultery is the pastor herself, but as you know, but everyone else, they're not panic. That's the number. This is how it happens. They say, how do you administer punishment of sleeping? So you go ahead and you immerse him in manure up until his thighs. You immerse him in what's that? So actually says over here in the second lesson, the people have to see that from the first. I'm going to see if we need to keep him immobilized. So when you keep him immobilized, you can't move around. So you put him in manure up until his legs, up until his thighs. That we keep him mobile. The notes means to look at yourself like that. And you take your soft rope. You take your soft rope. I just think you take a rough rope and we put it inside of the soft rope. So sometimes you take a rough rope and then again on the inside of that rope is a soft rope. The soft rope is going to go around the neck of the guilty party. So you just put it outside that rope and we wrap it around the neck. So it's just let's say a question. Using this guy straight up. Step one, put it in the rope to means immobilize. Step two, take and replace the two side rope. The outside rope is a coarse rope, the inside rope is a soft rope. It's hung around his neck. Two people stand on either side of the ring. Each one will be an end of the rope. Each one holds the rope towards him until one is on. Until either his foot falls in his mouth. Like the actual 4-year-old who forced him to open his mouth. We're not looking at the sea life, so see this expression is like quite already we ignite the rope. We set himself good and we throw down his strength. So it's a split that children when you watch this, you know, you think about the holding at the stake on the front, and it's actually not very good. But what you see is a holding molten lead down the throat of the person. That's the straight up. So what is immobilized? Force is not open, and we put a molten lead close to the seal, we see, and we see like one thing. The other is that the other is something that goes then down into his kid's place. The Comaris has been in there, but essentially he is killed from the inside. And his insides are incinerated, but he's incinerated internally. But you would do this right after he lives, I don't know how you kind of bone and stuff sleeping, but here's the problem. The problem is what is the problem, right? But the problem here is that if you try to administer it to the straight off, that you may end up wrong. You may end up struggling with that. Which, by the way, is a different stuff, right? It's correct. So the problem is if somebody is tight straight off and you end up giving them credit, isn't that problematic? So what should you do? So you like, hello, put on a pick the seven slow the vessel. You take pounds and try to real person. By the way, so this is Monica Saxida, she's up to the step 2, the largest is step more, diplomatic as the now the way we do these pounds. Now, obviously, somehow we must be immobilizing him also, right? Because if you're immobilizing him, he's going to allow him to get a move and a walk and a number of other issues. So now, the most thing that needs to go down his throat. If he doesn't go down his throat, he's going to put the bone on his outside, that's not straight up. Straight up is internal incineration. But yeah, you need to say you can't do that. The rope thing can be used. Strangulation, so it's that he's not working with funds. I'm going to go over side. My say that's point at us. She's in some. If you flip at the students, the Lord of God, the area, is called point line. So it's about to come, we committed adultery, and therefore that's straight up. And what we do is to not be able to guarantee, we start food. And we burn it. So we say, so the laws of inside the exclusive indicator that the ministry the demonstration again is actually burning someone. Burning someone. The Gemara says, Amula Mikishlo, Hanya Bezisha, also shot Bucky. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Now, listen, remember again, it's a mistake in the execution. It may not be a mistake in the execution itself. But the point that we're making is that was a misunderstanding of what Sreifa was. Sreifa, you know, not Psila. So first of all, what does it mean that it's a wit? So it's not the Psila Shari, but a wit of love. But actually comes back over here. Rashi points out that the year would do. Yeah, so it's our Mishnah points out that they would take like a long piece of lead, and they would mold it, and they would melt it down. So they call it a psila because it was long and resembled it. Okay, so yeah, so let's first off, this is a little bit mind-blowing, because again, how do you know that slifa means internal incineration? Where does that come from? So what's this is talking about the Gemara. Ask your slifa, slifa, and ask Korach. We can do a slifa, from Korach means a sinner, and then Korach means rebellion against Moshe Rabbeinu, and again, he is assembly. Some of them were swallowed up by the earth, and some of them were incinerated. The Rashi asked the slifa, slifa, the HT, because of Asher, people are super. Man, how long did I remember again? What happened with Korach was that a bunch of people brought Kipporas. The people who brought Kipporas, remember, everybody's jockeying for the position of point level. So whoever brought Kipporas was incinerated. It was killed by Sreifa. So again, a large number of bodies were swallowed up by the earth. Others who brought Kipporas were incinerated. So it says Sreifa over here, it says Sreifa by Korach. So the Gemara says, how long Sreifa was discovered, just like by Korach, so that they were killed by internal incineration. Fire went into their body, killed them internally, but their body was still intact. After Sreifa's neshama was with Kain. So too over here, the Sreifa is done is internal incineration, but the body remains intact. Okay, so that's the first thing. Tanakama. But also, Amar asked the Sreifa so we would be higher. Then we learned Sreifa from Nadav and Aviv. Nadav and Aviv, remember again, also went ahead with whatever they did, right? So we know exactly what they did. But whatever they did was unsanctioned service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and they were killed. So the Gemara says, just like another Aviv fire incinerated them internally, but their bodies were intact. After Sreifas the Shama of Kain. So to again, so internally, ultimately again, the incinerate was internally, but the body remains intact. So it's following like that. It's interesting. Everyone's immune on the concept that Sreifa is internal incineration. What's the Makar? Tanakama says Korach. When he also says Bein Arab. So much of everything I just Korach and Nave. So it's interesting. How do you know? You don't tell us that people open up with the Korach confirmed. But how do you know that it's internal incineration? It's as Matos Hakotim Ha'ulem Enoch Shosam. Shenasmash on this record, the good Kalos. Also, it does mean Enoch Shosam. So it does again. Internally, their nefesh, their soul, their internal life was snuffed out, but ultimately their bodies were remaining intact. Here we go. The other thing is, it doesn't want to say, how do you speak of mamish? No, they were literally burnt. They were literally burnt. Reminding of Shosam, when the Pasuk says Benaf Shosam, she is tied to Shosam is to Shosam. But they were tied to Shosam ultimately again, because of what they did, right? Because like this being that shows up. It wasn't like this being that shows up. Listen to this. My say the concrete lodging of what does it mean? What's it look at Rashi says over here? The concrete lodging of Yeshua Khalifa, Shalimos, Mol, Shatila, Vishnu, Korach, Adasam, it is Havimot. So it says, how do we know? And the Khalifa is flattery. So literally the concept over here is what's coming from him. Because of the flattery that Korach shows to his followers, so Korach, he dared his people a smile. And he is a reference to Gehenna. So how does Korach go ahead and his followers? Food and drink. He put out a nice spread in his tent. I don't know. Whatever. It's in Papa's. Whatever he's doing, whatever he's doing, right? So go ahead and he put out in the desert, and that's how he went ahead and updated his followers. To Khalifa. So Khalifa does this. Sometimes Khalifa speaks to the soul. Like, in other words, everybody likes to feel good about themselves. So if somebody doesn't have any flatters you, even if it's not real, it still feels good. ניסו חלופה שהחליטו לכל הקיבוצים האחרת עליהם סל שלהם shit, because of the again, because of the Khalifa, that's all up for the head and the only do it for me. She started down, they the body is intact, but the internal processes stop working. Nothing wrong with that. So whenever he died, they sacrificed the Sharpie by a regular Musa, which means everything that happens from was internal, but externally everything remains the same. The everything will say, how we say from Namish. That's not true. Not that I'm here actually incinerated, fully incinerated. In my experience, by a Musa, the actually really got by for a Musa. They're actually incinerated. So what do you mean by a Musa? It means that the incineration began internally and then spread externally. Have you seen that this guy over? How does it be die? So what's in that? Remember again, all the possibilities by another Rabbi is by Hashem. They came before Hashem. They came too close. Now again, the whole hope is exactly what it is that they did. So far, but this is not the infraction is almost irrelevant. What matters is that they died and how they died. It's not the sense of how they died. Two pillars of fire emerged from the Holy of Holies in the Mishkan. The neck looked the eye is split into four. The neck was to shine before Moshe Zah. Two pillars of fire went into the nose of Nadar, two into the nose of Abihu, the son of Benson. And Benson, the Lord says, that's how they died. So in other words, he wants to just again, so the incineration began internally. So at least according to their opinion, they went ahead and spread externally. Our opposite, Bakotal Osam, because it says it consumed them. Osam below big day. It consumed them, but not their soul. See, look into the opinion that says, rather than I do, it's fully incinerated, it's only them, and not their soul. So we'll say, so therefore, what we emerge with over here is the good news is everyone agrees, right? Everyone's in agreement. What does everyone agree about? That's how most of the is the sleep part is internal incineration. Right? Hence the process outlined in Mishnah. Where you learn from the focus, similar from Torah, one learning in Torah, one opinion of the Rabbi. Okay, so you went to the eye of the nailers, we pardon uninstructed. So why not learn it out from Kabbalah?
It looks like they were trying to stop me from using that. So it's like they were trying to stop me. I said it's moving. It's got fast.
It's the high elements of the Shaltzibor, Hot Mashiach, who will just see our friends, of politics, and so why not learn out from the Parliament section? Maya, a lot of Sefer Marish, kind of Sefer Marish. So I found my second again, it's total incineration to a female. So the Stabra is interesting. The Stabra may Adam Havilay Molach, Shekin Adam Chodei, Yeshama. It makes more sense to learn out, to do a scripture by people from Adam. Why? Because again, if you're not from Adam, you have 4 elements. Number 1, Adam, the multiplied people. Number 1, the both called them, by sinners. Number 3, there's an element of Neshama, right? The translation of Neshama. And number 4, the next element of the people. Okay, Adrabah, it's just the opposite. You come on a second one over there. Number 1 powers up and why? It can not hear Midoros. Because ultimately, again, Harlem, like you have over here, is a Makshi with Dodos. Ultimately, again, Kelly is looking at actually, there's a Makshi, so it's right in front of Makshi. Makshi, Sripa, faith in Makshi, action, Nisas, and Makshi. So again, the action of Sripa, the base in the death penalty, is going to call it Makshi, so prepare for that. In other words, it cleanses the person, within Parliament of Truckers. Sripa could ultimately be Parliament of Truckers. Sripa, the hand is not to be utterly, dependent on the Truckers. The Sripa, that's what and the shape of another being carried out by reason, the gratified by sparkle, with the emergent unapplication of multiple constants to shape of things that to other cases of people dying, then to courage. Not the other others collect, my family working in this collect. So this is the one word out from others collect. The art doesn't relate out from the hour, whose shape of numbers, which is the effect of the hour, the hour actually for you. For you, I can use the most of the name of you, so if you want to use the hour for you, so why don't you say paradise? So the chick of the other that we were from the therefore, straight from these complete incineration. I'm like, not going to allow all the job, the option of the alpha chemical, volume low, you said, so this keeps coming up over and over, right? The actual chemical, what we call it, you love yourself, even that, only means you have to train, which means again, good transfer in a proper depth. So the alpha, internal incineration, both at least does not release a body for burial. Even like a burial, places at the top of the bio, and as much as the burial is up the cemetery, as we saw, but still nothing less than the hospital, that's incredible. If you after you think that nothing is zero showdown, you know, so now you think of nothing. Why is it zero showdown at all? You like to zero showdown, how about you know, straight off the show for good kind of love surgery. So by giving up the zero showdown, I would love like this. That internal incineration with the intact body is not called straight at all. Usually I get like a whole car. Love for straight at the zero. There is no blood. And again, and that's that it is. So because of that, how do you present that thing of the mobile? Just add on more wood to the fire. Close the fire to bring that wood to burn more intense. And if I do the person with that faster, come up still on that. So that's the whole thing. Internal insulation and you got to get every source of good for a whole kind of stuff. The bottom line is everything is green. You got straight parts. The use of the straight part is internal insulation. That's internal insulation. And now if you want to say something, what's the muscle for that? So you're not going to focus. Is it nothing that I need, or is it cold? So ultimately, again, that's not focus. And it's just really enough. It's hard to just not focus. Each of you holds something different happen by the other. For example, the opinion that says the muscle is out of cold, it's got the father's hold, that nothing that I do is fully incinerated. And the opinion that says it's nothing that I do is hold, that collects father is not completely incinerated. So fundamentally, my focus over here starts with my focus. Again, so my focus is about the source, but it's really about the power. Incredible. And that's now what we learn is better than I do. We might talk a little bit of the story. It's kind of how you most of the out of the house and develop. It's not about being a house and a place. Let's do that whole story. Definitely. Moshe and I are walking. So we go to the imagine just that scene. And you see fly on the wall. Moshe and I are walking together. Not just must test in its life. So Moshe and I are walking. And I have never been able to Aaron's sons were walking behind them. Sorry. The Kohen saw hello. And all the problems are walking my love. The Lord, you're going to get away with it. So he says, Amar wa love the love you. A Masai Yamusu Shway to King Hamadu. And now that we say to each other, when are these two old men going to die? Speaking of that, when are they going to die? But I thought, you know, yes, I thought. And you and me will go ahead and lead the generation. We'll lead the generation. There's so much to say about this tomorrow. Like, what is happening over here? I just want to point out something amazing. And this is just to be able to have the wisdom of the Lord. And that's just, I just think the Lord myself. And I think that's this discussion about the fact that Moshe's children did not inherit it. Right? Moshe's children essentially kind of stayed away. It's obscurity. We don't hear about them. We don't learn about them. These things do not become their father. There's a lot to be said to that in general about the concept of being the children of a great person. You know, on one hand, you can be such an inspiration. On the other hand, you can be a tremendous difficulty. You're not always living in the father's shadow. You never really do what you move up to and what you do or what you was. this idea that you're not going to do like this. Look, most of kids are not taking over. Right? They're not taking over. And I was kids, and I was young kids. And that's it. My church is impossible. This slight fundamental flaw in emotion power. I remember in Moshe, obviously wasn't the kind of decision the right way, because you're on it. By the way, and a tremendous audience to come on top of the back. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, right? Again, you gotta take ownership. Listen, at the end of the day, you gotta take ownership for how your kids turn out. You don't have to take ownership necessarily for every single decision they make. You absolutely need to own, to a very large degree, how they turn out. That's me. That's on me. Being around, that's on me. So everybody else in Moshe, obviously Moshe, again, we're doing it for laughing. We're as kids. Right? Aaron, Dad, you're great. Listen to this. Dad, you're great. But you're only number two. And you are a career number two. So Moshe, just keep it together. Aaron, Dad, you're great. But you're only number two. I think it's time for us to step in. I think at the end of the day, both of you are great in your own ways to agree, but clearly neither of you have discovered the complete secret, the secret sauce, so to speak. You don't have the secret to success. So Kevin, maybe it's time for new ideas, new leadership, stand down. So we like the element of impressive. I need to ask you comments. We'll see who's there by you. Right? We'll see who's there by you. And ultimately, I'm going to use that. I'm going to talk about how you got me these great. But most of the people that say, hey, this average. What's the average? You teach the dominant savvy, you really emotionally, you're ugly. Yeah, so the average is like this. There are many old camels carrying the hides of young camels. And that's what's going on there. That's the idea is that a lot of times young people think they know everything, right? And yet you don't know absolutely nothing. There's a lot of old camels carrying the hides of young camels. Right, the Lamar forgets sometimes someone knows that the beauty of music is like you and something, and they're like missing it, like I feel like the conquer the world. And I know everything. The challenge of music is, I think I know everything. And sometimes again, as we get older, we recognize that the people who don't know everything, who went very little, and the people who are much bigger for people who are older than us. Even if they're not quote-unquote successful as you think they should have been, but what I say is wisdom that comes with age that you simply did not have. Incredible demand. I'm gonna look the rest of the other days. Now that I'm in the incredible demand. I'm not coming back from Denver. The one that I'm talking, he said, I'm an artist. So what I said, this is how your relationship is going to come from. I'm an artist. Now is the coming from you by I'm an artist, by the new person. So you might say, but you lost, so we'll keep that process, and we're doing, right? So even if I'm an artist, this is how the problem, ultimately, again, is a golden vessel. Seek that you let us get into this. And come from smoothness with the I'm an artist. Still going to keep that process. The standing is good. The standing is good. So it's like, I don't know how it's one of the words. I don't know why the word self-fire is music. What does music sound like? What does music sound like? It's like talking for the sake of talking. Why does anyone talk for the sake of talking? If you have something to say it. If there's something meaningful to discuss it. If there's nothing to talk about, or there's nothing meaningful, you don't just shoot the news. You don't just shoot the news. There's no such thing. Shooting the news is a fundamental waste of time. If there's targeted conversation to be had, then have it. But not, again, nothing to do. It's a waste of time. The US is incredible. I'm an artist. She's a consultant. Shooting the news. What is that, great? It's a ministry of standing of the consultant. Consultant doesn't shoot the news. He doesn't get together to have the news, right? If there's something to talk about, let's talk about it. But if there's nothing to talk about, there's not a targeted discussion, then again, there are so many better things to do with one's time. So therefore, if you become calmer, smoothness, shows that I'm an artist that doesn't treat his time seriously. It diminishes the standing in the eyes of the other artist. So there's one step
Dude, you need your Bible book.
Yo, Brick Card. I'm amazing, dog. I know you. How's your life going? Oh, all's good, thankfully. What's good in your world?
Just Sunday, man. Just Sunday. Just got off the phone with a friend of mine from the UK. Just catching up. Just doing everything up there since 2 in the morning. Doing the stuff. Getting on spaces, chatting to people. Just general stuff, buddy. Just general stuff.
Absolutely.
Be good.
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. I've been really great.
That's it.
Absolutely. All right, Brick Card. Do you have a link tree?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I actually, when you sent me them links the other day, I set it all up. I had it anyway, but I added more socials to it. But I had a problem with when I put I signed up my WhatsApp to it.
Okay.
First I created a community and added the WhatsApp community, and then straight away, for some reason, it banned my WhatsApp. And my WhatsApp actually connected to my work as well, so I needed it. It took 24 hours, I got it back. Then I put the group that I have on WhatsApp onto my link tree, and it's to do with people that from my work that were involved in the project as well. You know, like a lot of colleagues and stuff that have invested into the project as well. And I started it started inviting the wrong people, and now I've got people that are personally trying to connect to me, and I have no objections to any contacts until I realise that the people that are trying to connect to get straight through are scammers. So I've had to remove the WhatsApp side from my link tree.
Okay.
But
no big deal there.
I'm keeping that social because I have a good group on there. Like I say, it's all offshore workers, and they're all investors in the project as well. They're all holders, and they're all long-term investors. So rather than them getting annoyed with some random West African sort of trying to hassle them for money, because that's what was going to happen. They'd start going through the people. You know, so I just thought, well, I better remove the WhatsApp from that link tree. The Reddit, I've actually got a young lady who is now posting on my behalf. I've got her running a few of my socials for me because it's just so much. You know yourself, doing socials is a 24-hour job.
100%.
Doesn't it? You know, it's not something I can even see you now on your phone doing something.
I'm looking. No, I want you to know. Oh, yeah. It looks like I'm being really rude. I'm actually looking at your link tree right now. I was looking at your Reddit. It looks really good. Your Reddit looks good. It really does. So it's great.
It's very temperamental. You know, you've got to be careful with keywords and stuff. But other than that, yeah, we're going to build up on the Reddit for sure.
Excellent. Okay, so what about YouTube? That's the number 2 website in the world.
YouTube, I'm not sure how to go about YouTube. It's not something I can do myself. I'd rather have someone that was reliable that can post on my behalf or do some videos on my behalf.
Absolutely.
It's just a finance thing at the moment, so it's. You know, I'm not taking no money from the project. I'm putting all my salary in, and it's kind of expensive right now. Going back to work next week anyway, and I've got so much going on right now, Rabbi. Really, I've got so much going on in regards to the game side. It's costing me a small fortune with the salaries that I'm paying for people raiding, with the bots that I'm running, there's the social people. So it's just a case of really just slow and steady wins the race. But I do look at YouTubers. I just don't know. I don't know which YouTuber I would pick or know who to. You know, because anyone can say they got 60,000 or 100,000 followers or subscribers, but actually they don't have no views when I look at their videos.
Right.
You know, so what would you say? What would you recommend?
So, great question. Okay, first thing I would do is create my own account for yourself. For the first and foremost reason, you don't want someone impersonating you. I looked up your project on Google when I first heard about it, and it comes up, but there's a lot of stuff that's not related to your project. And you want people, when they Google you, that top 10 pack is all your project, all 10 of them. And because YouTube is the #2 website in the world, it's very strong, and it's a subsidiary of Alphabet, which, Google is under as well. So whenever you put anything, even just creating your YouTube account is going to put it right at the top. So that's going to be an additional uh, entry for you. Additionally, with AI is going to be scanning the entire internet, crawling the entire internet for information about your coin. And a really great way to feed it accurate information is to.
Hi, bro. I had to verify my age, but I'm here.
Okay, excellent. I'm in the middle of discussion with somebody, so appreciate that. If you didn't hear me, I'm in the middle of a discussion with somebody, so please be patient. Welcome. So, what having a YouTube account though is going to do for you is it basically gives you the ability to be able to train AI, social media, and search engines on what you want to basically convey because of the strength of the titles and descriptions. So you could come out and say, uh, Bitcoin, a Bitcard meme is the best project in the world. We're connecting people all throughout the UK, Commonwealth, and the world, whatever you want to say. And literally, AI is just going to read that and then put that into their models. So you're basically going to be able to spoon feed it because it's such a strong, because YouTube is such a strong results feeder.
But it's picking up from the vocals or it's picking up from the text?
Text. So right now, mostly it's going to be the text, but that doesn't mean in the future it won't be for the vocals as well. And
yeah, it won't be standing there for video at some stage. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. So what you're able to do is take good descriptions. You can have like 2,000 characters per video description, and if you have some boilerplate text, even stuff that you run through Grok or ChatGPT or whatever that just has keywords for you. So whatever you're going for, cryptocurrency, NFT, Web3, those are big words for you. And then you ensure that you've got hashtags in there as well. So those are really going to make your descriptions powerful. So your titles are able to have about 100 characters. So of that 100 characters, maybe 80 of it is going to be text that you're going to talk about your project or whatever. And then the last 20 are hashtags. And then in the description of the 2,000 characters that you can have in there per video, I'd say maybe 1,800 of those could just be boilerplate about your project, just content that you have. And then the last 200 are going to be hashtags that you're going to be able to use. But that's a really strong, powerful aggregator that's going to feed through all of the different social media. Okay, your Reddit is great. So you should know Sam Altman, the owner, the founder of OpenAI, he owns 10% of Reddit. And so Reddit and OpenAI or ChatGPT are working hand in hand. If I may ask, Brickcard, have you used Sora yet? Sora or Sora 2?
No, not yet.
Oh, they're game changers. AI video creators. Yeah. And so what you can do for yourself, if you want to do this, you can do this with Grok as well. And this is what I advise everybody to do if they have a YouTube, is to create a 10-second video on what you do, basically. And not you personally, but just have the AI say, hey, we're Brickcard Meme. We are one of the most exciting projects in Web3. Take a look at our content. Send us a DM. We'd love to connect with you. Now, that might be a mind-blowing video, but what that will do is allow you to have entries into YouTube. So that when somebody types in anything related to your meme, or anything related to your project, I should say, you're going to have results. And you're going to start dominating those entries. That's also something that you can upload to TikTok to improve yourself in that algorithm, into Instagram Reels, and YouTube Shorts. So that it's just quick, easily digestible, so that you just don't have a blank account there that's just waiting for content. At least you have something. And then if you, in the future, say, you know what, I want better videos than that, then you just take down your videos and then you put up whatever videos that you want. But at least this is going to improve the strength of your account for social media, for search engines, and for AI. And you can take the
searches, definitely, absolutely.
Absolutely. I recommend people create 10 videos. The reason why 10's the special number is because most search engines give you 10 results. At least that's the Google framework. And so YouTube's going to be somewhat similar. Instagram. Now, some of them allow for infinite scroll, but you want to dominate that first 10. Very few people are going to look any further than that. And you're going to be able to give them all the information that you need within that first 10. When it comes to the other social media that we have here, okay, so I see your X, that's great. Your Discord server, that's wonderful. Reddit, your Reddit is really strong, like, and that's gonna be really good for you in search or in AI models because, like, I think 40% of all ChatGPT is built on Reddit responses. So, like, you're already feeding that really well. Okay, TikTok, great. You have a TikTok, that's wonderful. Um, I see that you've got your email there. That's wonderful. Instagram, great. Break card meme, that's your website. I would say to put that one at the top just because that's going to have all of your data on it. Facebook's great. You've got your official chat, wonderful. Then you have Discord. Okay, Twitch, LinkedIn. All right, so there are some others that, of course, you're going to want to get. Twitch is a really powerful one on the Amazon ecosystem. So just get your name locked in on Twitch. Get your name locked in on Rumble. Get your name locked in on Kick. Those are the 4 biggest social media platforms currently. Did I send you the list of the top 30? Okay, excellent. Now, additionally, you may not know this, but X we all think it's really strong because it is for cryptocurrency discussions. But in terms of social media, it's about the 16th biggest social media platform out there. 16th. So there are a lot of them that are comparative or larger. And so you want to take advantage of those to the best of your ability. And you're going to be able to with this strategy. One that people don't know, especially, do you have NFTs or anything visual?
I will have, actually, I have 12 because I created 12 for voting positions in our DAO. The DAO, we're actually building our own ecosystem, so they're just sat in my Soulflare for now. I've not created, we are going to be getting into NFTs, but right now I'm just still trying to build in the community and just get everything ready for 2026. Even though we're doing really good at the market cap side of things, it's not the point. I want to be prepared, physical performance and all that. I'd rather be prepared first. So we're just trying to build up on a community and exactly what you're saying now. Get the name out there. Definitely be in that top 10 position on searches and the Google searches. Absolutely.
Excellent.
Absolutely.
The other ways that I want you to improve your web results or search engine metrics are in Google Images. And the way that you're going to be able to do that is to create a Pinterest account, create an Imager account, create a Flickr account, and just put those 12 pictures or whatever you have on there. Just upload whatever pictures you have. Upload your logo. Upload, you've got a great logo. It's eye-catching. It's familiar. But then when people Google your project and look at images that are associated with it, instead of it just being random stuff about England, it's going to be your data. That's really important. Then also Google videos. So that's an important search to dominate as well. And if you have that YouTube account and you create those 10 different videos, you're going to dominate the 10 spot there. And that's just people are just going to do research on you, and they're just going to get nosy, and you want to make sure that what they're going to view is stuff that's about you, that's connected to you.
Some other project with some other terminology, some other sideline. Because I have looked myself, and I do see when I put in grit card, if it's not specific to myself, there is other subjects it brings in,
Exactly.
You're absolutely right.
Exactly.
I'll definitely be doing different with ASAP.
Excellent.
I didn't think of Pinterest and stuff. Just hearing what you're saying, I didn't think of half of this.
Absolutely.
I didn't think of any of this, to be honest with you.
It's I just did this research the other day with another project. So X has 586 million monthly users in Q1 of 2025, and it's pretty similar right now. Pinterest actually has overtaken it with 600 million monthly users. That's how big Pinterest is, and people don't recognize that. That X in its own way, it lost a lot of traction when Elon Musk took over. It lost 40 million users at least to Blue Sky. It's lost some user base to Mastodon. It's lost some to Truth Social. These micro-blogging websites are becoming more competition for X. You can also, to improve your search engine rankings and what people learn about you, create a blog. Now, I'm not saying you have to go out and buy bloggers. You don't need that anymore. But once a week, go to ChatGPT and say, hey, just write a monthly or once a month maybe, just write a blog entry for me. Use hashtags in it. Have it talk about the newest trends in cryptocurrency or whatever it is. That's going to be really strong for you. And you can do that through Google's blogger.com or blogspot.com. Basically, what that's going to do is when all these social media and search engines scan the web about what your project is, you're literally feeding it information about yourself. And the key is you don't want these AI models to have to guess about what you're doing. If you have a really nice bit of text, 500 characters or something, just that's updated once a month, that's going to be really strong for you. Then when people type in brick card, it's going to be everywhere. And AI is going to have a really great understanding of who you are. When I first started this project, my project of live streaming, nobody knew who I was. AI didn't know what I was, but I found that if I taught AI who I was and what I wanted them to know about myself, then it starts to pick that up and it gives a really great overview of who I am. And this can work for any NFT, cryptocurrency, or anything else. So you have that list. It's very important as well to get all those names so somebody doesn't impersonate you. And then have all of the notifications sent to your business email. That's also very important so that you don't have to check 30 different social media platforms a day. You shouldn't have to do that. You want push information, not pull information, essentially. You want the information pushed to you. You don't want to have to go and get it. And then about your follower base. So you made a really good point. A lot of these people say, I can do all this stuff for you, and they have 60,000 followers and no views. They've just bought their followers. And if you want to do that, that's a road that you can go down, and it works for some people. It costs a little bit of money. So
yeah, for me, I look at the followers that I have, and I can talk to them.
Exactly.
And to have I've had a lot of people that come and say that I can get you, I can sell you X followers, I can sell you TG followers. One of the guys that works alongside me, he asked me to remove the verification from the TG group. And all it done was add 1,000 bots. They don't integrate, they don't talk, they don't converse. For me, I'm not about selling bots. I want people to be able to hear me and engage with me. So I would just build it organically. I've gone from 0 to about 1,796, I think, or something like this at the moment on X alone, just in the period of time we've been running, which is only just shy of 50 days.
Excellent.
So I see nothing wrong with the organic growth that I'm creating by going into spaces and meeting people, just generally being out there. Looking at what you've said now, I've made a list alongside me as well.
Excellent.
So I'm going to get straight onto the Pinterest and stuff like this. The guy that's doing my website, I actually thought about this earlier on because I had him API my Twitter feed to my website. And I was thinking about it, it'd be good if I had an update section, not just on the Twitter feed, that I can actually go in, it can put in information from elsewhere into the website. So
yes.
I'll be looking into doing that as well.
That's excellent. Absolutely. So that's
that
a plugin. Absolutely. That's like a plugin that just basically mirrors whatever's on your social media. That's great. So
I think good for the traffic side of things as well.
Excellent. Do you have a blue check on Great Card? Okay, excellent. So you're right where you need to be. You've been doing this for 50 days and the amount of followers you have. So I can tell you, I'm pretty sure I shill more than you do. I'm almost certain that I do because I'm in like every shill space. And I can tell you in about 50 days as well. So since like November 1st was when I randomly got a follow and said, you know what, I should go back to shilling because it's a really great way to be able to connect with people. I've gotten 2,100 followers without a blue check mark. Okay, so what does that mean? I'm doing it day in, day out, every single shill space that I absolutely can be, and I'm not running the other projects like you are, and I'm not working like you are. So to give you an idea, like you're in a perfect spot that you've gotten a lot of attention, a lot of people who are attracted to your project, and you like basically what I'm making you aware of is if you did it as much as you absolutely can, it's not like you'd have 10,000 people or anything like that. I think I've basically maxed out in a lot of ways what you can do with the shill strategy. Now, so do you ever think of running your own spaces?
I've done a couple, to be honest with you. I was going to run them every Monday, every Friday.
Okay.
It's just, I'm not. It's not about me being a one-man show. I'm just not really having someone as a co-host, some other people to talk, to be in with. So it's the people I have around me are either camera shy or don't want to talk on the mic or different time zones. It's just a little bit awkward, for that side of things. But I know it's something I should be doing more. I should be pushing more for it.
So, what I was gonna say is your strategy is really good right now. Go to other people who are hosting the spaces themselves. They've got 35 people in there. That's 35 more that you're gonna have when you start them. I can tell you, I've been running the space 24 hours a day, 7 days a week since February, and I'm lucky if I get 5 or 10 people in there with just the account that I use. That's not my current account. That's not the one that you see. It's just kind of a dumb account that I use. But just to give you an idea, there isn't a lot of organic traffic that's just going to come into your space and want to shill. So, like, why have you do all the work of organizing these things and trying to pull information out of people and hearing the same conversations when you can just go to a bunch of shill spaces and boom, hit 50 people, boom, hit 30 people. Some of these you'll hit 600 people, and there's no way you're going to be able to pull that. Now, I'm sure you're aware that many of these shill spaces are basically botting themselves, which is a smart strategy. So without naming names, basically what they do is they get their core group into a space and they've got really good, and then they bot the space like 500 or 600 different, and all these people come like the number one the space, and then they get a bunch of people in there, and then they're able to sell basically positioning to different projects to say, hey, we'll do the first hour and just talk about your project. You've seen how it's done. Don't let that frustrate you.
I didn't even realize that, Rabbi.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Yeah, definitely. So
I was on one the other day, and he said, "What's going on?" He just stopped me mid-conversation and said, "I don't know if he was in there." And he saw us. So I had to go, "What's going on here?" It had like 12,000 followers. It went 11, 10, 9, 8, and it was just weird. I'm like, I've never seen anything like that. And I did see a Southeast Asian one had 350,000 people.
There you go.
Outside of.
Right.
I was like, holy shit, they got some people. How is that possible?
How is that possible?
Now I see.
Absolutely. You should know at any given time on Twitter Spaces, you're going to see about 10,000 people, unless Elon Musk has space or Donald Trump has one of these big time influence. It's about 10,000 people. If I may ask, quick, do you know about spacesdashboard.com?
No, I don't.
Go to it right now. It's the best website. It's a game changer. It ranks every single Twitter space that's currently going on, and it ranks them from largest to smallest. It gives you a lot of metrics on them. So it's spacesdashboard.com. You can also organize the spaces in terms of most recent to longest duration. They organize them through NFTs, cryptocurrencies, investing, finance, world politics, whatever you're interested in, you can organize them. Do you have access to a computer right now? I imagine you're using. Okay, so you're speaking to me right now on a computer. Can you open a new tab and go to spacesdashboard.com? It is something that you'll want to bookmark. Your Android device generally does not have a search function for Twitter Spaces. iOS does. but this gives you access to every single Twitter space that's going on in the world right now. It is free. You don't have to register. It is a game changer. Everyone who I show this to is like, where has this website been my whole life? I could have used this to be in so many more conversations and to network with so many more people. So do you see how valuable it is if you're on it?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So
I do.
so this
Amazing.
it is amazing. So that's some major alpha right there. That site's going to change your life. So when you're looking for spaces, just know that the search function of that website is generally more accurate than what you're going to find on an iOS device or an Android device. And like I was looking at what iOS was giving me earlier today, just a couple hours ago, and it was giving me 3 different Twitter spaces going on. There are 300, 400 English-speaking Twitter spaces alone, and English isn't the highest used language in Twitter spaces. Japanese is, and then Arabic. But you'd never know that because you're just seeing like 10 different selections that Twitter gives you. But when you go ahead.
These are all on X.
Yes.
That's weird because I flick through sometimes and find nothing.
Exactly.
I have no idea. So is it like, I take it it's a location thing or something,
No.
or what they're allowing me to see?
It's basically, since Elon Musk bought Twitter, there's been really no change since the Jack Dorsey era, and they haven't programmed the app to give you all of the availability of all of the different spaces. Like I'll go to my X right now, which I'm sure is very similar to yours, and if I go to spaces, I'm gonna see 1, 2. I see 3. I see 3 right now. Now I do have a search function, so that's when I go and type in the word shill, and then I just find anything that has the word shill in it. But right now on X, on an iOS device, I have 3, and then I've got an Android right here, and I'll tell you what Android's going to show me, and they're both logged into the same account, so there shouldn't be any difference there as to like who I'm following. Everything's the same. And if I pull up X right now, and I go into.
I've got 12 on my laptop.
So you've got 12 on your laptop. I'm going into spaces on Android, and it shows me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So on one it shows me 3, one it shows me 6, and then on yours it shows 12. So in combination, that's 21 between 3 different devices. But yet you go on spacesdashboard.com, and it's this whole new world that you're going to see, and it's going to change your life. You're going to network with more people this way. You're going to be in better conversations, and you're going to be in the biggest conversations. So if I were you, what I would do, you have a very, I would say, professional, calm demeanor when you are shilling your coin. It makes people feel like they trust you. And, they hear a lot of rug pulls and things like that, but you've got some advantages because you're a great communicator. What you want to do is get into, if you can, some of these really big spaces that you're going to see with maybe like 400, 500 people that aren't the normal chill and chills, because those are a lot of times the same people. So there are some people in there, some like people, I can say like maybe off the top of my head, there are 3 influencers, the 3 biggest influencers who are regularly in Twitter spaces. One is named James Wynn. I don't know if you know who he is. He's from the Commonwealth, I believe. And he does a lot of spaces. He has 400,000 people who follow him. Then the next one, his name is Andy with 2 N's, Leon, Lian. And he has over 100,000. And he's like a speaker. Like he speaks at conferences and stuff. Like he's a pretty big in cryptocurrency. And then the last one is Fiddy.eth. Fiddy.eth is in Southern California. He's got 200,000 followers. But what you want to do is get those guys to hear you, because those guys, once they start following you, you're gonna, like that's a really big whale, basically, who's gonna know about your project, and that's what you want. And then when they have a space, you're gonna be, in their conversations, and they're gonna let you speak about it. So those are the 3 biggest. Now there are some other semi big, well, actually really big guys, but they're like UFC fighters, but they do go into spaces in X spaces and talk to people, but they're not like finance guys. So those three are the biggest three that you're going to find, at least currently, within the last month. I'm in every basic space like that you can think of, and I tell you, like I learned people's different uh, profiles and how many people they have following them. So if you can kind of get on in with them, or if you see them in a space, you want to, like, if you can, get your project in there. Now, I can tell you the one guy, Andy Lane, he does not like people who should. So you might just want to organically be able to drop your information. Like a lot of times, what he'll do, and this is just like a secret, like, but I hate to say it, but it's not cheating. Like he'll ask a question like, why aren't meme coins popular anymore? That's a question that he'll ask at the top of the space. Then I have some reasons, but I'll go to ChatGPT and get like a really good bullet point of why they're there, and then I'll go into his space and I'll give him not every bullet point, and I don't want to sound like a robot, but I'll give him like 5 really good points, and they're what I really do believe, but they're easy for me to access. And then he thinks I'm really smart, and then he's like connecting with me, and then he remembers me the next time I come in, and he lets me come up and speak. And that's kind of a little bit of a hack, but like some of these guys, you got to give them what they want to hear, and they want to hear nice, organized, bullet point style kind of points, and they don't want people that just ramble and ramble. And so if
I'm kind of like that, to be honest with you. If it's a shield and they ask me, sometimes I just want to talk. I just want to be myself. And I'm a believer that when you go fishing, you don't try and snag a fish with the hook. You put in the bait and let them come forward.
Sure.
No, let them come to you. This has been my approach with this project as well. Because sometimes you can just piss people off just by keep going on and on and on. And other times, no, you can set the bait, and then I've done it myself with some people that I know you know. And it's just me. I just want to meet them. I want to meet new people. And one of them said, "You're the dev from Brick Card." And I was like, "Yeah, just something I'm working on." But what are you guys doing? You know, it's made them come to me. It's kind of strange, but it's made them look at me in a different way. I'm not pushing it in their face. I'm not ramming shit down their throat. If you want to talk about my project, I'll talk about my project. I'm in it for long term.
Exactly.
So I'm in no hurry to get where I'm going. You know, we'll get there in the end. And right now, it's just like as you're teaching me, building my community and getting the awareness of the project. And once you get to that level, the rest of it will form itself. I was asked a question the other day, Rabbi, and it was, where do I see the project going?
Okay.
And I said, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't know. Because everything I've done up to this point has been inspiration. When something's come up and it's felt good, it's felt right, or someone's mentioned something to me to be doing something or looking in this direction, that's when we've gone for it. So I can't tell you what tomorrow is going to bring. I can tell you that at some stage, something tomorrow is going to come to me. And
Absolutely.
it's going to make my project. It's going to ring a little bell in my head, and we're going to go forward with this in this direction. And that I think is probably one of the most honest answers I could have given in comparison to when I hear people, you know, when they talk about their projects and what they're doing. And I'm like, I sit here listening to it sometimes. I'm like, man, you're full of shit.
Oh, sure.
You're full of shit.
Absolutely.
You know, and I did hear one, like you were saying, about certain people, certain groups that they've got their accounts and get people come and talk about my project with us for a bit, you know. And yeah, I heard one of them say something the other day, and I said, did I hear that right? And then I waited for my turn to talk, and I done my little bit, my little spiel, and then I said, it was just something I wanted to ask, because I thought I heard this earlier on, blah, blah, blah. And the defensive side came in from the host, and I was like, no, I didn't mean to step on toes. I just wanted to know if I heard what I think I heard, because the guy forgot what he was saying and said something he shouldn't.
Okay.
You know, and for someone like myself that sits there and actually listens to what people are talking about, it was like, did I hear that right? Did that guy just say he did what he did? When they reacted in a way to their project getting dumped on, basically.
Okay.
And how they reacted, they shouldn't have said openly that we did this, because now it just shows complete supply control. You know, and it's not like being a dead wallet holding an X amount and use it to distribute later. It showed that you came together with secret wallets and you bought everything up just to make the people stop panicking. And when I heard that, I was like, that wasn't a good thing to say personally. So I brought it up in a conversation at the end, and it was just like, oh, okay, we'll put someone else on next. And I was like, I know I still on toes there, but have your ducks in a row. When you're going to go into a place publicly and you're going to speak, you've got to be sharp, because if you're playing both sides of the fence, you can easily trip yourself up. And people like me are sharp, and I've always been that kind of character, business mind, and I hear things sometimes that I might not. It just rings a sentence in my head, and then maybe a day later I'm playing it in my mind, and I'm like, man, I know I heard this. You know, so I'm just a different character, Rabbi. I have a different approach with what I'm doing. I know you see my shows. I prefer personally to get to know people within my Discord and make everyone go on. Let's go on the video for 5 minutes. Let me see who I'm talking to. Don't be shy. There's nothing to be shy about.
Right.
Jump on the video. Let's have a nat.
Absolutely.
Because it's the personal side of my project that I think is the attraction to it from the people that are holding to this day. There's no one selling. They're holding. They're holding because they can see what I'm doing. It's so open. It's so transparent. I've registered my business in the UK. I've registered my project.
Excellent.
It's not just a meme coin. It's a proper UK limited company.
That's a
I made a
fantastic.
point of doing it. It's a good idea, yeah. I personally think it's a good idea. And someone's going, oh, that's a bit dodgy. You're going to have to pay tax. I don't pay tax. I pay tax. That's just the way it is. It's my way of showing that I'm here. I'm here. There was one project yesterday that I sat down with my wife, and they're getting promoted a lot. And my wife was sat here alongside me, and I said, just tell me, I went, that's the people that are talking now. I'm looking, and it's behind the team, looking at the team views, and it was just emojis. It was just emojis. And I went, now look at my website. Look who's behind my team. We're there. We're visible. I went, how can you preach transparency and openness and about community trust when you don't even have the points to put your own face up and your own name up? You know, you can talk how solid your project is when you're hiding behind an emoji. And I'm like, that's just terrible. That's transparency, all right? That's the invisible man. You know, this is the difference between what I'm trying to portray. Is I've been there, I've been on many a time a rug pull, I've been ripped plenty of times with things that I thought were trustworthy, and then their X account is gone, their TG's gone, they're gone. You know, making yourself and my project so legally bound is what's going to separate us from the others. Really.
I agree with you. I think we're both using a type of strategy that's in psychology known as mere exposure effect. Basically, coming in every day, telling people what we do, and they remember you. And maybe initially, because so much stuff's going on, they may not be paying attention to you, but eventually they're going to become very familiar to you because you're there every day and you're grinding it out with them. And I hear all the different projects that go on out there, and you've got a top 10% project that's being shilled now. It's professional. It's a legitimate corporation. It is, registered. You're doxxed. Like that already puts you in the top percentage of different projects. And yeah, exactly. And you're honest. So you're willing to say, I don't know what the end result is going to be of this coin. People want you to say that it's going to be the next Bitcoin. I mean, that's really what they're going for. And you are honest enough to say, I don't know what it's going to be, but I'm here for the long term. We're not just, this isn't a rug pull.
We'll let the people decide. We'll let the community decide. We'll let it form its own route. It's like a river. It's like a river flowing, and it's going to form its own route. I think that to me is the most honest thing that I can say. You can baffle people with bullshit. When I listen to some people talking, and I'm like, they're just going around in a circle. They haven't really have a use for their project. So rather than try and make one, just be honest and just say, right now, the point that we're trying to prove right now is amongst our community that we're here, and then the community will build the project for us. It was the reason I'm having the DAO. I have one DAO at the moment, but we're we're going to scrap it because it's not our own part. I want it to be part of our own ecosystem.
Okay.
So that to me, that you mentioned about the NFTs, I'm going to be giving them NFT positions as sort of like parliamentary positions.
Yeah, you were saying the 12.
People I don't know.
Okay.
The people I don't actually know. So, but they're holders, and they will decide how this project goes. We will vote as a democratic on what happens with this project. You know, like someone said, you're building a game. They're talking about the game. So the game is the game. The game is a financial asset that will give me the money, hopefully give me the money to put more into the project. Because as the project gets bigger, it will cost more. I'm not taking nothing out. None of my team are taking anything out. We're in for the long term. I'm looking for the passive income side. It's hard to be on this side of the fence and receive a passive income. You can only, I see passive income from the other side, from the holder looking into the business, into the project. They can take rewards from me investing X amount of supply in a farm, for instance. That's a passive income for them. For myself, there's no passive income. My passive income has to be other branches of the merchandise, the website, the game, maybe through X funding for account followings. You know, this sort of thing. This is. I'm not a rich man by any account, Rabbi, and nor do I want to be rich. I just want to be accepted, and people look at me for the person I am. Forget the tattoos. Forget the times I've had a skinhead. Look beyond that. There was a time, Rabbi, I'm going to give you a pass, something that happened about 18 years ago. I used to have a bar in the main town here in Chiang Mai, me and my wife. It was only a very small little place, but it absolutely boomed. And there was one occasion, I was always a skinhead, and I always had tattoos, I never had my shirt on. And I see this elderly couple keep walking past and looking in. And I just said, why don't you just come in? And they got to know me.
Okay.
Everyone else in the bar was pretty much like-minded. There were some people from Sweden, Denmark. It was international. It was a very friendly place. But they're big, they're tattooed, they're skinheads, or whatever it was. And they said, you know what? We looked in, and we made a judgment with our eyes,
right,
not with our hearts. And you know, it was kind of a loving point, because that is us. Get to know someone first before you make a judgment on the visible side, or make a judgment on what you think they should be doing, or what the project should be. Get to know the person and the people behind it, and then we'll go with that. Once you get to know us, you have that familiarity, that family involvement. You can make an educated opportunity. You can say, I can do this, you can do this. Why didn't you look at so-and-so? Why didn't you look? You don't feel threatened because you've become part of it. And this is what I'm trying to create. Become part of it. I don't know how I can make everyone wealthy, because the majority of the people that are in this want to make money.
Right.
But all I can say is that I will give this 100%. I will give it 100%. My wife will tell you, I do not stop. I do not stop. Because I'm zoned in. I've always been that kind of character. Since I was a kid, if I get into something, I focus, I zone in, I take notes when someone's talking to me. I hear things from conversations that ring into my psyche. Yeah, I'm just that kind of guy. I like something, I will just pursue it. I really will.
Excellent. If I may ask, I imagine you do, but do you have an X community?
I have. I've not involved it enough. I think there's like 77 people in it. In fact, I keep forgetting to go in and add people.
Exactly.
I've just got so much stuff I'm dealing with, and it's hard. I need more of me. I need more people involved like me. I keep going into places and saying, look, if there's anyone that has this that wants to be part of this, come in and talk. Let's talk. If I like you, if you like me, and I feel that you're an honest person, work alongside me. We can do this together. I cannot do everything. I know you have all your socials, and I'm in admiration of how you keep up with everything. But I can see you've mastered it. You know what works together, what can work together. I'll get there in the end. Time is my friend right now, Rabbi.
Absolutely. So some just little pieces of advice, I think. What you can do is there are some bots in Discord. Do you have many Discord bots, or do you know how to use them?
I have a young guy that runs my Discord. I've got a few things that he's put in there, to be honest with you, but I don't really use it for anything other than it's for me to talk to people.
Absolutely.
I like it when like this right now. I get to talk with people in there listening, and we chat like we're humans.
Exactly, like we're having coffee. Exactly.
Exactly.
I like that too. So one thing that you can do, I'm really big on cross pollination, meaning like if you're following me on one thing, it's great if I'll follow you on it and then follow me on your other stuff. I'll follow you on your other stuff. You can have a welcomer bot. Basically, whenever anybody joins your Discord, you can say, "Hey, follow me on X, join our community on X, join our Telegram, and follow me on my link tree, and here's our website." Like basically, it's just like a little introductory message, but then people have access to all of your stuff, and that you're just going to get people organically who join your X space. Now you have a blue check mark, so I'm not exactly sure what the limits are with that, but I know you personally, as a regular account, can join 20 people's communities. I would do that if I were you. It's free. It's great to network. Many of these people are just going to say, "Hey, I know we're in the whatever billionaire babies club or whatever, we have whatever in common," and they're going to say, "I want to work with you." But basically, you want to use everything that's free to your advantage, because nobody in this is full of unlimited money. But if you just have your one X community, that's great, but why not increase the amount of network that you have, and then to cross promote yourself? That's really what that link tree does. Okay, and in terms of your X strategy, if you do what you did for the last 50 days for the next year, you're going to have about 10,000 people following you. That's the goal. Like if I were you, I would say that's my goal mentally. You might have like 12,000, but 10,000 separate you as an account from being just like kind of a regular person to being a pretty medium-sized account. So you want to set some goals for yourself. Now on Discord, I know you don't promote it that much because it is a place that you just want to have people come and be able to connect with you. Do you know how many people are in your Discord right now?
How many people are live on it?
Not live because it's in the middle of the night in a lot of places. But how many people are members?
Oh, I have quite a few, about 100 or something.
Oh,
quite a few. Where do I look for that? So I forgot where that is.
Yeah, so it's at the very top of your Discord. It'll tell you how many people are online, and then how many people are just total members. And so it's something that you might want to make just like a mental note. By this time next year, my goal is to have 1,000 people in the Discord or whatever it is. Like basically you've been doing it for 50 days or whatever it is. Now I know that you've heard my shill like a million times, but what I would like you to do, I just sent you a message in Discord. I want you to see at least a little bit of my project, so you know that all of what you've done, all of the times that you've showed that I've been in there, you're part of my project now. So I sent you the link to my YouTube streams. And when you see this, it's going to be very much like Space's dashboard. You've never seen somebody with so many live streams simultaneously. So I just sent you a message in Discord. If you see that, you should have gotten a new message in Discord. And you're going to... And do you see it? It opens up YouTube for you.
Yeah.
Do you see how many live streams I have going?
You got 15.
Now I have at least 15. Yeah, exactly. That's just what shows up with that link. But what I want you to know is that I've been doing this for 4 years. You recognize how big of an event that's going to be when the world finds out about what I do, that you can literally watch my life for the last 4 years from all of these different angles. That's going to be really exciting. It's going to be game changing. It's going to change the world. I know that it will. And so you should know that whatever help I can give you with my project, we're going to certainly have benefits to yours. So you may one day when I go viral, you're going to have tens of thousands of people in all of your Discord and your X community and all these other places. And that's what it's about. Basically, if one of your friends does well, you're going to benefit from that as well. Your project's definitely going to benefit from it. They might make movies about you someday, about your past, what you've overcome, your relationships, and now how you became a project leader and founder, and where you want the project to go. I mean, that's what happens when you network. Okay, so you've got about 70 people in 77 in your X community. You can join more communities. Are you in the Big Steppers Discord?
Yeah.
Excellent. So they gave me my own space in there, so you can watch my life in there 24/7. And I didn't know any of those guys a month and a half ago, and already within a month, you see the kind of relationship that I've built with them. That they've literally given me in a very big Discord, 8,000 people, 8,000 high value, high net worth individuals in my own spot. I don't recommend that's what you do by any means, but you just know, like, you'll get those little extras the more that you communicate with, more you connect with people. Do you follow people back when they follow you?
Always.
Same here. I don't understand why you wouldn't, unless you're like a Manchester United player, whatever. Like, why wouldn't you? It's just
It's courtesy and it's respect.
Exactly.
Someone's made the effort to connect. I don't see why I shouldn't connect back. And I actually went through X the other day and was kind of surprised because my followings to followers was starting to invert the wrong way, and I was like, what's going on here? When I'm starting to look at these people, they were the majority of the ones that were saying, yeah, don't forget to follow the one, and you left the one up, but they were the ones that are unfollowing.
Absolutely.
And I was like, man, that's just cheeky. Wait for me to get into I'm kind of a cheeky character as well. I'll get into that. I said, yeah, I remember you, buddy. You were the guy that told me to follow you. You followed me back, and then you waited until I was out the room, and then you locked the door up. You know, it's people trying to gain their own popularity to make it look like they are a Manchester United player.
Exactly.
I don't have to follow you. You follow me.
Exactly.
I think that's wrong.
I'm in agreement with you.
And if I see anyone I glance over, sometimes you glance over with a mouse that says follow back. Oh, damn, I didn't even know.
Oh, yeah.
I'm kind of bad about it.
Exactly.
But if anyone sends me that FB message, they send it notifications, and I didn't realise I wasn't following you. But yeah, absolutely, I'll follow you back.
Okay, excellent. Do you know how to?
An opportunity to put a comment there as well, Rabbi, for me to say thank you. Sorry, I didn't notice, and now we're connections. Welcome to my life.
Absolutely, that opens up usually the ability to be able to message them. Now, if you want to check to make sure you got everybody, go on X and go to your followers. If you click on your followers and you just scroll down, and wherever you see that button that says follow back, you just click that and just keep going until it's all the way at the bottom, and then you know that you've gotten everybody and you haven't missed anybody. That's really important to do as well. I'm like you. It's just a mutual respect. If you're gonna follow me, I'm gonna follow you. I'm not any better than you are, and I don't understand the people who feel it's an ego thing. Like, oh, I'm only gonna follow X amount of people or whatever it is. It almost tells me something about you if I see that you have a ton of people following you and you follow a very few amount back. It just almost tells me, like, well, who do you think you are? Like, you really think that you're that popular? No one knows you in the real world. So, unless you have, like, I would say, like, hundreds of thousands of followers. Okay, I understand at that point. But there's a professional wrestler in the United States, and he's an actor too. His name is John Cena, and he follows over 1 million people. Now, I know he doesn't personally do it, but his team does it. And to me, it's like, if he can follow 1 million people, then anybody can follow however many that you need. And it also tells me that Twitter doesn't necessarily limit you. So long as your ratio is somewhat balanced, then you're not going to have too much of an issue. But you're not the people who pull that cheeky stuff. I mean, that tells you a lot about them right away.
I don't know why they do that. I know why they do that. It's exactly like the say. It's just people that want to feel that they're wanted. You know, that they're one step above. You know, and if we're not. We're all human.
Exactly.
We're on the same level. No matter where you are in the world, we're all the same.
Exactly.
I have this with my work, Rabbi. I'm a supervisor.
Okay.
But I'm a supervisor that's 2 levels down. And I work offshore, so in my work, everyone always fears this. I don't fear the boss, and I have more respect for all the bosses than anyone on the boat. Because I don't see a person as anything different than another human being. I'll treat you with the respect you treat me. Everyone's a winner.
Exactly.
This is how it is. There's no monarchy. There's no pecking order. We're not chickens.
That's right.
You know, we should respect each other. It doesn't matter where you're from, who you are, what you look like. Doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. We're all just humans, and we're just trying to get through life.
Absolutely. I'm in agreement with you. Okay. Just want to drop some more alpha on you if you're not aware, with some spaces things. So if you ever want to know what spaces are being botted, if you look at the bottom, it'll say like 1,000 other speakers, but it doesn't have all the little avatars. Then you know that somebody just bought 1,000 different listeners for an hour. You rent these things in like hour increments. So if you're going to have a space, you buy 1,000 people to listen to the space that are anonymous, and then your space goes all the way to the top, and then all these people join it, and then you just keep essentially renewing the people for as long as you need that space. So don't get frustrated if you are ever in a space and you ever host a space and it just doesn't have a lot of people in there, because a lot of times what you'll see is maybe like 12 profile pictures, and then it'll say 1,200 people listening, and it's like, where is it? Like, why aren't they speaking? Or, hey, I just shilled myself and like I only got 2 follows out of it. I would yeah. So
They just so as a purpose, so how can they be listening from outside? What programs connect to X that they can? It has been confusing me because I'm new to it. I'm pretty new to it.
Absolutely.
I'm still learning things, but when I see that now, I'm starting to understand it. I'm like, it's strange. So really, in theory, their spaces have had no more than my spaces have had. My spaces have been pretty fun. You know, we all do a little bit of talking about the projects. We're all a bit open-minded. We've had some right jocular ones, and I've really enjoyed them. To be honest with you, I've had some great ones. Yeah, so I didn't know that. I keep looking at it thinking, where were these people if they're listening anonymous?
Right.
Or they're listening externally.
You're exactly right.
Yeah, that's strange.
It is. And it also tell you something about the host and their strategy. And some people have deep pockets and they really want to push themselves, and so they'll have these giant spaces, but don't let it get you frustrated. Okay, so that's one piece of it, one little thing. Now you can listen to spaces anonymously, but they don't get 1,200 people listening anonymously and only 30 listening organically. So if you're ever like, man, I just shilled that space and it had 1,200 people in it and I only got 2 follows, well, know that there's just a bunch of bots in there. Okay, other things. There are differences between iOS devices and Android devices. Which do you use, or do you use desktop or app?
I use the desktop and Android.
Okay, so Android does not give you access to the sound bar, or the soundboard, I should say. So you know how sometimes people have clapping or the horns? That you don't get that option. Additionally, on Android devices, you don't get a search bar in the Spaces app, or I should say in the Spaces tab. On iOS, there's a search bar, and you can search all the spaces. Android doesn't. So you're going to see 12, and that's how many spaces it's just going to show you. So that's why you want to use Spaces dashboard, because there are a lot more alternatives out there. Okay, additionally, Android does not allow you to host video spaces, but iOS does. So I don't think you need to host video spaces, but just know as you grow, maybe this time next year, hopefully Android has the ability to do that by then.
I went live. So what's live? Because I went live on my phone yesterday. I done a 38-minute video, just my first time. I just thought I'd put it up there because I see recently, Rico Big Bags or Rico Moneybags, he's been doing like a live TV broadcast type thing.
Right.
Talking about crypto, looking at fun. And I thought I tried to work it out on the phone how to do it. I carried on working and see a few people were joining, so I just talked.
Absolutely.
And the views I got afterwards was I was kind of surprised. Like within an hour, I had like 300 views on it.
Right.
And that wasn't mine. It was just good to see that people are actually listening. And then I got the opportunity then to tweet that out and have my raiders push that out within my TG and obviously talk about it and get some more acknowledgement, engagement on it. But so going live on an Android, that's not Spaces video.
That's correct. So going live on an Android or desktop or even an iPhone, that is a premium feature. It used to not be. But basically, it's like a video live stream that you're doing that you can talk about whatever you want and you can get people to comment, but they cannot come on and talk with you, if that makes sense, like a space.
Yeah.
Now, there's an iOS function. Do you have Spaces dashboard open still, or can you go?
Yeah.
Oh, if you can, in the search, type the word Rabbi, Rabbi.
Yeah, there you are, top two.
Okay, excellent.
1, 2, 3. You got loads from it.
Yeah, I've been doing it for like almost a year. Okay, so click on the one that's live right now. Do you see one that's live?
Yep.
Okay, and if you're doing it on a computer, I believe you'll be able to see this. When you enter it, and then you should be able to see that there's a video going.
Yes, there is. Yes.
And so you could hear yourself. Yeah, I see you in there. Yeah, there you are. Hello.
So I'm on the video as well.
100%.
Okay, yeah, that's cool.
Exactly. So there are two different versions of like going live. One is a video space, which is what I'm running right now on an iOS device. And then the other one is a premium feature, which is what you did, which is where you go live. Now, I can communicate with people on this video space. They can't be live as well on video, but at least we can talk to each other. When the version that you used, it's just just you live on a live stream. So those are kind of the differences. What's the benefit?
So where is that feature? Where is that feature on an Android?
Which one?
What the one we just had just now?
Yeah, so
you can see me.
It's not on an Android.
It's not on an
It's not on an Android.
Android.
It's
only on iOS.
For the last 2 years, and that's what I wanted you to know. There are some differences between the two, and if you don't know this stuff, nobody teaches it to you, and it's just stuff that I've learned through the years of being on Spaces and such. So iOS currently, they launched this feature in to be able to go live on video in like March of 2024, and it was an expectation that Android would get this functionality, but here we are at the end of 2025 and it still doesn't have it. So it could be any day, it could be never, but it is something that, let's say you start to get popular and you want to do video spaces, because you have a great look for social media. You're interesting, you sound very polished, and you will get get traction, get attention. You can buy a cheap iPhone if you need to, or just wait until Android has the feature. But I just want you to know the different video versions.
It's not on a Mac neither,
no. It may. Let me see that. That's a great question.
I just looked just now and I clicked Spaces, but it's not there. So it would be a normal Spaces.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be just an iPhone feature or something.
Yeah, but there is a way to do it. There is a way to do it on a Mac. So you use something called an emulator. I don't know if you're familiar with what emulators are, but basically it'll allow you to use an iOS device like a phone using your Mac computer. So you would do this through I know a way to do it through it's called Xcode. It's like how you build an app on an iOS device. So if it is something of interest to you, we can certainly walk you through it. Now, let me just see if it innately has this option. Do Twitter users have the ability to go live on video using a Mac computer in a space? Okay, so the answer is sort of, but with limits. Twitter's Spaces feature live chat rooms does support video for hosts as early as 2024. Hosts can choose to enable video when creating a space. However, the video in space capability appears to be available only on the iOS app so far, not on desktop, Mac, or PC, or Android. So you would have to use an emulator if you wanted to do it. But it is something that, if it was of interest to you, you certainly could. Okay, there are some advantages to Android, though, not that many. The one big one that I know, on Android, you can run a space longer than 24 hours. Now, you may say, Rabbi, why would I ever want to do that? I know some people who just want to get their name out there and they just have the space going 24 hours and they put some keywords in it and then it's free advertising. It's that mere exposure effect. The more and more people see you, the more familiarized they're going to be with your coin. Also, like in my space, I allow people to just come in and talk. And it's basically this portal that I give to them. Just say whatever you want. And you can do that yourself. If you went to work and you left your space open, you'll get people who come in there and they can either just come in as a speaker and talk to other people as well. And you don't have to do anything. Or you could set up a friend as your co-host, whatever you want to do. But like just giving you, there are some people who do that as well. So I know a guy who does a chill and chill space from 24 hours. And he does it for like 12 hours. And then he has co-hosts just run it for him. And then he just gets people to follow him organically. Oh, that reminds me. If you want more people to follow you, I think it's a really good trick. So before you go to bed every night, put yourself in the follower for follower spaces. You know what ones I'm talking about? Yeah, exactly. So you put yourself in that space, you go to bed, and when you wake up the next morning, you get 30 extra followers. And then you just go back and hit follow, and you follow them all back. It's like fishing with dynamite, if that makes sense. But you do that for a month. Absolutely. You do that for a month, and you'll get an extra 1,000 followers to your account. So that's something that, just depending on how long you sleep or whatever. So many times, I have 33 different devices. So my wife is over there listening as well. Excellent. Hello. Welcome. Pleasure to meet you. So I have a bunch of different devices, as you can see. And so what I'll do is I'll log some of them in to these follow for follow spaces all day. And I don't have to do anything. People follow me organically. And then when they do at the end of the day, I just go in and follow them all back. And the tricks, that's what, exactly. Exactly. And especially for people who have smaller accounts, this is a really great way to be able to legitimize yourself. Okay, some other tips that I have for people that I give to everybody. You're more professional, but a lot of times these guys have absolutely no background. They might be right out of college. They don't know how to do this. So I teach them to make sure that they maximize the amount of X spaces that they're in, which I told you. So I think you can join at least 20. So find 20 good projects that you like just whatever they may be, but maybe they're big spaces, and you just join them. It doesn't cost you anything, but then whenever they go live, you're going to get a notification about it, or you'll find out about it. But then also people will see you in there, and they'll be like, oh yeah, I know you from whatever community, and whatever it may be. Okay, so join the most amount that you can, which I think is at least 20. Additionally, Discord, with a normal Discord account, non-Nitro, you can join up to 100 Discords. Now, do I recommend you join all the random Discords that you can find? No. But if it's a friend of yours in a Discord project, there's no reason to say you can't join that one and just see what they've got. Maybe they've got a cool bot. Maybe you can network in there. It's always nice when you go in and you're connecting with someone. You're like, yeah, I know you from whatever Discord it is. And if Discord allows you 100 spots, why not use them? I mean, it's free. There's no. The only thing that I would advise you is make sure that if you make sure that it's not like a how would I say, like a controversial Discord, because if it's too controversial, Discord can ban the Discord, and then you can get in trouble with your account if you're in there. I don't really think that's fair, but that's just something that of which you should be aware. When it comes to Telegram, joining different Telegrams is really great too, and there aren't many limits to that. But just the more that you're able to network, as we all hear, your network is your net worth. But the more connections that you have, it's going to be really powerful for you. Some other things that I recommend to people when they make memes, like you're not necessarily someone who makes a lot of memes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't have memes for your own project that you just put in the purple pill, and people just routinely see them. They'll get used to seeing them from you. I'll send you one that I made for someone. It was
I do it quite often, to be honest with you.
okay.
Whenever I join a space, the first thing I do is jump in, make a comment, and I always put one of my memes, one of my sort of regular recognised pictures, or an iconic. If I've created something new, I put some iconic in there as well. But again, it's always a personal to the community, to the people that are in the space. Very courtesy.
Excellent.
It's more of a courtesy message. And I always abide. If they say they want a retweet, I'll give you a retweet.
Absolutely.
I'll like and I'll bookmark all their spaces.
Excellent. Now that you say that, I know I've seen yours. It's the flag of Great Britain in like that old scroll. Yeah, and it's like a square that I see, and I see it quite often. So you're always doing that. What I do with anybody's space, I used to not do this because I just didn't know as much, but I go into their space. If I think I'm going to stay, I like it, I retweet it, and then I put a comment. And that's all they normally want from you, and they'll let you say whatever you want. The bookmarking of it is great as well. They say that a bookmark is 5 likes. I don't know if that's true. I've just heard that rumor so many times that perhaps it's true. But okay, so then you speak in a lot of spaces, so I don't really have to give you any heads up when it comes to that. Other things that I tell people to do when you're creating your social media profiles, you want to optimize them for whatever it is you want to be searched for. So yours would be like certainly the name, but meme, NFT, coin, Web3, whatever. You want all of that text in your name, or I should say in the description of your profile. When I look at your okay, so here's one. You have okay. You already do this. Let me look at I'm going to go to your account on X, and you already do something I think is really smart. I just want to make sure I'm reading it correctly. Okay, so we ain't no S coin. Great, yeah, you do exactly what I think you should be doing. What you do is really smart, Bitcoin. You put your hype Malcolm. Okay, Mal, very well. I'm Rabbi Rothschild, but my name is Michael. But everybody calls me Rabbi. So Mal, you have your link on your picture, and that's brilliant. It's brilliant. You have to recognize you're telling a story with every impression that you make, and I can look at your profile picture, and now I know what you are, I know your slogan, and I know where to find you. And that's really important. What I always advise people is to do that, because if not, it's just a bunch of different pictures that people are seeing in Twitter spaces. Why not give them more of an opportunity to check out what I do? If you ever have the opportunity, and as you build up your link tree, you've got some, I don't know if you can see this. This is your, okay, so like at the bottom here of your logo, put your link tree down there. Then everybody has access to all your social media 100% of the time. And that is a way for people. It's like free real estate, basically. But people will randomly click on that and they'll get familiar with you. But you and I already think in the same way, just like that. Okay, I'm going to look at your profile. Founder of Brit Card Meme, leading the Brit movement, vision, updates, and community growth. Linktree, Brit Card Meme. Okay, great. That's exactly what I would say. All right. And then I see your community. Yeah, it's really good. One thing you can do if you want Do you have your account? Oh yeah, you've got the view more. Excellent, man. Okay, this is great. So you already utilize that. That's wonderful. Um, is your account a professional account, perchance?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So you can do different things.
I've done the same with my TikTok. I actually have the business side as well on the TikTok. Everything's all connected. It's just not quite ready yet, but everything is all verified and connected. I do try to make sure, like I say, by registering my business in the UK, that's to the level I want to take all my socials, not just be an average social. I want them to be fully professional.
That's excellent. That's excellent. You even have your work history. Not everybody would do that. That's great. So they know that you're a real person and what you do. Um, okay, that's wonderful. Um, Normally, I have advice for people for their profiles, but yours is really good. I don't have any advice for you. Um, it's really.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, I mean, you know how it is, but like you already have some of the secrets in there. That view more function is really nice. You can have, just to give you a heads up, you can have 50,000 characters in there. Not that I'm recommending that to you, but you can really put a lot in there if you want to. And then your account is a professional account. Okay, on what platforms can you buy Bitcoin?
You can get them only on Dexes, to be honest with you. To Restream, Radium, Gecko Terminal, anything like GMGN, things like this. At the moment, I'm not in a financial position to be putting them on the real platform. And plus, they'd expect a certain amount of volume and a certain amount of holders depending on the platform.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get on with CoinGecko, and I keep using agents, and all they've done is got me knocked back for one reason or the other, and I really don't think they're doing their job properly. So right now it's a financial thing, Michael. It's a financial thing. I go back to work shortly. My first call is CoinGecko, 100%. And then once I'm in a position beyond the game, because I've got certain payments to meet with regards to the game, I'll have to look at something, and definitely not a Sendex, because someone put me off the other day when they told me about the consistent monthly fees, which kind of surprised me, because I was expecting it once it's paid off to be in a different position, but no, they want $2,500 US per month.
Yeah, no, that's a joke.
That just seems crazy.
Right.
And that's just smaller.
Okay, yeah, no, absolutely not. Okay, what would you do? I'm just putting this out there because I've seen it happen with other projects. If somebody took your logo and your $Brit and put it on Pump Fund, what would you do? There's not a lot you can do.
There's not a lot I can do, but my community, I don't think they can take the logo, can they?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They'll do it in a heartbeat, and they'll pump and dump it. I've seen it happen. So my thought is this, and I'm just putting this out there. And you might want to talk to someone who's more knowledgeable. But I mean, like I'm on Pump Fund just so I can stream on it. I don't want people buying my coin. It's literally just so I have the video record. But it's free to do. It might be something that. So, like you could just there's no cost to it. So basically, you start your coin on Pump Fund, then nobody's going to be able to steal that name and your logo. You'll already have an established presence there. I'm not saying to go out and do that right now, but it's free. Anything that's free, that's going to be, there's the saying, if it's free, it's for me. And in a lot of ways, this may be something that you want to do. But for these ones who want money, get out of here. Now, you said that you pay raiders. What does that mean?
I pay guys to go into my tweets and and forward them on, and basically it's similar to shilling but non-verbal.
Absolutely.
And I have 3 communities of 10 people each. Funny enough, I did get a message from one of my friends just now, says that one of the guys hasn't been active since yesterday, neither has his team. So, okay, I'll rotate him out, and I'll put in. I have 2 particular teams that are really good, They don't just go in and say, "Oh, amazing project." They create tweets.
Okay,
And
good.
They use my memes, and they sort of publicize it that way, and they're very very worded. And
Excellent.
they tend to use blue check accounts rather than ones that have only got 2 followers or 3 followers or something. So
Excellent.
it looks pretty good in what they do.
Excellent. May I ask how much does that cost?
One of them is one sold per week for 10, and the other one is 150 per week for 10. So it depends on how sold is sitting. It's the same.
Okay,
It's
that's
the same.
in my opinion, that's a ridiculous amount to be paying for that service. I could be wrong, but are you getting enough back from that? You're paying $240 a week for basically like 20 reposts and
I wouldn't
likes.
say I'm getting enough back. No.
Yeah,
If I thought there was a better way of doing it and cheaper, then I'd be on it now.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's too expensive, far too expensive. That's an easy service. So do I have a great way around that? Yeah, I do. I mean, there are ways. Okay, so I can just give you what the comparable amount is for the standard rate on the internet. So let me just get you that just to see, because you're just paying a lot of money for that, and I want to keep your costs as limited as possible. Okay, so there is a website that I've used. Okay. Okay. Insta followers. Okay. All right. Let's see if this is the right place.
Yeah, because they tend to get a little bit slack sometimes, and it's a case of having to keep chasing them up. I get up in the morning and I go through, and the first one I put is who's active.
Yeah.
And then it might take. There was a stage they realised what time I go to sleep and what time I wake up. I woke up the other day to a whole load of messages on TG alone saying that I'm really sorry, sir. I know what we've done is wrong. You get burned once, you don't. If you're more for me once and more for me twice, so it's. I don't like to go back over hallowed ground. So if someone's let me down and didn't produce a service, they don't get a second chance.
Exactly. I understand that.
I work business and I work very hard for my money. I don't like anyone that would jeopardize what I'm building right now. This is not for me. This is for my team, family, for my son. Everything I'm doing right now is some form of legacy that someone can take over and continue it. And do what they want to do with it at a later date. Follow the path that it's formed,
Absolutely. Okay. So I found the website that I've used, and it's the best website that I can tell you. So okay, right now let's get how much you're being charged, basically. So we'll say what? You're 300 a week for how much? For how many likes?
They do about. They constantly raiding, to be honest with you. I looked just now and I see there was 10 backed up queued raids, and 2 of them from my profile haven't been touched in a few hours. And to me, that's unacceptable.
Absolutely.
They should be between them, because I'm pretty sure it's only one person with 10 phones rather than 10 people.
Right. Absolutely.
Do you know what I mean?
Oh, I've done it myself. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. So, how many likes per post per week?
For one of my tweets, I'm averaging about 25 likes.
Okay, so for 25 likes of premium users, the going rate on the internet right now is $1.95. So
in the right direction.
Right. So I'm
in the right direction.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna send you this website. I've used it before. I can tell you that these are going to be blue check marks, and I think it's the best website for this. You can get anything that you want. What do I mean? Like if you want Twitter followers, if you want YouTube.
Media Master.
Pardon me?
Is it called Media Master?
No, but I've used that one too.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
I use that one for my TG. I paid it about $40 for 10,000 shares in the TG, and I didn't actually see anything from it. And I don't, you know, I was anticipating a fishing frenzy, and I didn't really see anything different. But at the same time, I had someone else that was doing an invite competition into the team.
Yes, sir. So, if you were, yeah. So this used to be a different website called Insta Followers, and it got purchased. But this everything you can see from the different logos. You can get YouTube Shorts, Telegram services, SoundCloud, Quora, Spotify, Twitch, LinkedIn, Pinterest, Reddit, WhatsApp, Snapchat, Kick, Threads, Discord, Tumblr, VK, Vimeo, Quai, AudioMac, Blue Sky, Trovo, Medium, Likey, Rumble, and these are high quality accounts. And so, what does this mean? You're just getting
500 retweets, just $14.
exactly, and that's what I'm saying. You're paying $300 a month or a week. It's just I had to jump. I had to jump in, and especially if they're not perfect, this is going to save you a lot of money.
Some of them, you know, I called these guys up the other day. I was like, Mike, I don't want to see this no more, because this is almost like someone's doing it whilst they're eating. You know, they put 3 words down and then they copy pasted those 3 words down on the next one. And so when I go for my notifications, I'm embarrassed to see it. So not only that, you have no followers. These accounts have like 2 or 3 followers. You know, the names are just wrong. Even just the names of the accounts just sound wrong.
Right.
You know, it's okay. I promise I'll do better. And literally, I've just had a comment from someone. So I'm just going to send this message to Tom, because Tom is right hand man.
Okay.
Famous.
And just to give you a heads up, they have a free service. If you just want to try it to make sure it works for you, it costs nothing, and it will give you retweets and likes for free. So that's at the bottom there. You can use their free tool every 12 hours, and it will automatically give you 10 likes on whatever post you want. So, I mean, I don't want to tell you how to do business with these reply guys, but they're just absolutely. Yeah,
this looks absolutely amazing.
It is, and I can tell you myself. I bought on different accounts that I've had 10,000 Twitter followers on it for $100 a few years ago, and they stuck. That account got suspended, but it had nothing to do with those accounts. It had to do with what was interpreted as spam, which I understand from X's perspective, but it had nothing to do with those accounts. I can tell you I bought 10,000 Instagram followers with it. I still have 10,000 Instagram followers, meaning they don't go away. It's not like you're going to be getting these accounts back. Like, I still have as many when I created the account 4 years ago. I still have that many. And I can tell you the same is true on TikTok. The same was true on YouTube. I've used this website before and it's always been safe. And it's really nice. You can just use your credit card. There's no like, oh, I got to change into whatever kind of cryptocurrency they want or anything like that. And it works for everything. So, okay, now if you're open to this is this opens up a whole world for you, because basically right now you had a $300 a week advertising budget, basically.
There's the space listeners. I've just seen
you see it now. Exactly. Yes, exactly. So that's what these people are doing. And they just go to a website like this.
It doesn't affect the account. You say it doesn't affect the account. Obviously, I won't go for 500 retweets on the post. I'm going for 25 at that price. Is a damn sight cheaper than what I'm paying.
Exactly. And here's what I recommend to you: create a new X account and just test it yourself. And what I mean is, it has nothing on it. And if you lose it and it got banned, whatever, spend $3 or whatever and have it retweet your stuff. And just make sure for your own good sense that, hey, it worked for that one. It didn't get flagged or anything like that. and I'm willing to start doing this in mass. Not necessarily $300 worth. I want to lower your budget, but really you could do that same amount for like $5. You know what I mean? Like at least and you see all the different services that are available. So retweets and all that other stuff. And frankly, I try to talk. So what you've got is basically like reply guys, and they're not doing their job, and it's like herding cats, and you don't want to do that. What I tell these guys, and I have about 50 guys in the last month who I've helped create their link tree, connect all their social media. And I say to them, you don't want to be your standard reply guy where you come into a space, GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. I'm a reply guy. I will help to promote your account. Send me a job. I need a job. DM me with a job. You don't want to be that. You want to be able to say, my name is XYZ everyone. I am a full stack social media marketer. I will promote your content on my 30 different social media platforms. That would be a lot more valuable to your coin if they were like, hey, I posted something for you on my YouTube and on my TikTok and on my Twitter and on my Instagram and all these other things. And then you'd be dominating the social media platform. That's not what they're doing. They're only literally pressing one button of the like. They're pressing the repost button. They might bookmark it perhaps, and they're going to put the comment on it, whatever. At least their comments are good, but you can buy quality comments with this as well. And anything that you don't like, you could always hide. But there's a reason why these organizations exist. And
sorry, Rabbi,
go ahead.
These retweets, the people that so if it was a like, what accounts are they using?
Yes. So
an account with I suppose I could test it and find out. That'd be the easiest way, just to test it and find out.
Exactly. So you can buy one of two kinds of likes. One are considered high quality likes. The others are premium. So they'll be blue check mark ones.
Okay.
And
which one's the best one? The premium and the best one?
Yeah, I would want the blue check mark ones because you have a legitimate project. They're twice as much as the high the what they call the high quality likes, but they're going to have that blue check mark next to them. And you could try it, just even the free version. If you create another X account, it doesn't take you long. You don't even have to pay anything. Do you see under X it says at the very bottom, free Twitter followers, free Twitter retweets, free Twitter likes, free Twitter video views? If you click on the X icon on this website, and at the very bottom, the last four say free Twitter followers, free Twitter retweets, free Twitter likes, and free Twitter video views. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So what you would do is you create your throwaway account, and then you make a post with your throwaway account, and then you use the free Twitter followers. See if it gets you the 10 people they say they're going to follow you, and see if it gets you the 10 retweets on your post, and see if it gets you 10 likes, and see if it gets you some video views if you put a video on there. And then you can do that every 12 hours for free. And then once you get 20 or 30 different views on there, and you're like, okay, I trust this enough. I can tell you this website, it did get bought, but it's the same structure. And it's the same website. I think they just changed their URL. And they offered a lot more services. I used it like 4.5 years ago for 10,000 Instagram followers. I still have 10,000 Instagram followers. I used it for 10,000 Twitter followers. I had those for years until, like I said, due to my own spam, that account got banned. But it was not because of these accounts. I can tell you that I've used it to promote different posts that I've had, and they're delivered within 24 hours too. So there's none of this, hey, where's my stuff? You start getting these things right away. Like they're sending out an API to somebody. So I can tell you that I trust it as much as I trust any of these services. Media Master I've used before, but it wasn't as good as this, and it wasn't as cheap as this. And so it's up to you. But if you like it, then what you can do is use it for other things too.
I can rely on this service and then more than I can on the guys I'm using.
100%.
They literally wait for me to go.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. So, I would just try it with a Dodo account or just just an alt account that you have. And once you throw a couple dollars at it, you don't even need to. You can use the free service though. And once you say, okay, this is working, I'll try it with one of my posts. And, I can tell you though, I've gone from an account with 0 people to 10,000 people and nobody batted an eye. Now this was years ago, but it's like Instagram. This is how major influencers get their views. They go to they have their manager go to a website like this, and whatever their Twitter post is or their followers, they just type in the number, they make sure their credit card works, and it's good to go. And this is kind of like the cheat codes, but you're paying $300 a week. We got to help you with that, and this is definitely going to help you with that. And then you can say bye to those guys. Thank them for their help. That's okay. That's okay. You won't pay them next week, and you won't ever need to pay them again. But let's just say you use the same strategy for Twitter followers. Now these would be premium Twitter followers we're going to go with. We would free. Actually, we want I want to see how many premium followers you can get. I know, like 4 years ago, for 10,000 followers, it was $100. Now I'm sure that the price has changed since then. So let's see how much it's changed. All right, so for 1,000 followers, or let's see, 10,000 followers, it's $154. So I would expect that with inflation from 5 years that it would go up like that. And they have a deal right now, 25% off with the New Year's code. So if I were you, look, you got 1,000 people in a month, but you worked pretty hard to do that. If it's worth it to you, it's exactly. If I were you, I would get 10,000 for $154. That's half of what you would pay for next week, and that's going to automatically put your project in a different class. No longer is it a startup project. Now you are a mid-tier influencer on X, which is going to be important to you. Now, would I do it all at once?
These are not engaging followers, though, yeah? These are not engaging followers.
That's correct. Now, if you want engagement, that's something that you generally have to pay for. But that doesn't mean none of them engage. Some will. It'll just be minor. Now, if you want premium followers, they do not offer premium followers at this time because they say due to an update on Twitter X, product is temporarily unavailable. It will resume stable service shortly. So they say high quality followers, which is fine. That's what I did, and I got 10,000. I was really happy, and it stayed 10,000. So it might be something that you want to consider, because then when you go into a space, everybody listens to you. If you have 10,000 followers, they know your project's going places. So it's just a thought, and you might want to experiment a little. And they have free services, but this is going to be a game changer for you, especially with I'm glad I asked how much you were paying. So now when it comes to the things that you're tweeting and all of that stuff, you're going to go your Twitter's kind of messy because all of these different influencers or these space hosts ask for retweets and likes and all that other stuff. But then your big tweets kind of get shoved down a little bit. And I would say that there's a strategy you can use where you like the space and you retweet it, but then when you're done with it, you remove your like and remove your retweet. And that kind of goes against what we talk about, where it's like almost following someone and then leaving them, but you don't really have a choice because, and a lot of people understand that anyway.
I remove them from my feed.
Exactly.
Normally, I leave them for a day, and when sometimes the option's not there to remove them, and it sort of appears after a certain period of time that I can delete them.
That's correct. So then you're going to have all of your big tweets there, and so like, what's the most amount of tweets that you've ever had on or retweets that you've ever had on a post?
Oh, I've had a few. I think I'm probably again only in the 20s.
Oh,
Again,
okay.
it's only in the 20s, 10s to 20s.
Okay, so like for 100, with the premium retweets, you can get premium retweets. So you get 100 premium retweets for like $6, and these are blue check mark. That's better than you. That's 5 times better than anything else you've ever gotten. And if I were you, I would kind of just have a strategy that once a week I'm going to put out a post about myself or whatever, and then I'll just promote it, and then I won't have my timeline be too messy, and then people are gonna see it and they're gonna do their own thing on it. Now, do you get other people of the 1,000 people who are following you? Do you get a lot of them who retweet your stuff like organically?
I've got a few. I wouldn't say a lot.
Okay.
I've got a few.
Okay, it's only been 50 days, and so the relationships that you've made are still being incubated, but you'll be able to do that.
People coming to me and saying, like, I heard you talking and good to meet you, just genuine people. Maybe 1 in 5 is genuine, and the other 4 are fishing for some kind of, I don't want to call or something, but I don't go for it. I just don't go for it. And I did have one particular guy. I pick up on grammar.
Sure.
Especially when someone's writing to me. And when I read it, I'm like, this grammar is not related to this person that's talking. So
right.
I know the profile's wrong. I know the YouTube link that he has in his profile is stolen from a real website.
That's right.
Because when I go on that website and I hear how that guy talks, and I see how he writes in his comments, and then I go back to this one. One guy the other day, he wanted 38 for the space. I said, well, why you want 38 for space? You invited me to your space to talk. And now you want to charge me?
Oh, that's ridiculous.
You invited me from another place to come and talk on your space. Now you want to charge me? Now you want to send me billboards? You told me there's a Madison Square Gardens. I'm like, bro, at least pick the same country.
Yeah.
That billboard looks like it's somewhere in Nigeria. And you're asking
right.
me
yeah. You're going to get
I'm
that.
not stupid, bro. I'm not stupid.
No. And you're...
Yeah, he messes with me all the time at the moment, and I'm like, I won't even block you. I'm just letting you talk about it.
Absolutely. You can mute that conversation. Stay diligent. You know what you're... But that's the big one. People impersonating good people, and they're just bad actors. So if you put together... This is what I would do if I were you. I would test the system, even though I vouch for it as much as I can. I don't own the website, so something could have changed. But I would try it on just an alt account. I would try the free version to make sure that, these things are working. Then I would maybe throw out a few dollars just to promote my stuff for 10 likes or whatever. If that worked, then what I would do is I would try on just one of my tweets. Once a week, I would promote it with like 100 retweets. So that's going to cost you $5.90, whatever it is in pounds. And then I'd have it have, so like, let me calculate how much this is going to cost you. So then, and all of this is premium accounts. So then we would get, so that was $5.90. Then for 100 likes, $4.50. Like $10 for 100 likes and 100 reposts. And then I would check. I'm looking to see. Okay, they have comments, and that's new. This is the big one that tells you if someone's botting something. So this is the one that I would try on my alt before anything, because you don't want somebody making it look like you're just botting yourself. But if you want comments, then 100 comments is $6.09. So for like $15 each week, you're going to have one really strong post that's going to get a lot of visibility. And that's going to give you 100 comments, 100 reposts, and 100 likes, which is better than you've ever gotten with anything else. And then when people look at it, it's going to make your project look strong. And then once this worked for me, I would buy those 10,000 followers. I wouldn't need any more followers. I wouldn't necessarily even need to worry about the whole follow back thing. you just want to do that with the legitimate people who follow you. That's going to go a long way. But for the 10,000 that are just bots, no big deal. And then when people see your account, they're going to say, wow, this is a really great strategy that this person's using, because they've grown. Their account it'll be at that point 2 months old, and you'll have had this massive amount of growth, and you'll have done it for a lot cheaper than what you're currently paying. That's what I would do. And then in the future, every week, I would spend like $15 just promoting one or two posts, maybe $30 on some weeks or whatever, if I have something cool that's going on. Now let's take a look at the listeners, the space listeners. So we get a lot of people who get 1,000 people in their space, and so you should know they're paying about $20 every time that happens. And is it worth it to them? Probably to some extent, because this means that they get to be the center of attention, and they get people who connect with them. I mean, I can tell you there's some really big projects that connect with some of these Twitter space hosts because they get 1,000 people in their space, and they don't know that most of them are botted. But what this will do is put your space at the very top. So you'll be able to host a space if you ever wanted to. And instead of getting 3 or 5 people in there, you just pay $20 to get 1,000 space listeners for an hour. And then by the end of that hour, you'll have 400 or 500 organic people in there, because your space will be all the way at the top. And I think that's. I don't think you should be a Twitter space host just yet, though. But eventually, you're going to get so well known that you're going to be able to host your own. You'll get organic people in there, and then on top of that, you'll be able to boost them a little bit. And keep in mind, you don't always have to have 1,000 people in your space. You could just do it at the beginning to get a rush of people in there, and then just let them filter out as needed. I'm looking to see.
It's kind of strange because I've noticed there's a couple of them that have been right at the top, and then partway through the day, I'll go see if they're still there, an hour later, and they're not there, but they're at the bottom with 11 people listening.
Exactly, and it's like, how were they able to do this? How are they able to do this? You were able to get 1,100 people in your space 2 hours ago, and now you've got 12 people. Like, where's the middle section? So you can tell that's what they're doing. The other stuff that they offer, so they offer likes, views, followers. We talked about that. Retweets, bookmarks. I don't really know how much bookmarks help somebody. People say it's worth 5 likes, but I think that could be true, but that could be hearsay. To me, a bookmark is really important, but only if it's a real person who's going back to my tweet and using it as some kind of reference. Aside from that, I don't really look at bookmarks, and I don't think many other people do. Now, they have automatic retweets, which is something that might be of interest. So basically, whenever you put anything, you could get perhaps people to automatically retweet you for a certain amount of time. There are poll votes. You don't need that.
Twitter likes as well there, don't they?
Pardon me?
Just below it as well. They also have the automatic Twitter likes, so they sort of work together, them two.
Yeah. Now, let's see for how long it works. It says, let your tweets gain steady interaction.
Future tweets you post from now on.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting.
This automatic likes page has no time limit, and you will be applied to all future tweets. Now, that's brilliant. Yeah. You can get that what you want. Now, it has no time limit. It's for as long as this company's.
5,000 total likes. Okay, tweet. I see. Yeah, so you tweet quantity per likes per likes. Okay, yeah.
So this.
Actually, yeah, you'd have to test, didn't it, to see.
Absolutely, it'd be one that I would test. If you're not going to be paying a single time that you tweet, you're just organic. However many people liking your stuff.
I tweet today because anything more than that could become spam. And I use Tweet Hunter as well. I don't know if you know that one.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, I like Tweet Hunter. because it allows me to schedule stuff, especially if I was traveling, and sometimes I don't have the internet ability. At least I feel personally that something's happening in my absence.
Okay.
Running that automatic tweet one will work inside of that as well. Because I've actually had to pay for the radio before.
Oh,
I'm not actively going into if I'm asleep, go into my account and forward or share it and rate it. You don't need me to come and spoon feed you to do that job, So literally, I'll be waiting on you, sir. We're waiting on me for it. Just go ahead into the X account, forward it, into the TG account, and then start the race, It's just, it's something I'd rather not be dealing with that personnel, but I could actually be dealing with it automated on a website. So, yeah, this is the change that's coming this week.
Excellent. Yeah. So I would test it with the automatic likes, and if that works, I would jump at this. And I would just say to myself, I'll pretend I never spoke with Rabbi and that I'm having that $300 budget for another month or whatever you would be able to do. And then I don't have to touch it anymore. Every time I tweet something, you can still tweet 5 things a day, and they're going to get 5,000 likes automatically. And you're going to be all over people's timelines, especially the people who follow you, which is what you want. Excellent. Okay. Well, to be honest with you, that's everything in my bag of tricks that I can think of right now that could help you. But I'm pretty sure this conversation was beneficial for both of us.
Yeah, it was brilliant. I really enjoyed it.
Excellent. I'm always here if you need me. I'm live 24/7. Excellent. Great.
A lot of bookmarks here as well now, so that's give me something to work with, and thank you.
My pleasure. I'm always here to help you. So if you ever need me, come on in and we'll talk about strategy, or you have questions, let me know, okay?
Yep, I know where you are.
Excellent.
Cooking chilies and that.
Excellent. Well, enjoy.
Say goodbye.
Take care. Best wishes to you guys. Pleasure to meet you as well.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you. You take care.
Peace. Bye-bye.
See you again.
Take care.
See you real soon.
Bye-bye.
See you real soon.
Absolutely. Shout out to Bitcoin. Oh boy, that's going to be great for him. Wow. I hope we save him some money. He seems like a really great person, really nice individual. What a nice person. Introduced me to his family. Shout out to his wife and his project. Hopefully it saves him some money and just makes his project more successful. Gave him a lot of good alpha, I feel. And I'm going to join his Discord. And I don't join everybody's Discord, but I join his. Shout out to Fanky. What a nice guy. I could talk to him for a long time. He was really cool.
I love helping people. Shoot.
Yeah, what on? Shout out to Heidi. Throwing up gang signs. Living like a pimp.
Oh, that's right. They saw him on YouTube. Thank you. Maybe shout out to you guys. Yeah, you guys are great.
So now we just, that's there we go. That's getting the straight back. That's straight back. That's how they actually went ahead and carried out the straight back. Mitzvah on the Haragim. So now we're up to Harag. Harag means decapitation. Now what they did is, the Gemara says, how you might keep that social beside it. They were literally decapitated with the sword. The Gemara says, first one, you can have Shamal Budosa. The same way that the man of the executes people. The same way
Damn, they're actually getting a lot in this. Oh, it's been 33 seconds. This is that face. I've seen that in the NFL. He's
lack of respect to the dead. Just the messiness of the decapitation is not going to be good. I know that what you do, making it the cleaner, anything as much as
he does look very big like this. It's like
you tell him to make his head down on the ground. The coat takes the coat face.
I mean, this guy's
decapitated with an axe. Does not seem to do much better. Right? You must come along, ain't me some of your brothers music. They say, what are you talking about? Right? That's terrible. Right? That's a sword should be a lot cleaner. Should be a lot cleaner, a lot faster, a lot easier. This is a much uglier death. So kind of, I'm going to be the comment. I do this in the silence. I know that using of the axe is not nice. I know that is not nice. About my ass, trying to come on with the people. I would also prefer to use a sword. But the is halacha, what halacha? If you can say no forever, which means do not follow in the ways of the Gentiles. Do not follow in the ways of the Gentiles. When they administer capital, they do decapitation by sword. We're not allowed to do it the same way. That's what we're talking about. You look at this side of Malaysia, no, we're not allowed to follow in the ways of the Gentile nations when you just want to replicate what they're doing. But if we're already doing the same thing, and we're doing something, and they replicate it, following that standard practice is not considered to be Gentile replication. And therefore, what the Lord said, already said that by his word in the Torah. So because it says it by us, Yes, we're allowed to do even though it's here. You know, they're off against the person who's listening to this. Hug this tiny up, suffering on the local, the one who got their nose. So they can make this up, you know. That's the same. That's the most illegal. Let's remember again, we need to do our best. We have to send reference earlier in the week that I want to know to when a king dies, we burn the possessions of the king. Because of the and the logic behind that is because he's the king, no one else should use his stuff. Devil says he just needs his back, what the Gentile needs to do as well, as a sign of respect for the king. But yeah, we're allowed to do it. Why? Because essentially we had it first. We had it first. So the Gemara says, these people were, and anything that we would do already anyway, even if it's done by the Gentile nations, we're still allowed to continue to do it. And if they don't exist straight of our life, this is a use of our Avasafa, Restream, I'm sorry, use of Avasafa, no, not if I got me on, so if I'm in Syria, if I bring everything to that thing, since we already had it first, we were doing it already, even the Gentile nations start to do it, it's not just going to do Gentile application emulation. So now you have to the Haganami, so you can get through the side of all right, so love you love them. So over here, since it says sword, and I'm talking about this war, and we're talking about war, but since it says sword in the Torah, therefore against death and by sword is something we were already doing, and even the Gentile nations are not using it as well. It is not considered to be Gentile application. We're going to have to stop over here. We're going to try to report the rest up until the Mishnah. We have to bring the first Shabbos. So the Shabbos is Shabbos. The Mishnah, first Shabbos, only each February.
Okay, good morning. Today's stop will stop in just we're going to pick up on top of the days and the days. We've been analyzing the different forms of how Bethel was administered that penalty. So we've been talking about Sheila, stoning, about the Draper, the burning, we've spoken about the diet for Herod, the sword, and now we're going to analyze how Bethel used to perform the Misa of strangulation. So the Mishnah says, Mitzvah Hanachnakin, how did it work? How did they do Kemet? How you Rishnakin also the devil Arak Kuburto. The same thing as we had previously, that they would put him into some kind of manure and some material up to his knees so that he wouldn't be moving around when it would happen. In those things, Sudar Kasala Tolparaka. The Karat al Tavaro. So it's similar to what we had. We spoke about this as one version in the Mishnah yesterday about how they would open the mouth of the person for straight. First of all, what they do, they would put a hard cloth inside of soft one. We spoke about this yesterday. That the hard one is necessary. In that case, was to open the mouth. In this case, it would be to perform the tefillah. But the soft one makes it a nicer form so that it does not actually cause damage to the neck of the person. So you take the hard sugar and you put it inside the soft one and you put it around the neck. That most of that causes so each of the Edom pull in a different direction, pull in the opposite direction. Not for Yotis until the soul goes out. Basically, we choke. So that is the Misa of Kemet of strangulation. The pasuk is going to analyze. The Gemara is going to analyze the pasuk in Vayikra, which says as follows: The east asher yinas es Israelim. So this is the classic source for adultery. A man that yinas, commits adultery with the wife of another man, after Yinat and Israeli, that performed adultery with the wife of your friend. Most Yumas are Noefa Noefa, that both the man and the woman involved in this act of adultery, most Yumas they get killed. So we're going to analyze this pasuk word by word. When it says Eat after Yinat, it's talking about a man, not a katan. So katan who would perform an act with a married woman would not be a case of Ashes in a Torah. Asher Yinaf is Ashes East. So the prophet says that if you perform adultery with the wife of a man, he's a man. This means to tell you not the wife of a katan, which Rashi points to mean that this demonstrates that there is no kedushin by a katan. So if a katan performs an act or attempts to perform an act of kedushin with another woman, they're still not married, and if someone were to have a relationship with that woman, that's not considered an Ashes. The pasuk says Ashes Re'eu, that it says after Yonah is Ashes Re'eu, Prat LaAshes HaKerim. So this comes to exclude that if someone has a relationship with someone who is married to someone who is not Re'eu, which would be a guy. So if a Jewish woman married a guy, a Gentile man, and then subsequently someone had a relationship with that woman, that she is not considered an Ashes because she's married, she's not Ashes Re'eu because she's married to a non-Jew. Okay? Most you must, the pasuk for the answer, most you must know if I know Efes. So this means that you provide, that you give her the misa of strangulation. Because you're saying it's tenek, but how do you know? Maybe it's one of the other misas. Maybe it's kilo, straight, or herod. How do you know? So you say, I'm like, hold up and remember misa of Torah tam, and a Torah l'moshkel ha'achmel el. So Yoshi says, anytime it says in the Torah that you just kill someone, you cannot give that person you have to give them the lightest mitzvah, because if the Torah doesn't designate a harsher mitzvah, doesn't say, for example, tzibor or shreika, so then all you can apply when it Torah just says to kill it, you have to show him or her, you have to kill him or her with the mitzvah that is the lightest. And so what is the lightest mitzvah? We know that this is according to Rabbanan, we're going to that. Kila shreika her of strangulation is the least somewhere case of mitzvah, and that's why Yoshi says, that's how you know that that's what we know from the Noefes, the adulterers get. The Yonasan says, that the reason that we give tenek is not because tenek is the most kal. We'll see why he says that in a minute. Ella, rather, what's the reason that tenek applies in the case of adultery? Because anytime, and we counted this before, anytime that the Torah does not specify specifically what the mitzvah is, then it's the mitzvah of strangulation. How do we know that? So Rabbi Omer, how does Rabbi Yonasan know? Rabbi explains Rabbi Yonasan that Nema Misa B'dei Shemayim, and Nema Misa B'dei Adam, that the concept of the word Misa applies when the Rebbeinu Shalom brings about the death of someone, and it also applies to the word Misa when it is applied by Bezin. Mami or B'dei Shemayim, it's just like when there's Misa B'dei Shemayim. An ordinary person, a person gets, just dies, so there's no physical impact or there's nothing that you see physically on the body. So therefore, too, when it says misa by a person and doesn't specify otherwise, it means the misa that has no motion. What would that be? That would be strangulation. And this is where I asked, well, the name of Streifa, because we just spent time yesterday talking about the fact that Streifa is the leg gets poured in the mouth, so that there should be only death from the inside and no recognizable impact on the outside. So maybe you can say that should be the punishment anytime the Torah doesn't specify. And when it says it can't be Streifa, why? Because remember, what are we trying to figure out? We're trying to figure out the mitzvah of Noah and Noah, adultery, right? And we say it's tenek. Now we say, well, maybe it should be Streifa, because that's another case where the death is not recognizable. The problem is, we know that the Torah took out a bas kohen from the ordinary category of someone who is an adulterer and said a bas kohen gets something worse. What do they get? They get Streifa. So therefore, a regular adulterer must see that they don't get Streifa, and therefore they get tenek. So what we're learning out basically is that in order, according to the way Rabbi explains the Yonasan, anytime the Torah doesn't specify the mitzvah, it's Fennec. Why? Because we have mitzvah to be and mitzvah to Adam, and it has to be a mitzvah that is not recognizable in the body. So that leaves us two cases, Shreifa or Fennec. We say it can't be Shreifa because we know that a regular adulterer, which is the pasuk we're darshaning, it has a different or lesser punishment than a bat kohen. A bat kohen is Shreifa, so therefore it must be that the simplest punishment and the one that annoys an Arafis gets would be a Fennec, would be strangulation. Okay, top of Gimel. This one, the Rabbi Yonasan, could become a fire in Rebbe time. So it says, okay, so Rabbi Yonasan, we know that Rebbe explains the reading because you learn needs to be day tonight, needs to be day Adam. El Rabbi Yoshia, but according to Rabbi Yoshia, we might the Ika Fennec for Olam. So he says, and so Rabbi Yoshia basically said we need to give the lightest mitzvah, right? So the question is, how do you even know that there is a mitzvah of Fennec? Why? Because the Torah specifies Gila, Shreifa, and Eretz. All of those are referenced. But it never references Fennec, it never references strangulation. So if your only basis of saying what should we do when the Torah doesn't otherwise specify the punishment, so if the Torah only specifies stoning, burning, and sword, the aim of Shayat, I would tell you that it's Shayat. In other words, why did he say, if all we're saying is it's the lightest punishment, then it should be sword, because we don't know about Fennec. Rabbi says, I will need to emerge immediately. The fact that there are four mitzvahs, has the Fennec, is the halacha of Mishina. And then once we're left with the fact that there's all four, Rashi explains that once there's all four, and we know that there's Fennec, and we know that the Torah didn't specify Fennec for anyone, so it must be, it can't be that Fennec is Kamo, because otherwise it was Kamo, the Torah would have to specify. But from the fact that the Torah never specified Fennec, but yet we know it exists from the halacha of Mishina, it must mean that Fennec is the lightest of the punishments, and therefore, anytime the Torah doesn't specify, according to Yoshi, you cannot give a harsher penalty. You have to give the lightest penalty, hence the rule that any time the Torah doesn't specify that we give the punishment of strangulation. Now, Rabbi Yonasan said to Rabbi Yoshi, so he said not because, and Rabbi Yoshi said you give the lightest, the most lenient, and therefore, what is that? That's Fennec. So Rabbi Yonasan came back and said, no, that's not the reason. Why did he say that? So if we remember, Shimon in our Mishnah held that Fennec was more somewhere than Teretz, than the sword. So therefore, he cannot agree with Yoshia about the reason we always get Fennec is because it's the least strict, it's the least summer, because it's so good Shimon, and that's how Rabbi Yonasan holds as well. It's not the least summer, the least summer is Messiah, so there must be a different reason, hence we rely on the comparison between these two different guys. Okay, unrelated Dera Abaya. Karen is going. You're like, this is Kilo. You're reading the Osi Dummy in my dummy. The most useful dummy of a man bum dummy. Okay, so long reading of it, this is actually going to become relevant in the next Mishnah, but we're getting a little bit of a preview here. They said as follows, that the people who receive Tefillah fall into two categories. Those where it says Tefillah expressly, and those where it does not expressly say Tefillah, but it's learned out. In most cases, it's learned out from Old Yidoni. Old Yidoni were forms of necromancy or something like that, like people who speak with the dead, commune with the dead, right? So, and that's author. And by Old Yidoni, it is written specifically that they get Tefillah, right? And so what happens is as follows. In Old Yidoni, it's written most and it's written Demei and Bom. Now we have certain cases that Tefillah is written expressly, but where it's not written expressly, those categories also have the words most and Demei and Bom. So we're saying that in any case that Tefillah is not written specifically, we're learning it from Old Yidoni. And what the Zera is asking Abaya is, well, all of those cases have most and Demei and Bom. Which one is there something that tells you that they have the punishment of Tefillah? On the leg, that back into the demand to Bom Gami. We learn it from the fact that one is the demand and Bom and the other. That's how we learn it out. the Eve, the most Yumtu dominates the name Lumber. Because it must be learning out from the man bum. Because if you're learning it out from most Lumos, what would you otherwise do with the man bum? So the Gemara says, Elamai, the man Gambi, you're going to say we learn it from the man bum, but then most Lumos will Lumali. Then what? Then fine. So you're saying the reason you have to do it most Lumos, and the reason you have to do it the man bum is because otherwise, what would you do with the man bum? The Gemara says, well, if you're learning from the man bum, what do you do with most Lumos? So how do you know that proves it? We say, because no, most Lumos we have a report to the Tanya of the learning of Baita. Most Lumos are Makeh. The Pasuk says that the person, you're talking about Ova Eva, he calls the Yado, the Yamas Mosumas Amaka Rechef. He's talking about when someone hits someone with intention that he gets killed, he's a Rechef. So it says most Yumas, it's a double language, and the Bryce of Darshan ain't the element of Mitzvah. Because I only know that you can give someone the punishment that is specified for that. But what happens if we cannot give that punishment and we want to give a different punishment? Rashi elsewhere brings the case. Let's say a guy is escaping on a ship, and so you can't give him, let's say he's kind of strafa. You can't give him strafa, but you have your gun and you shoot at him on the ship or your arrow or whatever it is, and you're going to get him on the ship. So you're not giving him the proper misa, but since it says most you must. So if we can give him the misa that we're supposed to give him, then yes. If not, you must. You're going to give him the misa that is not the one specified. So you see that the word most you must has a limit to be learned, and therefore it must be that the extra word that we learn out that the misa is with tila in cases where it's not specified, it must be from the word zemehem ba. Okay, so the Gemara says, I'm sorry, okay, so Amarle.
Thank you. You are welcome, legend. Everybody goes on. A little advice for you as well. You already have to set up your username right, but you should also, your display name, but you should also set up your username right. Make it, for example, 1T58 or something like this, so people can find you when they're searching for you on X. Your username and your display name have to be matching. And trust me, legend, this is some off I'm putting you on, and it's very, very important. So everybody go and drop them a follow. And also, guys, let's pass the mic to Scott Work. It's called Go, bro. It's freaking rocking it. I think you rock. I don't know. Yeah, man, I go for it. Yeah, I love Scott as well. I love Scott. I don't think he is in the space anymore. He got drugged. But all right, let's pass the mic to Rabbi Rothschild and hear from this legend. How are you doing today, Rabbi?
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. Scales. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Let's get it. Scaling the trends. If you haven't had the opportunity, join the Baby Billionaires Discord. It's an amazing community. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show. This is a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these YouTube streams, the link is in my profile. Additionally, it's in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people in the community and continue to grow every day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Shower program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you are a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Let's get it, legend. Everybody drop roll by a photo fam. He is a true legend. Real quick, I want to give everybody a shout out on the space. I'm going to start from the bottom up. Shout out to Nenji, Maris, Faruk. Shout out to Michael, Sheer45, Shagro, Jenny, Spheric, Paradox, DeFi Murphy, Walid, my boy BK. Everybody shows some love to BK. Everybody shows some love to Liquid. Let's get it, legends. Owen, Royal, Ahibum, Aridun, sorry for that, but it's with a crazy phone, so yeah, bear with me. Becca, Gas, Lightning, and shout out to all the legends on the space. Shout out to everybody on the speaker panel. Let's dive these sequence legends. Let's kill the space to 100 comments in the purple bill. So everybody go and max engage with that purple bill. Let's kill. Let's get the 100 million views on the space. We had a space with the 10 million views, so I'm sure that we can get 10 million views again on this space. I'm going to talk about a little bit about that later as well. But before we do that, I want to talk about some money glitches. I'm going to give you guys a couple of course of things that might work out for you in a way where you get some extra money for yourself in general. So let's dive right into it. So first, I want to go into learning ecosystem participation so that you can accumulate some airdrops. In 2025, airdrops remain one of the most effective value creation mechanisms for crypto. So the strongest current
Yo,
I'm going to talk about
what up, Maris? How are you?
systems experiencing, rapid growth and,
Maris, can you hear me?
token expansions. And these
Maris, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Excellent. Pleasure to meet you. How's your day going? Can you hear me? Maris, I saw you sent me a message, and I'm going to help you. You're a registered nurse. That's very impressive. Thank you for your service. Are you currently employed as a nurse? I hear you're trying to talk, but I can't hear what you're saying. Are you currently employed? Okay, go ahead. All right, you are cutting in and out. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm a nurse, want to start my own YouTube automation. Okay, I'll help you with all that. Okay, so I'm sending you, you may already be employed as a nurse, so you don't need a nursing job. But if you do, I sent you a bunch of recruiters from Nigeria who will help you to find a job. And then I'm sending you a social media strategy that will allow you to dominate search engines, social media engines, and AI. And then what I'm doing is There's so I just I hear you I hear you talking to me, Maris, but you're not coming through. It's very choppy. So check your Twitter messages right now and read through what I wrote, and then let me know if you have questions. I can help you with YouTube automation as well. But first, before you do YouTube automation, you should have all your social media set up. So check your Twitter messages right now, read through what I wrote, and then either type to me or let me know if you have questions, and then we can take it from there, okay?
Okay.
Uh, Maris, maybe just send me a message on Twitter because I can't hear what you're saying. I hear you're trying, but it's just the signal that you've got maybe isn't that clear. So just send me a message on Twitter and I'll help you.
And one of the problems with decentralization is you kind of need people to lead. Is that right? Like you were talking about the KOL reps and like so the tip of the spear decentralized. Like what does that look like? Well, yeah, I mean, essentially what it means is having it's a blockchain that completely basically runs on itself. It has to be trustless. That code has to be trustless. It can be upgraded, but it can't. You can't get in there and start doing stuff to it. There has to be a trustless system in place. You can't go forward in this world financially by having human beings, relying on human beings to press buttons. That's the truth. That's it. So, there's so much skill in this industry. And if it was just focused on creating, because let's face it, human beings, crypto's become very complicated. It's kind of insane. But, all human beings need to do is just appear to be a transaction as an image store value. And, that just needs to be done in a trustless manner. It's got too complex. I think we need to just get back to the basic stuff. I need to share this value with you, and I need to store my value somewhere. That's pretty much it. It's zero. Yeah, totally agree. Touch on the mention of weakness and adding. So as I'm talking this morning, the animals here, it's just a lot. Spoke with you guys. The more I realized that you basically, it's like best match you said. So you can have trustless code, right? That runs basically everything. And so, but for now, what else even if it's real DeFi, you still need central authority at some point level, right? So I'm curious if you still also think DeFi, or like decentralized chain, it was, so, but you also need somebody who can interfere with it, and you to debate you some less biased, less of an investing I think the future is, like I say, crypto's being birthed. It was, we're at that birthing stage, so it's not like we've got the perfect stuff there already. So in the early stages, there does need to be more involvement. But aspects of the code can be locked. That's immutable. That's what we need. But I think in this birthing stage, the idea is to completely remove human interaction altogether from it. So it's just this is it. This is what it does. I think that's where we're heading. That's what we need to. And not think, this is perfect now because nothing is perfect right now.
Yo.
But I think it can, especially
Yo.
Right, well, I hope so.
Yo. Yo. Yo.
Exactly, yeah. This is it. You just blame the others. There's a lot of smart people in crypto, but foundational view is not in the right place. You're just creating tech that's not really for the people. So, it's not going to give us that freedom and sovereignty. That was always the promise of crypto. Or it gets hijacked. Yeah, because the execution of Bitcoin and the decentralization of all the nodes, all that, the foundation is basically the central entity, and they can push, you get a soft fork or a hard fork if there's a disagreement, which we've had a couple. But it's like we need a founding document or something. That was, like the Bitcoin white paper is sort of that. Well, it's the Bible of crypto, isn't it? It's a bit of so it is, and it's interesting, there's so many people that are in crypto now, and they ask these questions. The first thing I say to them is, look, I'll tell you what, just go and read the Bitcoin white paper. And it's surprising what they get out of it, and they're like, wow, really? It's all in there. It's surprising how many people haven't actually read it, and it's pretty standing normal person can read that and actually understand it. Yeah, true. And there are some resources now. It's on audio book, but got a little file with the Bitcoin org version, and then there's something on YouTube that I refer people to. It's basically just audio. It makes it a lot easier. Just makes it later outcomes that are read. Of course, some of it's going to go over your head probably the first time you read it, but I had to spend some time on it. I think it just needs simplifying. Crypto's got very complicated. Trying to manipulate as much gains and yield out of this, and that's all fine. If you've got a stack of money and you're a small one, it's just stick it somewhere and earn some yield off it. There's no issues with that. That should be part of it, but I think there's just something needs happening here. We need to these new KOLs, we need to somehow put them together. We are in a thing. Definitely regulatory. We've just been kind of flying.
Chacham Udifti Ravina. The E, Bimos Yumasu Gamri, Maika Kashrele. So he's saying as follows. It's not entirely clear to me, and it seems in some of the reports are not entirely clear either exactly what the Gemara means here, but it seems to be saying as follows, that when Rav Zera asked the question, which one did you learn it from, he seemed to have a problem, that there was some kind of problem. He wasn't just asking which way is it. So it seemed, and then he was pleased with the outcome when he said he learned it from the Mayambam. So it's clear somehow that Rav Zera had a problem with learning it out from Motzi Matzi. So the Gemara is going to ask, what was Rav Zera's problem from learning it out from Motzi Matzi that was solved by learning it out from the Mayambam? Okay, so the Gemara is going to put forth a couple of choices and eventually come to a third answer, which is going to be the reason that Rav Zera was concerned about learning it from Motzi Matzi. Elema, if you're going to say Ashes Ish Kokashale, that Rav Zera had a problem with learning out from Ovi Adoni to other cases of Misa to say it's Skila. If it's learned from most Yumas, he has a problem with the Psukim by Ashes Ish. Why? Because Lemesi Lumikmar most Yumas may Ovi Adoni. Malahan Beskila, Avkam Beskila. So he says as follows, because if you're learning it out from most Yumas, so then the pasuk that's written by Noah and Noephes, the one we just dealt with, adultery, the pasuk does not say a Misa. And we said that therefore it means chenek, it means strangulation. But why do you say it doesn't say a misa? It has the word most yumas. And if we know that most yumas, you can learn from Movi Adoni that it's chayiv skila, so then don't say it doesn't say it does say it. It says most yumas, which means skila based on the Kereshava. So the Gemara, and maybe that would be Rav Zera's problem if you learn out from Movi Adoni from most yumas, is then you should say that adultery should be skila, not chenek. So the Gemara says no, because I would know not to learn it out from there. It's similar logic to what we said before about Sreifa. He's saying as follows, that once I know that the Torah took the punishment of Arusa and made that a more serious punishment and gave it skila, so it took it out of the punishment of chenek, right? So now, if you're telling me every case of adultery is chenek because I would learn it from most yumas, from Ovi Adoni. I'm sorry. If you tell me that every case of adultery is skila, because I learn out from most yumas, then what's the special punishment you're giving to an arusa over a nesua? So we would know that Eshet Ish can't be skila, so that couldn't be what's bothering her there. We say, okay, no, rather, Rav Zera was bothered. If you learn it out from most yumas, he has a problem with our halacha of someone who hits his father and mother. Because so he says as follows, he says, why not learn that someone who hits his father or mother, where it's written most yumas, that they would in fact get skila, and yet we say that it gets herek. The Gemara says, at the government, they all be a living room, they HSE. He says, no. Even he says that's not a problem, because if you're telling me that the problem with learning it out from most yumas is the fact that the word most yumas are written by someone who hits his father and mother, and so instead of saying it's strangulation, instead you should say it's stoning, because I wouldn't do that. Why? Because when I have the pasuk written by hitting a father and mother, I have the word most yumas written. So I can either compare that to Ovi Adoni and say it's skila, or I can compare it to Eshet Ish, which we just established is strangulation. So if I'm given that choice, strangulation or skila, I'm always going to choose strangulation, because that's the easier punishment. So therefore, I would not be. It is not a problem to learn from most yumas, because I would know not to change the halacha of Makal from chenek to skila, because you're given a choice, and given a choice, you'll always choose the more powerful. So the Gemara says, on the way, turn the stone to value for calcula. He's saying, no, that's exactly the problem. Because he says, if you're learning from the word most yumas, then in every case, let's take any of the cases we learn out from Ovi Adoni, you can say the word say most yumas. So you say, well, okay, fine. So it's written most yumas by Eshet Ish, and it's written most yumas by Ovi Adoni. By Eshet Ish, we know it's strangulation. By Ovi Adoni, we know it's stoning. You always pick the lighter punishment. So that's the problem, is that in every case you're faced with this choice. Do you learn from Ace or Obidoni, and really you should learn from Ace. So that was Zera's problem. So how is it solved as you learn from the man bum? Because the words the man bum are not written by the case of Ace. We just dealt that puzzle before. It didn't have the man bum. So therefore, if your limud from Obidoni to the words the man bum, so then you learn out to all those cases, which we're going to learn in Mr. Shem about how you learn from the man bum. So then it's fine. But if you're learning it out from both Yumas, then you have a problem because you know that Ishish is only strangulation and Obiadoni is Skila. You would learn out from Ishish instead of learning from Obiadoni. So that was their problem. And therefore he was happy with the answer that the source for learning from Obiadoni is the man bum, in which case that's a straight comparison, and there's no confusion with Eish. Okay, Mishnah and Gimel and Aleph. So we've now outlined how you do all of the forms of Misa, and we're now going to break it down to who gets what forms of Misa. So we're going to deal with people who get Skila. The Mishnah has 18 cases. Someone has a relationship with his mother. Galatians or the wife of his father, who's not his mother. We'll get into that in a minute. Yalakala, someone has a illicit relationship with his daughter-in-law. Yalazachar, someone who commits an act of homosexuality. Yalzahema, someone who commits an act of bestiality. Vayisha Mebiyas Abahema, that if a woman commits an act of bestiality, Vamagade, someone who is blasphemes Hashem, curses Hashem, someone who does Avodah Zarah, someone who puts his children, most was a form of service where they would take their children and put it through over a fire. Rashi points out that this mission is obviously going according to the view that Molech is not a form of Avodah Zarah. It was just a dark Amori or the pagan practice of some sort, because otherwise, if Molech was in fact Avodah Zarah, it would have been covered by the category we just said, Avodah Zarah. Okay, so technical detail. Yadoni, someone who, as we referenced before, seeks to communicate with the dead. Makala Shabbos, someone who does Makala Shabbos, who's kind of feel about Makala of the emo, someone who curses his father and mother. Rashi points out, and this has many implications, we won't get into it. Rashi points out it's interesting that someone who curses his mother and father is a harsher punishment of Gila than someone who hits his mother and father, because someone who hits his mother and father only gets strangulation. So Rashi points out because, and even though you would think that maybe hitting is worse, the fact is that when someone hits their parents, so they've done an avera with their parents. When they curse their parents, not only have they done an avera to their parents, but they've also used Hashem's name in vain, and so it's a double whammy, a double avera, and therefore it has the harsher misa of skila of stone. Bahaba anara murasa, as we talked about before, that someone, if you have a nara between 12 and 12 and a half, who has had erison, then that is the skila. Bamesis, someone who gets another person to perform avodah zarah. Bamedia, someone who we talked about this before. The Mediach is the one who got people in the Yerni Dakas. He got most or all of the cities that serve avodah zarah. Those are separate categories. We'll see why. Bamachashe, someone who is who does sorcery or magic. Ben Torah Mora, we're now in the 7th paragraph, and the next paragraph deals with this extensively. Is someone who has shown that he's going down a bad way, and therefore he gets killed even before he does some of those things. Okay, so now we've completed all of those categories that get skila. So we're going to start to analyze them, and this first thing that we're going to analyze is what is going to occupy us for the rest of today. Haba ala aim, someone who has a relationship with his mother. Chayav ala mishum aim, mishum eshes ab. Is chayav for having a relationship with his mother and for having a relationship with the wife of his father, because his mother is the wife of his father, or could be the wife of his father. So if it is, Rashi points out that what's the difference? And once he's having a relationship with his mother, what's the difference, 1 or 2? So the question would be, if he does it on purpose, okay, he gets killed either way. But if he did it by accident, as Rashi points out, that since it is something that if it's done on purpose and a person cannot get killed, they would get courage. And we know if someone has a punishment that they do by accident that would otherwise have courage, then they have to bring a chatas. And as Rashi points out, we see in the Gemara in Makkos that you can be high of multiple averas. So therefore, the significance would be that if someone by accident had relations with his mother, thinking it was someone else, perhaps, that in that case he would have to bring 2 katos. He would have to bring 2 carbon katos. But if it's on purpose, he just gets killed because they're both skila. Okay, So the Tanakama of our Mishnah holds that if someone comes that has a relationship with his mother, he's over on two different prohibitions. So in that case, if someone has a relationship with his mother who is not out of wedlock, meaning was also the lawfully wedded wife of his father, he is chayav only one. Which one is he chayav for? He's chayav for the relationship with his mother. He is not chayav for the relationship with the wife of his father. Okay? Now the mission continues. Someone who comes on the wife of his father, which would mean someone that is, as Rashi points out, either married his father after this child was born, or else someone who was born out of wedlock, and so therefore. I'm sorry. So it's talking about a case. It's just someone who is not his mother, but just his father. So the Gemara says, "Chayv mishum eshes av, mishum eshes ish." So now we're talking about a case where the father is still married to this woman, and so therefore he's chayav on eshes av and he's chayav on eshes ish. So two love. Now this is whether the father's alive or dead. Now, as Rashi points out, that's true only for the Isser of Eshes Av, but not for the Isser of Eshes Ish. Because if a woman is married to a man, and then the man dies, she's no longer an Eshes Ish. But the Eshes Av, the fact that this woman was married to his father, is significant even after his father dies and he cannot have a relationship with her. Whether his father had Erison with her or whether his father had Nesuin with her. So someone who has a illicit relationship with his daughter-in-law, so if his son is still married to this woman and he has a relationship with her, so then he's done two lavim. First of all, it's his daughter-in-law. Second of all, she's a married woman. This is true whether his son is still alive or not. And again, Rashi points out, not on the HT's part, but just on the daughter-in-law part, that he's chayav, even if his son has died and he has relations with his former daughter-in-law, that is still actionable. And again, whether his son was married to this woman, his daughter-in-law, only through Erison or also through Nisuin. Okay, so says the Gemara, Tanya, we learned in a brisa. Now let's just review what the Mishnah said because the brisa is going to say something different. We had in my focus as follows: if someone had relations with his mother, so we say that he is chayav for relations with his mother and for relations with his father's wife. Now, Tosfos points out, by the way, that you could also add Eshes Ish if you assume the father's married, but I think that would just confuse us. So the left it assumes that the father subsequently died. So you're now dealing that he had a relationship with his mother after the father died, and the Mishnah said, the Tanakama said he's over. He violates both the prohibition on relations with his mother and the prohibition on relations with the wife of his father. Okay? So, and Rabbi Yehuda said to that, no, he only violates the prohibition on relations with his mother, but not on the prohibition on relations with his father's wife. Tanya Rabbi Yehuda Omer, so in the Bryce it says something different. It says that Rabbi Yehuda says, in Lo Yehoisas Imo Rubuya La'aviv Eino Chayev Elo Mishum Ha'ein Bobad. So in our Mishnah we said, no matter what, if someone has relations with his mother, if someone has relations with the mother, he's only over on that relationship, not with the wife of his father. The Brisa here seems to be saying that when is he only over, is he only violate the restriction on his mother, but not on his father's wife, is if his father was married to this woman inappropriately. In that case, he's not chayav for his father's wife, only for his mother. So the Gemara says, well, let's analyze this Brisa for a minute. My Enaruyalo, what does that mean that he was not supposed to marry her? If you're saying that he was married to a woman that he's totally not allowed to marry, for example, let's say his sister, right? So Mechlal, so then that's what's the problem with that Mechlal, the Rabbanan. So if that's what Rabbi Yehuda is saying, that if someone's married to his sister and has this child, that the child is only over for the relationship with the mother, but not for the wife of the father. That you're saying, so then the Rabbanan who argue Rabbi Yehuda and say that he's chayav for both, would you possibly suggest that if someone's father married a woman he wasn't allowed to marry, that she should be over on marrying marrying her father. I'm sorry, his father's wife. That doesn't make sense because Allah is like kedushin begavo. But that doesn't make sense because you cannot hold the person accountable for having a relationship with his father's wife if the woman was not his wife. Because if kedushin doesn't work, if kedushin is not tofet, you can't call it his wife. So the Gemara says, so it can't be talking about chayve mises bezin or chayve krisus, but rather ela chayve lavin. It must be talking about if his father was married to this woman in a way that was over on a lav. For example, Rashi says that his father married a mamzer or a nisin, or his father was a kohen who married he shouldn't have married. Those are chayve lavin. Rabbi Yehuda savarlak Rabbi Akiva the Amar ein kiddushin tofsin b'chayve lavin. And Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva, who says that kiddushin are not tofis b'chayve lavin, and so therefore that's the reason that Rabbi Yehuda is saying. The Yehuda is saying that according to this view, that he's only the reason he's only chayav for his mother, but not for his wife of his father, is because Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva that in fact that chayve lavin, let's say someone marrying a mamzer, is just like someone marrying his sister. Kiddushin is not tofes. If the kiddushin is not tofes, you can't say that this woman is his father's wife. If the woman is not the father's wife, then he can't be held liable for having a relationship with his father's wife, and therefore it's only he's only over on the prohibition of being married to his mother, of having a relationship with his mother, but not with his father's wife. Okay, so that is the brisa, the understanding of Rabbi Yehuda and the brisa. So what's the difference between the brisa and the Mishnah? The Mishnah, Rabbi Yehuda says, a person who has a relationship with his mother, who's a lawfully wedded wife, who whether lawfully wedded or not, or chayve lavin wedded, is only chayav for relationship with his mother, but not for wife of his father. Whereas Rabbi Yehuda of the brisa says that when is he only over on his mother is if his mother and father weren't lawfully wedded, which is the reason that he can't be over on having a relationship with his father's wife. Okay, so that's the difference between the brisa and the Mishnah. Now, the Mishnah, the Gemara is going to get into a side topic of trying to figure out, is it true that Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva? Because to understand this brisa, we said that Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva, and now we're going to say maybe that's not true. So Maser Rav Yoshi or Maser Rav Shaya asks as follows: Isser mitzvah, Isser kedusha, choltos v'lo misyavmas. Okay, so let's take a minute to explain this and remember from our Yavamus days. So we know that if a man dies and he doesn't have children, his brother marries his wife, and which would be Yivam, and if not, he does chalitza. Now, let's say someone is married to someone that the Yavama cannot fall to him. So, for example, let's say there's two brothers, one of whom marries the daughter of his brother, so marries his niece, which actually is something that Torah encourages, it's not a problem. So then it marries the niece, right? And so that's a perfectly valid marriage. But what happens? The brother who is married to the niece now dies, and so his brother's supposed to do yibum. But who's the wife of his brother is his own daughter. So he's not allowed to be married to his daughter. So therefore he can't do yibum. And because he can't do yibum, and there's no question of yibum, he's not even relevant to chalitza, nothing doing. So that if an erva falls to a yavam, then that's not yibum, no chalitza. However, there is a case where someone, a yibama, can fall to someone who it's not a chayve krisus. It's not a case where it's not a case like that, but rather it's a case where there's only an isser. It's only an isser drabanan for them to get married. So in which case, minat Torah, you could do yibum, but the drabanan, they're not allowed to get married. So therefore, we don't want them to do yibum because they're not allowed to get married with drabanan. But we can't say that she can go free to the world because minat Torah, they should have done yibum or chalitza. So therefore, we forced her to be chalitza. So we're saying there's two cases: isser mitzvah and isser kedusha, which are do chalitza, not yibum, because it's only drabanan. We'll explain what those are in a minute. On the base, isser mitzvah shnios mitzvah sofrim. So what does it mean when it says isser mitzvah? It's talking about the shnios which the Chachamim put in, which were basically people who were similar to the Torah's erva. So what is a good example, a classic case of a shnia, would be for someone to marry his grandmother. It doesn't say in the Torah you can't do that, but Chazal said you shouldn't marry your grandmother. So that's a shnia. That is a secondary erva, which is only Rabbanan. So therefore, if someone's brother, and they do not share a mother, someone's brother married his brother's maternal grandmother, and then the maternal grandmother fell to the person as a Yavama. So the problem is, Minatorah, they're allowed to get married. So you should have to do Yibum or Chalitza, but Midrabanan, they're not allowed to get married. So therefore, we say you do Chalitza, you don't do Yibum. Okay, so that's the Tana says this, as Rashi points out. The Gemara interjects and says, "My karilu Issa mitzvah." Why do you call it Issa mitzvah? Shem mitzvah l'shmo divrei chachamim, because this is something that chachamim put into place. It's a mitzvah to listen to chachamim, so that's why we call it Isser mitzvah. It's an Isser that comes through the mitzvah of listening to Chazal. Okay, so that's one case where we do Chalitza and not Yibum. Isser kedusha. What about Isser kedusha? Is a case of Almana l'kohen gadol, grusha v'chalutza l'kohen hedyot. That if you have someone is married to a woman and he dies and the wife falls to the kohen gadol, she's by definition an almana. A kohen gadol is not allowed to marry an almana. Minat Torah. So therefore we say that is an Isser lav. Now you might ask, I said before that both cases we're talking about a drabanan. The Isser of an almana to kohen gadol is a deraisa. So why did I say that? As Rashi points out, because in reality, though, you would say that you should do Yibum, you could do Yibum anyway. Why? Because Esay Del Chalosa, say a positive commandment negates a negative commandment. So there's a negative commandment that a Kohen Gadol should not marry an Almana, but there's a positive commandment that he should do Yibum. So in Torah, you would say Esay Del Chalosa. So why did Chazal not want them to do? Because we've encountered actually during this Masechta in a different context, but the idea is that when you have an Esay Del Chalosa, say, is only would forgive the first act of Bia. So that when they do Bia, he does the mitzvah of Yibum. At that point, he no longer has the mitzvah to be married to this woman, and yet he's the Kohen Gadol, he'd be married to an Almana. So Chazal said, we'd rather he not do Yibum because we're afraid that if they do Bia Rishona, they'll do Bia Shnia. So therefore, it ends up, even though the Isser, Almana Kohen Gadol, the Daraisa, it's only because Rabbanan didn't want to apply Esay Del Chalosa, say, so the reason he's not supposed to do Yibum is Midrabanan. So in both cases, Midrabanan, and therefore you have to do Chalitza. You can't say it's like a regular case of Erva because where there's no need for Chalitza, because in this case it's only Erva Midrabanan. So Amana another Grusha Chalitza Kohen Hedyot. That's a case of Isser Kedusha. But my Kari Lu Isser Kedusha. Why do they call it Isser Kedusha? It's clear Kedoshin Yil Lehem that the Kohanim should be kadosh to their God, so that we call matters of Kohuna getting married Isser Kedusha. Okay. The Tanya Allah, we learned on this. Rabbi Yehuda switched it and said no, that when you're dealing with things like shniyos, those are Isser Kedusha. And when you're dealing with things like Kohen Gadol, Amana Kohen Gadol, you're dealing with mitzvah. Why? Because he says that why do we call it kedusha when it's the shnia? Like for example, that someone should marry his grandmother. It's because Rashi says kadesh law. You should make a siyag. You should do something to be careful they don't get messed up. So since grandmother similar to other things, we say you shouldn't do it. It's a siyag. Kadesh law. You should sanctify yourself with something that's permitted to you and make it impermissible to you. So that's why it's kedusha. And mitzvah is because Rashi says, because at the end of Sefer Vayikra, when you finish all the mitzvahs of Kohuna, it says Elah HaMitzvahs. So that's why he calls it Isser Mitzvah. So what do we have? We have the Rabbi Yehuda came on a very technical level. He said, okay, we have this price that says by these Durabanan different relationships, which he calls the Yibum. Since the Durabanan, we don't want them to do Yibum, they do Chalitza. And they called it Isser Mitzvah and Isser Kedusha. And and the Tana explained, why do we call it each one? And Rabbi Yehuda said, no, come switch it. Rabbi Yehuda was not arguing on the basic halacha, right? He was just talking about why it is. So he said, Rabbi Yehuda, Chalufi Yehuda Machlef. So we said, all he's doing is he's switching which case you call Isser Kedusha, which you call Isser Mitzvah. Ha-Chalitza Bai, but at the end of the day, he agrees with the basic halacha that you need Chalitza. What's the problem with that? Because we just finished saying that Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva that Kiddushin is not kosher by Chayvei Lavin. That Kiddushin doesn't work when someone is just usher by love, but not by Kare. So he says the Isal Kedaita. And if you're going to say that Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Akiva, that Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva, that Chayve Lavin Kedusha is not Tosfos. Misty, let's see, Chayve Lavin and Rabbi Akiva, Chayve Krisis dummy. That Chayve Lavin, according to Rabbi Akiva, are just like Chayve Krisis, and Kedusha doesn't take effect. And so, like I said before, the Chayve Krisis Lav B'nei Chalitza V'Yibam Ninu, and the Chayve Krisis are not B'nei Chalitza V'Yibam. So where a person fell, where he felt that his daughter became his Yibama, there's no Chalitza, there's no Yibam. Why? Because there's an Isser Krisis and Kedushin is not Tofes. But according to Rabbi Akiva, Kedushin is not Tofes even by Chayve Lavin. Like, for example, Amana L'Kohen Gadol. So why did you tell me Rabbi Yehuda is not arguing with the basic halacha that Amana L'Kohen Gadol should do Chalitza? But why should he do Chalitza? Because according to Rabbi Akiva, Kedushin is not Tofes. So the Gemara says, so that's a question on saying that Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva. So the Gemara says, the Tanakama Kamer, the Lay Lo Svirle. He said no, that all Rabbi Yehuda was doing was coming to say, I think what you call this a mitzvah should call this a kedusha. I think what you call this a kedusha should call this a mitzvah. But he wasn't coming to opine on the basic halacha, and in fact, he would disagree because he holds like Rabbi Akiva that Chayve Lavin is not Tofes, Kedusha is not Tofes, and therefore there would be no need to do Chalitza. There's no Yibam and there's no Chalitza because Kedusha is not Tofes. Okay, fine. So we now have, what do we have? We have a Machlokas. We have our Mishnah that says that Yehuda's halacha, that he's only kaya for relations with his mother but not his father's wife, is in a case where it's an inappropriate marriage. And the Tanakama says, no, regardless, even if it's his mother who's the lawfully wedded wife of his father, he's only kaya for the relationship with his mother according to Yehuda. That's what our Mishnah said. The answer is Yitzhak, Tani Kedisnan, Yehuda, Tani Kedisnan. That when Rabbi Yitzchak came, he brought his teaching like we learned in the Mishnah, which is what Rabbi Yehuda Amar says in a Chayav on Shema Ein Bavad, that he's only Chayav for relations with his mother, but not for relations with his father's wife. Okay, so we've now resolved the point of Rabbi Yitzchak that we go with our Mishnah, not with the Brisa. So now the rest of the Gemara is going to try and figure out what is the reason that Rabbi Yehuda says that he's only Chayav for his mother, but not for his father's wife. The time of my, what's that reason? I'm going to buy. Abai says, the Pasuk says, Imcha he. Okay, so he says as follows: that the Pasuk, there's two psukim written by a father, by a father and his wife, which is as follows. The Pasuk in Vayikra, Pasuk Zion says, Ervas Avicha, the Erev of your father, the Ervas Imcha, and the Erev of your mother, Lo Sigala, you should not uncover. Imcha he, she is your mother. Focus on those words. Lo Sigala Erva Sa, do not reveal her Erva. So this is the pasuk that's written by someone. This is his mother. The next pasuk says, "Erva Eishes of Yisrael Lo Sigala," that the Erva of the wife of your father you should not uncover. Erva Tavisa, who is the Erva of your father. So there, it's talking about someone who is married to the father. It's not discussing. Whether it's his mother. Okay. So we say so. The issue is as follows. It says you should not uncover your mother. Imcha he, she is your mother. That is an exclusion to say that when someone has relations with his mother, Imcha he is over the isser of his mother, but not the isser of the wife of his father. So the Gemara said, well, that's the drasha elameata ervatatius of Ichalo Sagala Erva Sadicho, who the next pasuk test, which I read, said that the erva of the wife of your father you should not uncover. It is the erva of your father. So when it says it is the erva of your father, you should so that seems to be saying that you are that he's only chayav for the wife of his father, but not for the relationship with his mother. So if you're saying imcha he tells you only for the mother, then why not say erva Savicha, who that tells you only the wife of the father? In order to have conflicting things. Ela imo he ancient of his koyhaka l'mayit like the koyhaka l'mayit law. So he says, but here's the problem. So you're going to end up with a drasha as follows: that one drasha tells you you're only chayav for your mother, but not for your father's wife, and the other one says you're only chayav for your father's wife, but not for your mother. So we could say, okay, those are each saying one case. One is talking where he was married, and one was talking where he wasn't married. So right? So there was one was wedlock, one was legitimately married. So you're covering both cases. But the problem is, if you have these conflicting limudim, what happens in the case where it is his mother and it's the wife of his father? So we're going to end up with a case. Hasta imo she'eno eses aviv. I'm sorry. So he says, Hasta imo she'eno eses aviv. If it's his mother who's not, meaning he was born out of wedlock, and it's not the wife of his father, Machayas. Eses aviv she'eno imo, or it's the wife of his father who's not his mother, also Machayas. But imo, in the case of his mother, shehi eses aviv, that's also married to his father, lo Machayev klal. Then he wouldn't be chayav at all. So that's a bizarre result. So if you have one pasuk that tells you when it's
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. May I please share my project with everyone? Right now I've got coffee. What did you say, Chuggett? No, I don't generally drink. That means I'm smooth? No, I don't do that either. Baby, I'm perfect. What do you want me to do about it? I'm as close as they come. One 100%. Of course, I'm following them, and I'm following everybody else that I can in this room. I've retweeted. Absolutely. Why don't you just look at my profile, my man? Absolutely. I reposted. I commented. I liked. I did everything. You tell me what else you want me to do. I don't know if I can do that, but I can name 10 Nigerian universities. All right, well, in place of it, can I name 10 Nigerian universities? Can you name 10 Nigerian universities? Target, I asked you a question. Can you name 10 Nigerian universities? My man, I know you're telling tales out of school because there aren't millions of them. There aren't millions of Nigerian universities. There's a limited amount. I'm saying that I can name 10, at least 10 Nigerian universities. I want to know if you can. Yes, it does. I'll tell them to you right now. There's Fountain University, there's Mountaintop University, there's University of Joe's, there's University of Lagos, there's, just one moment, Crescent University, there's Hallmark University. If you want to count uniformed universities, then there's like the Police Academy and the Maritime Academy. There are a lot of universities in Nigeria. You should know this. It most certainly is not fake. You can go to the Wikipedia right now and see that these are real universities with real students. That doesn't matter. No, I haven't been to Nigeria before, but all I want to do is tell you about my project. Yes, there is. I'll tell you all about it. Just just one moment. Yo, Aeon, I'll be with you in a second, my friend.
Olive wants to say something. Olive is raising her head. Olive. Yeah, so when I wanted to talk, you can say, no, I forgot something. So yeah, she's got me in the house in light of Dollar. I see key, I see she, I see, I can see Papa JJ, your banner, that's South Africa. Yeah, Kushi, your name is too long. Haven't you done it? You can tell me Kush. Yeah, write it on your name so I'll get back. One thing, Kushi, dot. That means your name is too long. Guys, Kushi, what is the biggest? Kushi, you know what Kushi means in my language? What? Anja. No. Oh, Lee. I'll say it. Oh, Lee. That is why JJBC Kushi in our language is Puna. You know what is Puna? You know what is Puna? You know what is Puna? Kushi, now you're going to have to change it. Everybody's going to get you like this now. That's the cons. Who is this cyber? Who is this cyber? That BFP is what 5K does on Solana blockchain on his
cyber body. The NFT is like is one of the top one NFT on Solana. Wait, I don't see it in here. You don't see cyber body? No. That I think AJ brought it here. AJ brought it here. Oh, that is what it is. Oh, what is it?
Everything's good, baby. So in the jumbotron, I put a list of all of the accredited universities of Nigeria. To my man who said there isn't a University of Lagos, there are 55,000 Nigerian people who would like to disagree with you who are currently enrolled. The school's been around since 1962. My point is this. This is a shill and chill. This isn't who knows the most about Nigeria. May I please share my project with you? No, that's absolutely not what I want. Guys, if you're going to allow people to shill and chill, let them do it. Don't quiz them on things. Yo, Aeon, how are you, big dog? Can you hear me? Aeon. Yo, GM. Hey,
GM, I can hear you now.
Hey, can you name 10 Nigerian universities?
10?
Yeah, 10.
10 American universities?
No, not 10 American universities, 10 Nigerian universities.
Okay, we have Ebonyi State University, which is located here in Ebonyi State. We have Anambra, which is called IPSU, Anambra State University. I'm calling federal universities.
That's okay, I know.
There's another university in Ndukwa Igbo. That is Funai Federal University. How many now?
I think you're at 4.
Okay, there is another university in Anambra called Chukwemeka Ojukwu University, Anambra State.
Okay, that's 5.
And then another university in sorry, let me remember the name. I can only mention 5.
That's okay. Okay, you ready for 10 right now?
Okay, and you let's talk about the University of Lagos, University of Imo State, USU, and University of Enugu, just their names.
Yeah, you just pick a city and you get the university. Okay, but that works. They just told me in a space that there isn't a university. So there are 55,000 enrolled. I don't know, do they not understand that Nigeria has some excellent universities? And I don't know. Anyway, what's your Shabbat? Shavuot.
Yeah, sorry, come again. I can't hear you clear.
How was your Shabbat?
Okay. Oh, Baruch Hashem, it went well.
Okay, excellent.
Excellent.
All right, so you've got a list of Linktree social media that you wanted to link, right?
Yeah.
All right, do you have a job currently?
No, the job I'm currently doing is not paying me physical cash. I'm just receiving tokens from their project.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Which I cannot swap, not until they go to mine.
That's not
I'm just a moderator and also an influencer. So that's just the job I have now. It's not paying me. So if I see any other job that pay me more than what I'm getting, and of course I will stay locked in.
Okay. I sent you a list of recruiters in Let me make sure I did. Yeah. Okay, so I sent you a list of recruiters in Discord. Manpower Nigeria, Africa Work, Job. All right. Do you have a CV, a curriculum vitae, and a resume or a resume?
You asked me to prepare
Yeah.
the one I did. I don't know which I will submit it. Should I submit it now?
Oh wait, did you make one?
Yes.
Okay, so you made.
Yes, but I don't think it's good.
Okay.
I'm trying to do it, but
Okay, send it to me.
all right.
Just copy the text and send it to me. Aeon, can you hear me? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to download the file.
Okay.
Download it. I will send it once I'm done.
I don't want the file. I just want you to copy the text and send me the text.
You mean a text?
The text. So you just copy the text and then paste it to me in a message.
Okay, let me do that now.
Okay.
So, can I send it over because they're saying my message is too lengthy here.
Yeah, you just copy half of it and send it, and then copy the other half and send it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. Take it now.
Yes, sir. Okay, here we go. Okay, we got your name. Web3 Community Moderator, Network Ambassador, Digital Operations Specialist. Okay, good with that. So you know that you're supposed to add your email, right?
Okay, let me send it now. So
No, don't, don't send it now. But like, you would read through this before you send it.
Yeah.
Okay, and so then you'd add your phone.
Yeah.
And okay, so
Okay.
professional summary. Dedicated Web3 professional with hands-on. Go ahead.
Yeah, you just go through it. You just go through it. If I can use it, then I'll use it on my resume.
Okay. Dedicated Web3 professional with hands-on experience in community moderation, ambassador programs, and ecosystem growth across multiple blockchain networks. Skilled and maintained. Core skills: community moderation management, Discord and Telegram. Okay. Professional experience: moderator, Cuba network. Okay. Moderator. Okay, when you say you're a moderator, I know what that means. I mean, but that's basically you just keep an eye on given telegrams or discords or whatever and make sure nobody posts anything inappropriate, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
I manage the community.
Okay. So then at the very bottom, you would want to put your education. Add your highest qualifications here. Example. So tools and platforms, that's fine. Availability open to weekly paying rules. Okay. I mean, so it's good, but you've got to fill in. You've got
Thank you.
Yeah, but you've got to fill in the
Yeah,
areas of like your
I'm
email,
feeling it before.
your phone, your Telegram or Discord or whatever, and then your education.
Okay. All right.
Okay, but so you want to make good money though, and like people don't pay well in moderation. That's not something that you can make a lot of money doing. Um, what you can make more money doing is
Yeah.
social media marketing, but you need the different social media accounts first. So what I would do, like let me put it this way: you could say that you're a community builder and an ambassador and a moderator and get paid. I don't know what you get paid for that, but let's just say in real life, uh, $1 an hour, or you're not even gonna make that. You'd make maybe a week, $10 a week, or you could be a social media marketer and make $50 a week. There's just more people who need that type of assistance. So you've got the list of everything for Linktree, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so create those accounts, and then what we can do is look it over. We can build them out. Once they're good, we can say that you're a social media marketer, and that's going to be an easier job for you to get uh, compensation. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So what you want to do, Aon, is did you create your Linktree yet?
Yeah, I created those accounts already. I created some of the accounts. Yeah, I'm just left with 3 or 4.
You only have 3 or 4 left to do?
Yeah.
Okay. That's great. Okay, so what's your Linktree? Just tell me what your username is.
Aon.
AON?
Yeah.
Then what?
Can you see it?
Did you send it to me?
Let me open the app. Let me copy the link.
That's okay. Do you have Tefillin?
My friend, I don't have.
Okay.
Definitely right.
Okay.
But I have Sido.
Okay, you have a sitter? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Do you know people with Tefillin?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know someone who cannot survive.
Well, you want to be careful about that because you don't necessarily know if they're kosher.
Yeah,
And at least in the
yeah, that's why I've not got it.
and at least in the United States, they're very expensive.
Exactly.
So you'd want to have
Exactly.
a qualified rabbi ensure that they're kosher. So don't go buying anything because it's not
Okay.
necessarily in your best interest right now. Okay, I was just curious. Okay, excellent. All right, so go into your link tree. Okay. Um, so there's nothing linked to it yet. You know that, right?
Yeah, I just created the account
Oh, you just created the.
yesterday.
Okay, that's fine. But so
I'm, okay. I'm waiting to have every of all the account created so that I'll link it once.
okay, that's okay. But you could once you create each account, just link it and then you build it out.
Alright, since we are here now, I am on the menu. Where can I click to link for the account? Is it setting?
What are you asking?
I am on the link tree now. The link tree app. I want to start linking the account I already created.
Okay.
I'm asking how do I go about it? Where can I click to link it? Because I see on my link tree.
Yeah, no, I understand. Are you on Android or iOS?
Android.
Okay, I'm gonna send you a video.
Okay.
And just watch it, and it should teach you how to do it on an Android device because I don't have mine's on an iOS device. So I'm gonna send you text of how to do it, and if that doesn't make sense to you, I'll send you a video as well. And okay, so I sent you the text of how to do it, and then I just sent you a video of how to do it. So I would, if you have the opportunity, look at both of the links that I sent you, and then you want to create that list of social media that I gave you and start linking it. And once you're done with that, and we put some content on it, then we'll redo your resume. And instead of being a community manager, we're going to make sure that you're a social media marketer, and you can get paid more money for that.
Okay.
All right. So
Thank you so much.
absolutely. So check out the links that I sent you. Check out the video that I sent you. And then if you have questions, come back in here and I'll answer them. Okay.
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 All right.
Excellent. Your name though, Aeon3.
Yeah. For that.
That's a really nice short name. So if you can keep that going,
Yeah, Aeon is just the name is just an initial of my father's name, my own name, and my grandfather's name.
Okay, excellent.
That is Afoma Obiola and Omopoku. So I just took out the initials, it gave me Aeon.
Excellent. That's great. So you're good.
I know when I add my English name, it's Gayon. If I'm to take from Gerard, then I got Gayon. So
Okay.
just went to me anyways. But
I'm just saying that it's short and it's a good link to have. It's 4 letters, or 4 characters. Okay, so check out the links that I sent, and if you have questions, come back to me. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome, Big Dog.
Yeah. her show. Like, well, I'm just going to send it in her DM to let her know, hey, this is a podcast, right? It's a podcast. She can log in working on it. She's only been selected even the 17th. She got there December 3rd, and she's in the 17th. She's basically in between the council, the representative, and the ministry of defense pressure line that helped people figure it out. And we just put time in there getting her team in her. I think you told me about that, right? Yeah, absolutely. So, Punta Cana is the area that we're developing. So, the husband is an international developer there. The wife runs a lot of real estate on the island. She's on all the billboards. She's on all of them. So, yeah, it's a podcast, but she does it in person. So, if it's not this time, then maybe when she returns back, and she would. I'm here in the area and have to visit your mom. Well, you know, if you were here, they have to go ahead and do it. Like, you can go through the basic design. It's the end of that, they're good to go. Goodness, I love that. Yeah, it's a whole thing there, though. I gotta have a car ready for me. I have to have the itinerary planned out for me when I go to the VR. It's just a different vibe there. I love it. Review this morning. Good morning, Yanda. It's a beautiful day here in New York. The weather is amazing. It can't get any colder, I guess, for now. But yeah, it's just been super epic, and glad to be here. I just want to say, Mike, congratulations to you and your mom. She's an amazing person. You know, I got to meet her and you at the NFT NYC after event for Profit Over Wages. It was pure epic. I know we didn't get to connect deeply, but it was good. But more importantly, what I liked about that was, like, when you had walked in, I didn't know who she was and who you were at that time, but when you walked in and the way you brought her with passion, love, and care is very easy to see. So yeah, man, special shout out to you, and when you do get a chance to speak to mommy, tell her Vlogzillas and the tribe wishes her the well, and we pray and we hope that the interview goes amazing, and she opens up new opportunities that she never expected before. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Definitely appreciate that. Also, effectively on Thursday, I want to send you the products and basically everybody there is a 10-year veteran in their industry. People from the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, Shasta and Yanda are attending the New York City office, obviously, and Wall Street gurus, managing directors, which, you know, are pretty high level in the banking industry. So I would love to meet you there. I'll say the promo again, and hopefully we can see each other on Thursday. Absolutely. Feel free to share the details, and then I'll hit you up on the back channels. And yeah, man, appreciate you. And I believe I have your number from previous conversations. So yeah, for sure, man. Done. That's so nice. I love when the community gets together and we have their conversations. Let me go over to my co-host. Let me start with Western Artist Award. How are you today? Yanda, good morning, everyone. I'm doing well. How is everyone? I am doing well. Can't complain. Doing amazing. Very good. What's new? Lucas, what's new? Well, I believe that we're now in the judging phase of the awards, and I can post a link to that in the Jumbotron if that's all right. Yeah, that's good. And I sent out, my judges are sending me screenshots. They're posting it here on X. So I've had probably 4 or 5 judges already go through. So pretty exciting. For the Web3 Artist Awards. And so in the judging, the Web3 Artist Awards, everybody, this is a way to give back to artists, to celebrate the beauty of what's created, whether it's spoken, whether it's the AI Film Festival, whether it's Canvas, spoken work, and so many more categories.
this is the time that now you get to vote for these individuals. Like I have people in other award opportunities around the world, and they're like sending me their links, like, "Hey, can you vote for me? Can you vote for me?" I'm like, "I'm excited for them. Can y'all vote for this one over here as well?" This award ceremony, so it is taking place on refresh my memory, Lucas. I believe it's the 12th and the 13th.
Yes, and I do not know the time. Do you?
I thought we were looking at that 2:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That was the sweet spot for us last year. So, but don't quote me on that yet. But I want to say it's 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next week. And I don't know if we set the space for it yet. But did we set the space? No.
I don't think we have. If we have, it's because Blue has done it. But I can look.
Yeah, check it out and see if it's already there for the Web3 Artist Awards. I know we're still looking for a few more speakers, a few more entertainers. So if anybody wants to be a part of the Web3 Artist Awards, this is the second year, then certainly we embrace you being a part of it. So let's go over to our second co-host. Hey there, Smoke, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, Good morning, everyone. Doing well here. Just chilling, waiting for to get the kids out to snow so to make some moves. That's about it.
Hey, Spoon, do you have those sleds that the kids can slide through? Man, those are some amazing times.
I think it's contraption. I don't know what it is. It's circle things, and things you can stand on. About close to our house across the street is there's a park, and there's a place where we can slide down. So that's what they're waiting for. So we're gonna be hitting that here probably in about a couple hours, or something like that.
That sounds fun. Yana, do you remember doing that? Man, just the fact that I hear other people doing it, like, it's amazing because now you can feel the vibes from before. But if you hadn't been in this space, nobody would know. That's when we'll talk about it.
Do I remember it? Absolutely. It's near and dear to my heart. I don't think I would try it at this age, however. I'm glad he said the kids. Thank goodness. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Let's head over and say hi to our friend who has been patiently waiting. Is it Robbie? Robbie?
It's Rabbi. How are you? Absolutely. Do you mind if I share my project with everybody?
Oh, please, Rabbi.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams are archived on the internet. They go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential individual. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person. I have more content than any person. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Shark program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I'll follow you back. Send me a DM. I'd be happy to respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive for your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
I'm taking that in, Rabbi.
It's a lot, I know, Yanda.
I am so honored to have you. Like, wow, world peace, like solving some of humanity's big obstacles. You're overcoming it, and you don't mind sharing with the world. They get an opportunity. You talked about living in a glass house. You are living. You are streaming. Now, do you need the house at all?
Oh yeah, definitely. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California.
Now, when you do leave the house, by way do you like drive? So you have cameras in the house? Do you like ride a bike and you have cameras on the bike? Tell me about that process.
Absolutely. It gets difficult, as you can imagine, because there's a lot of multitasking. So I have um, basically front and reverse cameras that archive what I'm doing while in the car. Additionally, I use different data plans. I've used as many as four different iPhones simultaneously to be able to stream IRL. So basically, people can ride alongside me and through all of my journeys through the freeways of Southern California and to places like Santa Monica Pier, the Queen Mary, certainly the Coliseum, and uh, that is really fun, but I don't always get an opportunity to connect with people that way because when you are driving and you've got all these, streams going and such, it's not safe to be interacting with your phone. So basically what I do is I have like suction cups and I have holders and I start the streams and then I just let them archive themselves. So it's easiest for me to be able to interact with people, particularly IRL, or I shouldn't say IRL, but directly in my Discord and also on X Spaces. But when I do that, I don't do it IRL. It's really too much to do, too much to multitask, and isn't really safe. So more recently, I have been promoting myself in X Spaces, which has kept me basically live streaming my life from desktop streams, and that allows me to be able to connect with people in my Discord as well. So I get people from all over the world every single day who come visit me in Discord. I get people who actually live alongside me 24 hours a day. I've got a community of people who just like that I'm doing this and they want to help promote it. And then I get people who just want to come in and sleep. I get people who play games, we watch movies, we watch documentaries. I do my best to be as accessible to the world as possible. And that's just in my Discord. I'm live in about 12 other Discords as well, um, where I give people a portal into my life. And Yonda, you absolutely understand it. It is essentially a glass house in which I allow people to observe my every waking hour and my my every sleeping hour as well, because I sleep on stream as well.
Rabbi, we are so fortunate to have you here, and I want to say thank you. And now I have to follow you on YouTube, and then hopefully I'll be able to chat with you. So congratulations on the job well done. The last question I have for you because you've been doing this for 4 years, and I don't want to hog up the mic, everybody. I just want to understand what made you say, I am going to stream my week.
Excellent question, Yonda. I am someone who never thought they would do this. In addition to being a rabbi, I am a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and it was during the pandemic when my job went remote. And so I went from never being on camera and being quite social media shy, to be honest with you, to being on camera for 4 to 8 hours a day, sometimes as many as 12 hours a day. And my anxiety of being on camera was lessened. And after work, because many activities were closed and my community wasn't necessarily me in our normal way due to some of the protocols, I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and hit golf balls at the driving range. And I made this a routine throughout the pandemic. And one day I wanted to view my golf swing on camera. And so I started to stream, I shouldn't say stream, I just started to record my golf swing on camera. And I would make some, shots that weren't as good as some of the others. And I'd make jokes to myself on the camera. And I thought, some of this is really cute. It's funny. And God willing, someday I'll have a family. And if and when I do, I'd want them to know what their dear old dad was like before they were even a gleam in my eye. And so after work, I would upload my streams, and after playing golf, I'd upload my streams, my recordings to my Google Cloud um, account, and it was taking me a long time to do. Basically, I would just, if you know how data works and upload speeds, you can get throttled if you do it too much, et cetera, et cetera. And I thought, there's got to be a better way to do this. And after doing a little search, I just recognized that the best way to probably do this is to live stream it. And if I'm going to do that, I want to do it better than anybody's ever done it. And so I bought like 10 different laptops and computers and another 23 or so handheld devices and tablets and such. And I put them around myself in 360 degrees and um, just basically took the plunge and became a YouTuber, created my first YouTube account in the fall of 2021. And so that's more than 4 years ago. And as they say, the rest is history. And you can view my life in all these different cameras, including a ceiling camera, as I say, or 360 degrees, in the link in my profile. And if you ever want to connect with me, join my Discord. I'm available 24 hours a day. So long as I'm awake, I will help you. And this has given me a really great opportunity, not just to share my life with the world, but what I'm also doing is archiving human history. And that to me is very important. I keep a radio going 24 hours a day in the background so people can go to any moment of any day of my life, essentially for the last 4 years, and know not just what I was doing, but what was going on in human events. Maybe a few generations ago, I would have been a diarist or someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal. But I just use cameras to do it. And I feel like I'm capturing a really amazing story. Not only was I able to capture the pandemic and all the other historic events about which I speak, but additionally, I have an archive of the world prior to the influence of large language models, essentially AI. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2022. I was a user when it launched November 30th, 2022, and we've seen the ways in which AI has changed our lives over the course of the last few years. And I think that'll be really interesting to the people of the future to be able to study this. So I really archive my way and archive my life in as many different ways as possible for the hope that in the future it will be studied and people will have an accurate record of what life was like post-pandemic.
Thank you so much, Rabbi. Just fantastic. So I now understand your why and what led you there. Fantastic. And welcome to your new community, Chicken. We would love to have you. Make sure you join the community. We're thankful. Let's head over. I think William was here. And then I think it was Mike. Then Reese. No, it was Wick. Then hi, William.
$1 million holler. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
fiance just woke up. My son's awake. All my cats and dogs are in one room. It's hopeless.
Well, that's fantastic. What's new in your world?
I recently signed a 7-figure contract for 11 years, but other than that, just been grinding away, trying to make education free and available for everybody. Recently, it was displayed at the Art Basel through the Upland Duck Society, and apparently the mayor really liked what's going on, and words were exchanged with Scrooge at the Upland Ducks about potentially getting something built for the school system, so might be stepping in the right direction for Web3, and it's definitely a step in the right direction for my pocket. From zero to hero. I'm loving this 2026 vibe.
Can I speak to cats? Like, thinking a new contract.
Thank you. A lot of people always say that they give up right before it gets good, and it's almost to that point too. It's not a guarantee. Like the money's not in my account yet, so it's not real. But the paperwork signed, it's all legal and it's all binding. But it's just the point of like 6 years of building portfolio in the form of being a building for everyone else. And it's just it finally came to a pass that I was chosen by name.
Shout to Yonda. What a nice lady. Very professional.
When it's only mother, but not wife of father, and only wife of father but not mother, each of those cases is chayav. But a case where it says mother and the wife, you're not chayav, so that can't be. So it must be that imchahi and eretz avichahu are not the reason to do it. And there's a second question: moreover, if you're learning it from Imcha, that kind of drasha, what are the Rabbanon who argue in Rabbi Yehuda? Why wouldn't they use it? Ella, Ahumi violated the Shisha break Rabbi Yehuda Namyahu violated the Shisha break Rabbi Yehuda. The tomorrow maybe we'll see what the halacha is of the Shisha break Rabbi Yehuda. Talks about whether how you know an omesh for someone who has a relationship with his mother. But in any event, so we're going to say, what would our Rabbanon do with Imcha? They must use it for that limud. If you wouldn't use it for that limud also. So we have a double question on Abaya's answer about how we know it. So we're going to say, no, it's not that. So it says as follows, that the pasuk says by his mother, Erva, Tavicha, Erva, Kimcha, you uncover the Erva of your mother, Kimcha, you is your mother, Los Tikala, Erva, you did not uncover her Erva. What does it tell you? It tells you that when the pasuk comes to tell you that you can be trying to have a relationship with your mother, Erebus saw her Erebus singular tells you that you can only be Kaya for one Isser, and therefore you're kind of an Isser of mother, but not wife of father, because only one Erebus is allowed. The Gemara says, Elameata, so if that's true, Erebus saw is singular, tells you you can only be Kaya for one Erebus, I have a problem with our Mishnah. But Erebus Kalas Kalos Gala, Eshes bin Kaji, Los Gala. The prophet, my daughter-in-law, says you should not uncover the Erev of your daughter-in-law. She's the wife of your son. You should not cover Erev her Erev in the singular. According to your Nima, you should say that she can only be Kaya for one Erev, not two. Right? But what's the problem with that? Now we learned in our Mishnah, someone who comes on his daughter-in-law, he's Kaya for his daughter-in-law, and for the wife of his son. So what do you see? You see that a man who comes on his daughter-in-law is Kaya two Erev, even though it says Erev there's singular. So it must be that this limit is not good. So look, Yehuda, you didn't see Rabbi Yehuda come and argue there and say, no, he's only Kaya for his daughter-in-law, but not HSD because he's written Erev. Ella, how would you explain the word Erev in the case of daughter-in-law? He goes to Kad Kufa, who I forgot to trade Surah Ninu, Siv Erev. The reason it wrote Erev singular, because we're talking about one person. We're not talking about two Surahs. But at the end of the day, Erev, it is her Erev. Meaning because it's only one person. So Hakanami, therefore here too, you can't learn from Erev because we're going to say that the reason it's written Erev even the Kakupo, I forgot to say too, and it'll give Erev because you're going to say the reason it's written is because it's written Erev is just because it's a singular person with two shirts. So I think we're going to stop here because the next part is a little more complicated. I tried studying Fabi at our technical difficulty, so I'll send around the WhatsApp and probably start a few minutes early tomorrow to just take a couple minutes to explain, and then I'll let you know what time we're starting.
Podcasts are very funny. Yeah, no, I actually agree with that. He's very good on TV
All right, so let's say good morning, everyone. Beginning to give us taking over power sponsors for this morning should be paid. Our commentary sponsor for Kafshin Hey, our annual commentary sponsor, Koshin Stuff, about the stuff dedicated to Overstream and sponsors this year. As is Hus, and sorry, Scholars for all the numbers. So, as our only sponsors for today, and Karen Gold, formerly of Baltimore, now Lakewood, New Jersey, in memory of our father, Bruce Gold, is one of the Dr. of the American Bar Commentary. The show will have it on the family in the Amish, is your thing to see the obese and more of our hostages. This Shabbos and Merit Hashem in the coming days, and our holy soldiers will be successful in all of Maaseh. Once we're back to us, today's date is Monday, 52. We are picking up on the Aleph days, 51B. 51B. Did we get up to Rabbi Akiva over? So now, okay, good. So it says the Gemara says, so now the sun is again. Let's pick up 2, 4, 6, 8, about 2 lines up from the 40 kids. Why? Remember again, still steeped in the conversation regarding straightforward. We'll get straightforward. The interesting idea is that the word now is challenging is hello. So now the from Misas is Torah. You should share our basis and low touch for some of Nasas for okay. The low law also give rate that is low. I ended up with the Salon nice again. The Gemara says like understands, and this is the convention and halacha nice and unique in a sreifa for a baskoni is only a giving part. It doesn't apply to her confidence in pride, nor does it apply to the eating disorder. Now again, remember, everyone is going to get a death penalty, right? So in other words, the man who commits adultery is also going to get a death penalty. The witnesses will also get a reciprocal death penalty. So they do not get her unique state is for her and her own. If you give her a few days, so you do whether the basketball or whether maybe a basketball is held to such a high standard that even if she admits to acting immorality as a single, maybe she's going to be subject to Yeah, Mark, it's going to be a bit of our lullabies. We saw this already yesterday. So it says over here, it says in the previous context of it says over here, Avila by the case of Baskoi. It says Avila in the context of, it says, I'm sorry, it says in both how a lot of Christians say that about after Christians say that about, just like we were talking about again, ethical morality, where there is an element of marriage, so too again, Allah over here is talking about where there's this element of marriage. Shmo, he Malala Nara, Biarusa, after Nara Biarusa, first one line of us, one of I was the case. Maybe we see just like the Lord says that she's Nara and she's a Rusa. So too over here, the second concept should also be only applying if she's a Nara and she's a Rusa. I'm going to be Kibi Shmalachi Bas Ubas and Yosh. Interesting enough, so if you back to 12, the concept could have just said Bas, but it says Ubas, the Bob. Now, Bob is usually a Ribui, and Bob comes to include. So what is it? So although the parts is talking about Nara, who is now the extra part comes in that includes offices of a married past couple. So the Gemara says, "Amalei, the people of Nisha Atadori should so Rabbi Shmuel is that Rabbi Akiva, and he's like this." He says, interestingly enough. The second one by English and Dorish Bas Ubas. Notice you the straight part. Sushkaya, Yudarshan, Ubas, Yudarshan the Bob. The first one he says that's the correct answer. So because Yudarshan an extra Bob, therefore we're going to take this part out for straight part. Again, I just want to be clear. Remember, no one's disagreeing on the fact that there's a death penalty for adultery. Remember again, what's the disagreement over here? What's the death penalty? So the Gemara says, in Mashma Lahadis Hasua, maybe it's Hapuya. In Mashma Lahotzi as Hapuya, Hotzi is Hasua. The Gemara says like this: if we're going to Darshan to include in a Sua, then by definition also include a Puya. Right? Maybe it includes all types of basketball in which are married. The Mashma Lahotzi is Hapuya, if you want to exclude a single girl, Hotzi is Hasua. In fact, you should exclude the Hotzi is Sua as well. That is two bodies in the says the Salah. And it's the about when the people speak up, that honey pass, two pass, without those distinctions. People feel this. Single Shabbat will help to exclude a Buddha, then single girl, single basketball, is not subject to any Shabbat. And ultimately, you're going to be false, without those distinctions. It's not going to control them. It's kind of fast. Why does he say Ubas? What does he do with the extra love? Let's be honest. I'm going to talk like this. Very interesting. I'm going to talk the same way. The Torah makes it distinctions that aren't by no Kohanim. It's people called blemish and unblemished Kohanim. Distinctions that are lawful nice and clean about mom is not going to be that way. There's distinctions blemish and unblemished Kohanim. I'm not a Kohanim. And that's distinction applies to the fast story, which is correct. Maybe the din of fast story is specifically the din of straight by a fast story. Only applies to the blood fast. By a last point, only using a moving back behind. Where do we keep learning this out from? Where the Kiva made the Hem Makrivim Vayu Kodesh. And the Kiva says, you have to pass it up. The Hem Makrivim, they will offer the Kodesh. But the sanctity of the Yochai is fundamentally tethered to his unblemished states. And that's only because that by Yochai is element but by us, because there is no element of therefore, again, her status is independent of whether it's incredible. Maybe Rishon say, Imiyahi, Halamin Hamili, Haval Beno Saying, from that time on, that maybe the only people who have calling status or calling themselves, maybe their brothers don't have at all. How you be there over? Not Kamala Sabir in the Kalas. What does it mean when the Pasuk says that she feeds father? What does that mean? This is incredible. Shem Hayu Nogin Bo Kodesh, Nogin Bo Kol. The Pasuk is actually telling us how to relate to the father of the Bas Kol. So remember, I was just figure this out. I used to use Rachel. Rachel is whatever. I used to use a short even, but she Rachel is the daughter of Aaron the Kohen. Rachel not in the sculptures. The Pasuk says, through Rachel's adultery, what this means practically father's status changes as a result of home. So, for example, the Gemara says, "How you go down the again, they normally treat him in a more, we'll call it, in a more exalted way, right? In a holy way. No, you don't know, you would treat him in a more mundane way. Covet, you're normally giving covet. No, I can hope you say, you would treat him in disparaging. The idea is that because of his behavior, father, again, he's still a cult. And he's still a cult. And he's still really a home strip of covet. You don't give him covet. Why is that? The Gemara says, "Only you say, "Only Zeh, she, only Zeh, she loves." Person is the person who raised such a child. Only Zeh, she loves. Person is the person who raised such a child. Only she loves the Kabbalah. Person is the person who will be again. Such a person who is the translation. This is worth from their law.
Oh, what a loser!
Rabashi. Good. Me and you. What say the person is not call them a Russia, even though their parents may be son. Even though they really may be a Russia, so who is that? Commands by is that it is certain actions and decisions. Again, Rachel, the daughter, commits adultery. You see how clearly there's something fundamentally flawed in the child. There's something fundamentally flawed in the home in which she is the child. Because for a child to make these type of lifestyle decisions means that obviously again he did something wrong. He did something wrong. And the Gemara says over here, that's what it is. This has a impact on the father. So that father will no longer this is the child. This is the person who raised the child. So I'll say she's going to point out, it's fascinating. Parents want to point out that things Chazal themselves there is such a fundamental machlokas about the liability or responsibility of parents for how their children train. And you see very different competing motifs in Chazal. And again, you know this as parents. There are times that parents do every single thing right. Yet, my kid makes their own decisions. Children become adults, and adults make their own decisions. And a parent might have done every single thing, every single thing they're supposed to do. My kid is still going to make their own decisions. But, on the other hand, it is also quite possible that the decisions that children make are absolutely things in the upbringing values and lack of values that we have. And that's a difficult thing to swallow because you know, says, something that's bent, right? Something that's bent cannot be made straight. That's what it says. So the Gemara says, one thing, like, that we actually can focus on our leadership text. Whenever I do wrong, I can always fix. So these are those trends that happen. The Gemara says, Zesha Holy Manzer. First of all, we manzer. So I was going to say the Gemara literally. What is the Gemara literally? Which is, what is Zesha Holy Manzer? So a person has an illicit relationship, the result of that illicit union is a manzer. No matter how bad you feel for what you did, right? No matter how much shit you do, you can't what? You can't what? You can't undo it. The manzer is there. I tell you, it's like sometimes such a manzer, but it's also sometimes the other thing you can't undo is the way you raise your children. And the thing is, influences you allow in your home, things you allow your children to do, don't allow your children to do. That you can't undo things. And it's one of the hardest parts because often we learn to be a parent on the job. And I only realize my mistakes afterwards. So what you're saying is like after I've created the monster. Like in other words, again, I'm not calling out that, but sort of says that like after I made some mistakes, and then I realized I didn't make some mistakes. And the incredible part is you can't undo it. You can't. Philip is one of those things where a lot of times, and again, I could go back and open an honest conversation with my kids and say, I'm trying to tell you, those things that I did, they weren't right. They weren't right, and I want to be clear that they weren't right. But no matter how much I'm over to my kids that they weren't right, I've created the manager. I've created the flood field. I've created the flood paradigm in the home, and I can't walk it back. So there's this aspect. So again, on one hand, there's this idea that a parent can do everything right, and the child still makes their own decisions. Who says that Rachel's action reflects on her father, Aaron Cohen? But again, there's also an approach from Chazal that says, no, what a child does and how a child behaves and how a child leads his life is a direct reflection of the children that he or she has received in the home growing up. Which is right? They're both right. There are elements of both of which, which is why, again, the chinuch we give our children, the example we set for our children, the behaviors we model for our children, the homes we create for our children, the lifestyles we create for our children, everything goes into the chinuch. And again, if it's good, great. But if it's flawed, telling us, we, the parent, are responsible. Incredible. So there's two mitzvahs on its own. You might kind of declare the mitzvah on its own. Why does the mitzvah end off? Right? The mitzvah ends off by saying, this is the mitzvah of skila. So why does the mitzvah end off this way? Mishum Kano, Nigmar Hadin, Motzian Oso L'Sakno. Because remember again, what did we say before? So for that if Allah is liable to skila, you take him out to skila. Besa skila hayav is the previous mitzvah. Not the last mitzvah. Besa skila hayav is what they come out. But I did the kabbalah in the list of mitzvahs and slapping. On another mitzvah and slapping. Even though we spoke about Arba mitzvahs, but it was really following on the heels of the skila. Right? We had skila, then went to Arba mitzvahs, and then wanted to close out the discussion of skila. And that's why the Mishnah ends up by saying, Zu mitzvahs and skala. That's the end of the skila discussion. I want to say now we begin Sreifa. Here we go. Mishnah. Mitzvahs and skala. This is pretty wild stuff. So what is Sreifa? What is Sreifa? Now I was going to find out. Sorry, before we go on. Hello for the nice. And that's nice. Right? What are we doing with Bas Cohen? So that my past is not supposed to be studied yet. I come out of the Gimel. Bas Cohen is inside. She is ish. Beisha haya baila Cohen. Beisha haya Yisrael. Bakido haya baila Mamzer. On Nasi. On Shamar Hadilavin. How you do this Sreifa? What's it? Halacha is the Bas Cohen. Whether she's in Arisa or she's in a Surah. Whether she writes her coin, Lady, Yisrael, Mamzer, Nisim, Krishti, Givoni, whatever it is, right? So that's it. That's it. Right? So the nice again, her judgment for adultery is Sreifa. However, U'Po'ala, the Chanek, right? But yeah, what's it? But Allah is the man was committing adultery, and by extension, also doesn't say it over here, but ultimately again, but he can Zomin as well, will get Chanek. Chanek strangulation is the normal punishment for adultery. So the only person who gets this new punishment for adultery masculine herself, whatever, but everyone else, about good, that's the Rambam. Mishnah, Mrs. Hanashafi. They say, how do we administer the punishment of Sreifa? Or you must also the Zeba ad Arkivoso. So we go ahead and we immerse him in manure up until his thighs. We immerse him in manure. Now, what's that? So Rashi says over here, Mishakin also, he's happy, the people have Silab Tzam because we're going to see if we need to keep him immobilized. So the way we keep him immobilized that he can't move around is we put him in manure up until his legs, up until his thighs. That way keeps him immobilized. We don't just do the kasha sof halakha, and we take a soft rope. I should say we take a rough rope and we put it inside of the soft rope. So essentially we take a rough rope and then again on the inside of that rope is a soft rope. So the soft rope is going to go around the neck of the guilty party. We call it al savara and we wrap it around his neck. So this is just the next, let's say that's from Ruvain is Kayit Sreifa. Step 1, put him in the up to his knees, immobilized. Step 2, take a 2-spine rope. The outside rope is the coarse rope, the inside rope is the soft rope. Turn that around his neck. 2 people stand on either side of Ruvain, each one holding an end of the rope. And what happens? Zemotion, exhale, exhale. Each one holds the rope towards him until one of the adults is pitched. Until Ruvain is forced to open his mouth. Right? So the act of pulling the rope will force him to open his mouth. So as soon as this expression means we ignite the wick. The circle is so thin, and we throw it down his throat. So straight part, interestingly enough, is like a burning of the steak of a person. That's not what it is. But when you do it, it's pulling of molten lead down the throat. That's the straight part. So of course, he's immobilized, force his mouth open, and we pour the molten lead. Close it. Seal, we'll see a wick, we'll see why it won't think. These are from soft bit. You're right, as the soft may up, close them down in his Jewish. The Chomeres has been in there, but essentially he is killed from the inside. Like his insides are incinerated, like he's incinerated internally. It says, after the ministry, I don't know how you were coming about with Sasway, but it means there's the problem. The problem is not the straight problem. Right? But the problem over here, he says, is you're trying to administer the straight part, but you may end up what? You may end up strangling the guy. Right? Which by the way, is a different mitzvah, right? It's chenek. So the problem is if somebody is chayiv straight part, and you end up giving him chenek, isn't that problematic? So what should you do? So first of all, we take tongues and we pry his mouth open. Pry his mouth open. We mother is hafsila, we start to the sofid. You're right, that's the soft meal. Bichomeres as benedea. Now, what do we use tongues? Now, obviously, somehow they must be immobilizing the whole stuff. Because you can't immobilize it. Rather than move in the whole thing. Remember again, the issue is the molten lead used to go down his throat. It doesn't go down his throat, so it's going to burn him on the outside, and that's not straight up. Straight up is internal incineration. But yeah, Rabbi Huda says you can't do the rope thing because you risk strangulation, so instead force his mouth open with tongues. I'm not going to go to my son last point, Achos, the Zinsa, the Kiflat, Habides, one time, there was a last coin, the community got food, and therefore got straight up. And what did they do? They surrounded it with branches, this are too hot, and they burnt them. So the laws of themselves, it seems to be that the didn't straight up. The didn't straight up ultimately is actually burning someone. To which the Gemara says, that was a mistake. Now you're listening. Now remember again, it's a mistake in the manner of execution. It may not be a mistake in the execution itself. But the point that we're thinking is that was a misunderstanding of what Sreifa was. Said to you, I see that. First of all, what does it mean when it's a wick? Calls it a wick of lead. But actually points out over here what they would do. Mr. points out what they would do is they would take like a long piece of lead, and they would mold it, and they would melt it down. So they call it a psila because it was long. It Okay, Manila, most days, first of all, where do you know this? This is a little bit mind blowing. Like, again, how do you know that Srifa means internal incineration? Where does that come from? So, this is quite interesting. Gemara. Asya Srifa, Srifa, the Agus Korach. Make it zero. Shabbat Srifa, Srifa, from Korach means the son. Remember again, Korach means rebellion against Moshe Rabbeinu. And again, his assembly, some of them were swallowed up by the earth, and some of them were incinerated. Look at Rashi, Rashi says, Sreifa, Sreifa, Ksiv Hava, Be'esh Tisarei, Ksiv Hasam, Asher Yivu HaSrufim, Ma'ala Halon, remember again, part of what happened with Korach was that a bunch of people brought Ketores. The people who brought Ketores, remember, everybody's jockeying for the position of Kohen Gadol, so whoever brought the Ketores was incinerated. Was killed by Sreifa. So again, a large number of followers were swallowed up by the earth. Others who brought the Ketores were incinerated. So the Gemara says, it says Sreifa over here, it says Sreifa by Korach. So the Gemara says, Ma'ala Halon Sreifa just like by Korach. So again, they were killed by internal incineration. Fire went into their body, killed them internally, but their bodies were still intact. So too over here, the way Sreifa is done is internal incineration, but the body remains intact. Okay, so that's the first thing, kind of combo. Rabbi Elazar Amar asked Sreifa Sreifa Aaron. And we don't have Sreifa from Nadav and Avihu. Nadav and Avihu, remember again, also went ahead with whatever they did, like we know exactly what they did, but whatever they did was unsanctioned service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and they were killed. So the Gemara says, the Aaron, just like by Nadav and Avihu, fire incinerated them internally, but their bodies were intact. Afkan, Sreifas, so to over here again. So to over here by Sreifa, so internally, ultimately again, we incinerate the person internally, but the body remains intact. So it's kind of much more. It's interesting. Everyone is agreeing on the concept that Sreifa is internal incineration. What's the Makar? Tanakama says Korach, but the Elazar says Bnei Aaron. So Marsaman Yom says others Korach Minole. So here's what's interesting. How do you know? In other words, the Torah tells us that people offered up to the Torah were burned, but how do you know that it's this internal incineration? The Siv as Machtos HaChotim Ha'ela Benafsho Sam. Sheneshmasha Misrafas Beguf Kayot. Okay, we darshan mission Benafsho Sam. We darshan again. That ultimately, again, internally, in other words, they were their nefesh, so to speak, their soul, which means just their internal life was snuffed out, but ultimately, again, their bodies will remain intact. The other thing, he doesn't know anything he'll say, and he's straight on mamish. No, they were literally burned. My benafsho, so what does it mean the pasuk says benafsho? So shenischay b'shreifa iski nafsho. That they were kind of shreifa, ultimately again because of what they did, right? Because of iski nafsho. It wasn't iski nafsho. This is incredible. Gidei Shlakish. My Tiksiv, that Chanti La'agim Ma'od Barak Alai Shemimot. What does it mean? Let's look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, the Chanti La'agim Ma'od B'charufas Shalagimot Ma'od She'achilam B'hishkan Barak La'adasol U'nischabrimo. Because it's how do you know, literally it means Chanufa or Chanifa is flattery. So literally the pasuk over here, where you are quoting from the Chanti La'agim Ma'od Barak Alai Shemimot. Because of the flattery that Korach showed to his followers. He bared the he is a reference to Gehenna. How did Korach go ahead and onboard his followers? Food and drink. He put out a nice spread in his tent. I don't know, whatever. Little bits and toppers, whatever he did in the desert, right? So go ahead. He put out in the desert. And that's how he went and onboarded his followers through Khalifa. So in other words, what say, because what Khalifa does is sometimes Khalifa speaks to the soul. Right? In other words, everybody likes to feel good about themselves. So if somebody goes ahead and flatters me, even if it's not real, it still feels good. Because of the Khalifa, that Korach went ahead and it was dual flattery. He flattered them, they flattered him, and because of this, again, the Sar Shal Gehenna bared its teeth in a smile because Gehenna recognized it was going to get many more inhabitants. So according to the ones who learned that Sreifa, the Sreifa is internal incineration from the Aaron. Where did you know that from? By a Muslim Hashem. Was in the passages by Nazir ben Abihu that they died before Hashem. That was saying that, which is a Ki'in Nisa. It was like death. What does it mean like death? It was like a normal death. Now, what does it mean like a normal death? Right? What's a normal death? The body is intact, but the internal processes stop working. That's a normal death. When Nazir ben Abihu died, they died before Hashem by a Muslim, a regular Nisa, which means everything that happened to them was internal, but externally everything remained the same. Everything was like no, it's not true. Nadav and Avi were actually incinerated, fully incinerated. They're actually incinerated. So what does it mean by amusu? It means that the incineration began internally and then spread externally. The Sanya, Rabbi Yossi ben Dostai Omer, how does it Avihu die? Remember again, all the punishments by Avihu is by Hashem, by Amusu. They came before Hashem, they came too close. But again, remember, the whole focus is exactly what it is that they did. So for our purposes now, the fraction is almost irrelevant. What matters is that they died and how they died. Now the Gemara says, how did they die? Two little again, two pillars of fire. The merchant will be opposed in the studs. The next look will the arbor is split into four. The nicholas who shine the Pokemon shows that, shine the Pokemon shows that. Two pillars of fire went into the nose of Nagav, two into the nose of Abihu, the Sarfa, and burnt them. And burnt them, the Gemara says, that's how they died. So in other words, the Gemara suggesting again, so the incineration began internally. Now, at least according to the other thing, means when they had it spread externally. I've opted Shatofal Osam, because it says it consumed them. Osam below the gate. It consumed them, but not their clothing. Even according to the thing that says another than a video was fully incinerated, only them and not their clothing. Incredible. So we'll say, so therefore, again, what we emerge with over here is the good news is everyone is what does everyone agree without? Then halacha is sleifa is internal incineration. Right? That's the process outlined. Where do we learn it from? Focus. Someone from Torah, one being Torah, one is in another. Okay, I have a nailed you pardon from your stuff. So why not learn it out from Kabbalas? From Parman and Stocking. So the Gemara says, you have like a paradise. We burn Kabbalas, if you burn Kabbalas, we see that Parman and Stocking. Remember again, currently, whenever we come about Parim, it's the Par Helam David Tzibor, Par Koin Mashiach. These are generally like sea offerings, like which are fully consumed. One that learn out from Parman and Stocking. Malah Lord Shefa Manish, Afghan Shefa Manish. So like Parman and Stocking, again, it's total incineration. Total incineration. The Gemara says, the Stavra, it's interesting. The Stavra, the Adam Havilei Love, Shekim Adam Chodei, the Shama Pickle. Because we'll say it makes more sense to learn out to do a Sreifa by people from Adam. Why? Because again, if you learn from Adam, you have four elements. Number one, Adam, the both by people. Number one, they're both called Chodei, by sinners. Number three, there's an element of the Shama, right? The Kali of the Shama. And number four, they're not subject to people. Okay, other rabbis, it's the opposite. The Parman is talking about why? She can makshir l'dolos. Because ultimately, again, Harim, like you have over here, is a makshir l'dolos. Ultimately, again, tell us to Rashi. Actually, makshir, it's almost writing class in Rashi. Makshir, Sreifa is based in makshir, action, mitzvah, hamakom. Remember again, the action of Sreifa, the base of the death penalty, is what we call a makshir. It's a preparatory act. In other words, it cleanses a person. The same Parim and Ashrafim. So to ultimately win Parim and Ashrafim. Allah Sreifa, the Hani Lasi, the other rules, become the Hamas Hamakom. But the Sreifa by Torah, Sreifa by Nebuchadnezzar, you're not carried out by these. You're carried out by Kodesh Baruch Hu, which the Gemara says, there are still more comparisons to save our days to us to other cases of people dying than to Purim. Man, the other thing, Adis Korah, my camel, the other thing, Korah. So let's say, so the one who learns out from Adis Korah, why doesn't he learn it out from Bnei Aaron? I will straight from man. He will say that Bnei Aaron were actually fully incinerated. Fully incinerated. I, the Bnei left Bnei. So okay, so if you want, even if you want to think that Bnei Aaron are fully incinerated, so why not use that as a paragraph? Say that just like none of them are fully incinerated, therefore what? Straight from means complete incineration. Rav Nachman, Rav Rabu, Amar Krag, you have to learn Achad Kamosov, Baruch Lo Yisrael. So let's say we just keep putting up over it. As you have to love your brother, you love yourself, even in death, all you do is which means again, the truth for him a or proper death. So the act of internal incineration, which at least does what? A body burial. By burial, the person is able to have a burial, and as much as the person is incredible. But in the Akhir, you could have nothing in Zir Shabbat. Why did you Zir Shabbat at all? You love Zir Shabbat, Havamina, straight past the Shabbat, because we're not, if I didn't have to Zir Shabbat, I would have thought like this. That internal incineration with an intact body is not called Shlecha at all. And again, and without that, I would have just said, because how do you fulfill the Yachlecha? Just add on more wood to the fire. Because the fire to burn more that's it, and therefore the person will die faster. Kamash no. Means internal incineration and leave the body inside. Okay, so once it's therefore the bottom line takeaway is everyone is agreeing that straight part, the necessitation of straight part is internal incineration. That's internal incineration. And now the Gemara says, what's the marker for that? So again, that's the marker. Is it rather than a meaning, or is it Torah? Ultimately, again, that's not interestingly enough, because there's this machlokas, each opinion holds something different happened by the other. For example, the opinion that says the makar is Agas Korah, the followers hold that none of an aviu is fully incinerated. And the opinion that says it's none of an aviu holds that Korah's followers were completely incinerated. So fundamental machlokas start from machlokas. Again, so machlokas about the source, but agreement about incredible. It was now when the mentioned none of an aviu, you might tell us a little bit about the story. The car how you Moshe Ba'ar Mahal in Badara. The none about the Mahal in Badara. Moshe and Aaron are walking. Imagine just like fly on the wall, and Moshe and Aaron are walking. What that must have looked like. So Moshe and Aaron are walking. And what happens? None of Aaron's sons were walking behind them, sorry. They call you Sachareh, and all the clouds are walking behind them. Amaro Nodav Ladir, a Masai Yamusu Shnei Zikanim Hamadim. Nodav and Adir say to each other, when are these two old men going to die? Speaking about Moshe and Aaron, when are they going to die? You and me will go ahead and we'll lead the generations. We're not going to start. So just there is so much to say about this. Like, what is this? What is this? I just want to point out something amazing. And it's just incredible how, like, the wisdom of the Maharsha has a no Maharsha. But he happens to have this discussion about the fact that Moshe's children did not inherit, right? In other words, Moshe's children essentially fade away into obscurity. We don't hear about them. We don't learn about them. They certainly do not become their father. There's a lot to be said for that in general. About the concept of being the children of a great person. On one hand, you can be a source of inspiration. On the other hand, you can be a tremendous source of difficulty. You're always living in your father's shadow. Never really what is or what he was. So just this ideal because another idea like this. Look, Moshe's kids are not taking over. Moshe's kids are not taking over. And Aaron's kids, and Aaron's kids. I will say, the Maharsha says something fascinating. So they saw a fundamental flaw in Moshe. On one hand, Moshe obviously wasn't the kind of his kids in the end, right? Because where are they? By the way, and it's tremendous time to run the top of the top. Let's talk about Hidden, right? Again, you gotta take ownership. Let's say, at the end of the day, you gotta take ownership for how your kids turn out. You don't have to take ownership necessarily for every single decision they make. But you absolutely need to own, to a very large degree, how they turn out to life. That's me. That's on me. They were told, they were out, that's on me. So I'm going to say Moshe, obviously Moshe, again, but you know, we're as kids. We're as kids. Right? Aaron, Dad, you're great. Dad, you're great. But you're only number two. But you're only number two. And you are really number two. So Moshe can't keep it together with his kids. Aaron, Dad, you're great, but you're only number two. I think it's not much. I think at the end of the day, both of you are great in your own ways to a degree, but clearly neither of you have discovered the complete secret. Like the secret sauce, so you don't have the secret to success. So Kevin, maybe it's time for new ideas, new leadership, stand down. So the Gemara says, I want to come to Baruch. I need that cover. We'll see who's going to bury you. Right? We'll see who's going to bury you. And ultimately, again, we'll start the okay, incredible. I'm Rav Papa. I know that means she's great. Rav Papa says, people, there's a famous adage. What's the adage? If you shake me sabi, it's only mostly the husband. So the adage is like this. There are many old camels carrying the hides of young camels. It sounds much better in Arabic, right? But the idea is also, there's a lot of times young people think they know everything, right? And yet, again, they know absolutely. There's a lot of old camels carrying the hides of young camels. Like that, but again, sometimes the beauty of youth is an idealism and a recognition that, like, I feel like you conquer the world. And I know everything. The challenge of youth is, I think I know. You do a show at the new bar you just ain't right. You're like, yeah, I'm trying to get him. We don't know everything. We don't know everything. We know very little. And there's much to learn from people who are older than us. Even if they're not, quote unquote, as successful as we think they should have been. Like what I said, there's trying to shop them out of it. Or he said what he really thinks about that. I'm going to love it. I'm going to the one case I'm talking, he says, so again, this is telling you that the relationship between a common and an Amaretz. How is it common viewed by an Amaretz, by an ignorant person? So the Gemara says, the Tefillah, don't want to keep themselves up from the beginning, right? So even an Amaretz views the common ultimately again as a gold to the see every minute, listen to this. When you come from schmoozing with the Amaretz, go to the Keto Showcase. You're standing in the I don't know why the word itself schmoozing. Right? What does schmoozing sound like? It's just like talking for the sake of talking. Why would anyone talk for the sake of talking? If you have something to say it. If there's something meaningful to discuss it. But if there's nothing to talk about, or there's nothing meaningful, you don't just shoot the breeze. There's no such thing. Shooting the breeze is a fundamental way to play. If there's targeted conversation to be had, then have it. But not, again, nothing to do it. It's a waste of time. So the Gemara says, it's incredible. If the Amaretz sees the Kamkaham shooting the breeze, what does that do? It diminishes the stand of the Kamkaham. Kamkaham doesn't shoot the breeze. It doesn't get together to have schmooze, right? If there's something to talk about, let's talk about it. But if there's nothing to talk about, there's not a targeted discussion, then again, there are so many better things to do with one's time. So therefore, Kamkaham schmoozes, shows the Amaretz that it doesn't treat seriously, you can maliciously standing in the eyes of your audience. No. So listen to this. Once the Amaretz gives something from takes something from the Amaretz. So in general, you're supposed to teenagers, when you give something to someone, so what's your automatic default is? You feel that person owes you something. That person is holding, it's just teenage, that person is beholden to you. So once the Amaretz gives something from someone, fucking accepts it. Then again, now the Amaretz feels that Kamkafan is beholden to him, and his status is diminished even more. No one is equal to Keras. Ultimately, when it comes to the ultimate vessel, Kevas Nishmar Shulchan is like an ultimate vessel. Once you break it, you can't put it back together. So it's like just a tremendous idea, right? So in the beginning, the Kamkafan is like a golden vessel Amaretz. Kamkafan schmoozes, such a schmoozes just like shows that he does not take his time seriously. His standing is diminished in the eyes of the Amaretz. Takes something from the Amaretz, is like, I owe you because you did something for me. And ultimately, it's incredible. You might tell the story. In Risa Bas Pali, Bas Penish's son. He was this girl. This literally a person. Her name was Rasa Bas Pali. She was a girl according to the adultery. Akbar some of our Shubhi Khalidis was a cycle. So Akbar police tried to be literally against her. Judge Turkish was liable to death. Surrounded her with branches and they burnt her. They burned her. Omar Yosef taught the party. The verse says there are two mistakes that are made here. Number one, talking about Masna. The talking about Masna. We made a mistake with, right? We made a mistake about Masna. I remember it was like, the Masna said that's not how you do Streifa. Streifa is not with branches. Streifa is with red, with molten. That's number one. That was the first mistake. We thought we could sign that. Basal Khan and Alexander, there's not she's calling Yish Mishpat. There's not she ain't going English, but so the other mistake that they made was Basin is not empowered to administer death penalty until when? So unless, of course, there's a court, there's a mikvah, there's a Sanhedrin. So Allah again, two mistakes he made. Number one, he should have administered the death penalty altogether. That's number one. Number two, he did not administer the death penalty in the right way. Incredible. All right, I'm going to realize that there's other nice thing about Spencer's and stuff. We'll say, well, that's how they said the story. Now, we'll say this is the Mishnah. Right? The Mishnah says, at the end of the Mishnah, Rabbi Elazar says there was a story of a Bas Kohen committing adultery. They surrounded her with branches and they burned her. And they said back to Elazar, Ben Sanov, that was a mistake of the baby. So says the Gemara. Says the Gemara as follows. I'm gonna go say this was the basin of stupid. And there you go, said understanding of everything. He probably thinks that Gavin Newsom was like pouring gasoline on shit and lighting it on fire. It's crazy. We were talking about the I'm going to look at running. The Shalisi Tino, we work about Siva to Abba. Those are the times I remember when I was a child. Like, I remember I was a child. I was lying on my father's shoulders. The few bas point, the Sinsa, the Iskua, Shabbat, Shua, and they brought a bas point to the adultery, surrounded her with branches, and they burned it. Talk about these traumatic childhood memories. And let's say, so again, I remember I was with my father on my shoulders, and they burnt the bas going. I don't know. Katan, I used to live in Ryan and Katan. They said to him, okay, thank you, those you were a child when you saw this. And the person was very confused before. A person is not believed to give testimony as an adult about events they witnessed as a child. Right? That's the halacha. Number one, so therefore they kind of reject that story in its entirety. So the Gemara says, furthermore, that was the truth. There were two episodes. He saw this once as a child, and saw this once as an adult. The one who confessed the one as a child, the one who mentioned in the Mishnah is the one who saw as an adult. So the Gemara says, hey, which one of Rabbi Elazar and Tzadok would count first? The childhood episode or the adult episode? Amalek Yeshugad below Ashkush. The Gemara says, Amalek Yeshugad below Ashkush. Yeshugad below Ashkush. So again, if you needed the adult one first, and they rejected it, they said that was a basic Torah. Would he go ahead and mention anything about something that happened as a child? Rather than Ella Ha Amri Bereisha Amri Katan Yisrael. Okay, so here's how it happened. Those are so the first set. When I was a kid, I remember that they burnt a Pascoy. They literally burnt her. And they said, come on, we're not listening to you. You're not believed to talk about as an adult events that you saw as a child. Then again, he sort of said it when he was a kid, when he was an adult. Then he related and he said, oh, that was a big thing. Okay, good. Mitzvahs Nerod. So now we did that was all. That game was Sreifa. That's Sreifa, that's how they actually went ahead and carried out the dinner Sreifa. Next. Mitzvahs Nerod. So we'll say now we're up to Herek. Herek means that's decapitation. So how would they do this? The Gemara says, you might teasing us goes to the side. They will literally decapitate him with a sword. The Gemara says, first one line, same way that the monarchy executes. So the monarchy actually takes a sword, sharp sword, decapitate him. The Buddha says, Nivel ulo, chas v'shalom. Nivel means that would be a lack of respect to the dead. Just the messiness of decapitation is not going to be good. Rather, what do? To make it a little bit cleaner? You take a wooden block, you put it in the ground, you tell him to lay his head down on the block, the coat takes the culprits, and you decapitate him with an axe. It's not seem to be much better. Anything was Amalal, aim Nisam developed. What are you talking about? Like, that's terrible. Like, that's a sword could be a lot cleaner, certainly a lot cleaner, a lot faster, a lot easier. This is a much uglier death. So, Tanya, I'm going to review the following. I really say as follows. I know that using a axe is not nice. I know that it's not nice. About my ass, what should I do? I would also put this with the sword. But the Muslim is halacha. What halacha? Do not follow the ways of do not follow the ways of the Gentile nations. The Gentile nations, when they administer capital punishment, they do decapitation by sword. We're not allowed to do it the same way. Rabbanon, that's what we're talking about. Even if it's Sayyid Baraisa, no, when are you not allowed to follow in the ways of the Gentile nations? When we just want to replicate what they're doing. But if we're already doing the same thing, or we're doing something and they replicate it, following that standard practice is not considered Gentile replication. And therefore, Allah it already says death by a sword in the Torah. Because it says it by us, we're allowed to do it, they do it. Because if you don't do this, what the sign of something on the local, you don't got to Mori. What's it? Hey, Pisatino. Talk to six. What's the number again? It's interesting. We actually saw this reference earlier on the week. That Allah when a king dies, he burn the possessions of the king. He burn the possessions. And the logic behind that is, because he's the king, no one else should use his stuff. Now, I will say it's interesting because that's what the Gentile nations do as well, as a sign of respect to the king. But yet, we're allowed to do as wise because essentially we had it first. We had it first. So the Gemara says, they see from here that anything that we're doing already anyway, even if it's done by the Gentile nations, we're still allowed to continue. Alakiva, 6, Reka Baraisa, 5th sin, Mr. Fox Abosefa, the Gemara says, I'm sorry, Mr. Abosefa, so therefore again, you seal the other by the burning of the king's possession. Since we already had it first, we were doing it already, even the Gentile nations start to do it, it's not considered Gentile replication or emulation. So I'm not going to Hakanami, the 6 Cyrus Baraisa, love so to over here, since it says sword, I'm talking about the sword and the Torah, but since it says sword in the Torah, therefore again, death by sword is something we were already doing, and even the Gentile nations that are using it as well, it is not considered to be Gentile replication. So I'm going to say, we'll have to stop over here. We're going to try to record the rest up until the Mishnah Yetzer Hashem before Shabbos. So the Shabbos can start with the Mishnah. Osai, what a week, Shabbat, everyone. All right, everyone's good. Shabbos.
What's happening here is a bit rough, but it's nothing in comparison to having like a coat to wolf in town. I'm good on that, dude. Never give him a chance, dude. These motherfuckers give him a chance. Could you imagine if you were like a city like Austin, but all of a sudden someone spilled the beans on Twitch?
All right, good morning.
ahead, Jen. A Florida man has been arrested after allegedly engaging in sexual acts with a horse. Yeah. He's probably running around on horses. Also,
Yo, Cosmopolitan, how you living? Fuck.
This is stupid. That's stupid place for stupid people. So make sure that when you see him, make sure when you see him that you give him a tremendous thank you, not just for the updates, but for the coffee each and every morning. People want that. Make me ready for that shit. That would be legitimately entertaining. He's gonna be working with his stand-up if you deposit. But the reason why he's gonna be working with his stand-up is because there's no video recording of that shit. So they can't be posting that, which sucks. But just knowing that he's on stage doing it, this year as his host from Soto
Oh,
that's the thing is like, you can't just stop. Now, when you did two comedy specials and one of them is one of those, it's not good or whatever, and it's like, I mean, it's like one of the most famous specials ever. You have a Reddit of almost 30,000 people. Who else has that? No comedians have that, I don't think. I don't know, maybe they do. I have no idea. I've done no research. But anyways, there's a child. Too bad. Alright, let's see what's next. This is posted by Important to Be Wise. The important one is trying to look all that. Don't tell there's a low joke. Beautiful. All right, well, so with that, let us do it. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in this disruption has to be done. Which compliments should bring them home. The shalom and the cause and the sister of our holy soldiers may be successful. That's all my say this. So with that, let us begin. A lot to do today. An interesting that filled with just a lot of at times random information, but really interesting. As you said earlier, we're still steeped. You know, here like a little bit. On one end, interesting Gemara, on the other end, like puzzles that get hands out. It's very heavy, constantly being involved with that. Right, and just saying,
like so these things in
when we started this
real shit. I don't know.
Sometimes being like weird is a powerful thing because being constantly around death could be actually life affirming. And I know that sounds very contradictory, but sometimes when all you're doing is death, and you realize that all of a sudden I'm alive. I'm here. It's a new day. It's only 5:57 in the morning. The whole day is ahead of me, and it's mine to decide what I want to do with it. There's nothing to go result. So sometimes, again, spending a lot of time with that reminds us how much power we have in life. So with that, let us begin. So we left off yesterday. Yesterday.
He called management.
North Carolina.
That's crazy. I wish I could hear that from him. I complained like a total Karen. Told them he was disgusted that they would be swimming within his eyesight. He also complained about that Sister Wives TV show, as well as Big Brother saying that the women are too ugly and that he won't watch his TV show unless he wants to see the women on it. Definitely not realizing that by his logic, no one should be watching this content. Just get it. These are just examples, but there are some complicated examples.
So what's the position of the sign of the shimmy over three clothes and the basket. So there are two rules set by basket. One second. The basket one basket. So these two rules set by basket about the church of the overwhelming ambiguity of all of this. This is what we know. A basket commits adultery is subject to a different type of death penalty. What's the challenge? The challenge is two people. One person says zero, one person says zero. So we're trying to figure out what is what. So the Shimon says, so rather again, the Torah says, you have to say that these two is quite into whereby Bas coin was happening over years, the Torah removes a Bas coin Yisua from the general penalty of Yisua, and a Bas coin Arusa from the general penalty of Arusa. Take a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over Yisua, Arusa Bas coin Michal, Arusa Bas Yisrael. It's in the short lines of Rashi about 8 lines after before it gets wide. Arusa Bas coin Michal, Arusa Bas Yisrael, Miskiva L'Seifa. So right from the generally an Arusa will get Skiva, but a Bas coin is a Bas coin who claims the Arusa will get Sreifa. Okay. And the seal of the Chemek is Sreifa. The seal of the man Sreifa Kamura. And again, by Yeshua, so regular Yeshua, regular Marigoni Yeshua, Chemek, Bas coin, ultimately again will get Sreifa. We'll get Sreifa. But this all feeds into the Rishonim. What the Rishonim premise? Rishonim premise here is that remember Rishonim argument how to come in Yishma. According to Rishonim, what is the most common form of Nisa? What's common form of death? Skiva. According to Rishonim, what's common form of death? Sreifa. And remember again, so much of what we see with the Rishonim is really forged in this old Bas Cohen discussion. And since we see that Bas Cohen is pulled out and the normative framework of punishment, and ultimately again giving something different, and the different thing that she's giving us Sreifa indicates that Sreifa is a different kind of ownership. The Lord says, not for sure, I can't say this one from Yeshua, just like when the Torah pulls out a Bas Cohen Yeshua. Then we go to the Yeshua to be Machmir. Kishoti Akasa Barusa Makarusa, Lahachmir. So to when it pulls out the rule of Bas Cohen Arusa commits adultery, the regular Bas Cohen, a regular Arusa commits adultery, it's supposed to be Machmir. If the rule is still such a Kaya, comes to get Sreifa. So when you see a Sreifa, it will come up on Arusa. Zone Yeshua Bas Cohen, the Bas Cohen Yeshua Bas Yisrael. The Zone Arusa Bas Cohen, the Bas Cohen Arusa Bas Yisrael. So let's say this is very interesting. Let's say Zone comes. So let's say Rachel is a Bas Cohen. She's about to marry. Maybe they show up and they say, you saw Rachel in adultery. Then it turns out that Halacha Reisa is like, or I should say, another set of these is the long and says the first that you cannot see what you become just in why, you may not be sure you're with us. Let's say Germany, let's say Germany, let's say Hanshut, right? Kasha's on a reciprocal punishment. Here is the condition. Even though a Bas Cohen gets a unique punishment for adultery, i.e. Sreifa, that's unique chumrah for her, Eidim Zolim do not get her unique punishment. Instead, Eidim Zolim get whatever a normal adulteress would have gotten in that scenario. So that's such how we'll see the justice for that in the end of the day. So again, the unique punishment only goes to the Bas Cohen herself, does not go to her Eidim Zolim. The Bas Cohen is again, this is what it says over here. Look at Rashi, it's the first 5 lines. We'll call normal adultery, which will be strangulation and not Sreifa. Fascinating. Okay, let's go back there. But let's say you know these 50 we don't need to know about Sabbath. The Bas is going to Sreifa, and if the daughter of a Kohen will be adultery, Yakala Filu Chilula as a Shabbos. So let's say, let's say the passage is very interesting. Bas is Kohen, he's the daughter of a Kohen will profane herself. So the Lord says, okay, profane, maybe it means that she will do Chal Shabbos. Maybe they're telling us that maybe a Bas Cohen does the Sreifa, even for just desecrating Shabbos.
Yeah, she's on one there. She's just posted.
Remember the passage again in the word, ultimately against
I see. You know what I was thinking about just now? I kept thinking about here.
The Torah's talking about
I didn't even hear that when I read it. My mind keeps going back to my calling to me. Yeah, there's that chicks in the middle. I wonder if that means there's ever been.
that occurs as a result, ultimately,
What do you say?
immorality.
I mean, that's sounds like something that might happen to you at the golf course. The guy, the golf guy comes up to you and he's like, I just want to have a PGA Tour guy. Like a 12 handicap guy. This one fat chick is like almost there and their dress is kind of like even dressed up fat.
And it says, and the second part says,
You're like,
yes, I know, that's like this.
me too, fat guy. It's like, what do you, that's one of those like tricky customer service things where you're just like, you know, you're like, oh, okay, you know. But then what get the out is that if someone's cursing you, you can always be like, actually, you're not allowed to curse. Wait, I mean, John, that's the thing, when you just go, you're gonna get a lot of Joanna stuff when we try and filter her out. So I don't want to like focus on the stuff, but yeah, this is the dumbest thing I've ever said in my life. She's a moron, obviously. But, you know, and the guy who said all his credentials for PGA, and everyone was like trying to comment. I go to a lot of hotels, and never have I seen this many fat chicks in the pool. It's really, it's like, you go there and even you're shocked because there's like 40 fat women in the pool, and all their bikinis are like, this is like, this is a lot of fat chicks. How do you go to hit this? It was like, you would think like you're probably dead, or like a dreaming or something. If that happened to me, I'd try to flick me, flick a light switch to see if it'd wake her up. I'd be going to my room like flicking it, like, what the fuck is going on? I'm awake. There's everything going on. What? It wouldn't gross me out, but I would just be like, yeah, that's something that makes it sound true. Yeah. Alright. It's we're all very tired.
Whatever is stated in the first puzzle, which talks about Sheba. Maybe you're comparing Sukin. Just like the second puzzle is talking about a girl who's a Nara, which of course is a particular stage in the physical reality. And she's a Harusa. So it's about straight up, she'll only get straight up, she's a Nara, and she's a Harusa. To which the Gemara says, how do you know? How do you know this is not together? I'm sorry. I can't know that the cats are always one step ahead. How do I know that she's a Nara? She has been seen or Bulgaris. She's a Bulgaris, right? She's an adult. And she's a Harusa. What Bulgaris is used to? A Bulgaris is
why is he? I mean, I don't know in the comments, but why is he dressed like this? He just, is he, where is he coming from? This is what the whole, you know, you're not like dressed, what's it called? Like hide the dog, and that was Canadian lad. Just the glasses look like they're cotton. This is strange. This is also a VXD called Totally Canadian Manufactured Culture. So would you ever wear glasses? I can't do it. I have glasses full of. I don't like that really. I mean, what's the point? Don't you have a lot of time? Like, what's he in a hurry? Just take the glasses off. Let's see, he's coming out of a shed, or like, he just worked on a truck. He's a new truck shed, or it's cold. I just said, I don't know, man, somewhere about it. It looks like it's a Halloween. He's just like,
I don't know that the truth is, we need to have a problem. That's when you commit adultery as a being subject to straight up. I don't know that a local relationship, no matter who she marries, that she's subject to straight up. I don't know. That was like, if you look at this, there's a list of very interesting. This was included in this list. Side is the again. According to yourself, but also even in the sin, you know, by the way, I think I love myself. One of the things that I choose treasure about this is, as much as sometimes it's frustrating, not necessarily from a second partner. Have attention over all the details of that. So when you're doing this stuff like this, so close, one of the things my books had is when you say, tradition takes from the private life. Right? If you marry someone who you're not allowed to marry, that's the tradition you want. So there's a thing that's not in your sheep, but your keeper. Your keeper holds tradition in your takes from the private life. So if you try to marry someone you're not allowed to marry, even if you're only related to by a lie, that you keep the first one knowledge is not yours. You need to go custody.
yeah, I mean, sometimes these are fun. I never really think that.
A man tries to marry his sister, you're not going to work. Try to marry a man's wife, it's not going to work. But if a man tries to, if a woman marries a manager, No, imagine, right? Or the sin or color, so it's a lot. It's like every woman in the marriage is a prohibition. But the marriage itself works. So how do I know that even if this woman is married illegally, but nevertheless, again, she's about to and she's subject to straight up. So it's interesting enough because this halacha applies to the daughter of a Kohen, even if she herself is not a Kohen. Right? Even if she herself has kind of compromised her status either by marrying out of the Kohen or ultimately again even by marrying into the okay, she gets straight. Okay, we all have straight. That's what is very important for the just like we said before. So you halacha, she punishment of straight up for a masculine in this adultery. That has been in a masculine, in the woman herself. It does not apply to her against the will. Now again, she's like the doesn't get her unique straight up fire station. So you want to get it. So you need straight up. Sorry, keep it straight up. Then born on straight up. First line, right? Keep it straight up. Then you send it out the straight up. So again, she gets straight up. But ultimately, again, the gentlemen do not get straight up. So again, this is what we saw about I love the men stuff. This is punishment for gospel for her, and not for anyone else. Not for the ball. So it's a very interesting statement over here, right? He says that with her, we'll have to just read it and then we'll have to see exactly
probably looks at Schultz like, dang, he's doing really good.
And with her father-in-law, so he's probably like, okay, so again, we don't know exactly what that statement means to be seen. All right, so the Gemara says, if she just violates Shabbos, because remember again, it's like lush and something we keep on referencing. They're all good. You're not. You're used to taking these fucking morons to do their job. Don't give me one fucking back. She's subject to strafa. So the Gemara says, I think Chol Shabbos is about security. Right? Everybody knows that. Everyone knows that Chol Shabbos is security. Right? Chol Shabbos is not strafa. Or Amrava Hamani of the Shem. Strafa Kamura. The Shem always says Strafa Kamura. Tzadai Kamura. So what's the thing that they see out of this is fascinating. You have to get the Torah introducing to you something dramatic. Everyone's listening, Kohanim in general have a totally different punishment system. Right? Why? Because since Kohanim are put on a spiritual pedestal, since they have additional mitzvot, maybe just the ante is much higher by Kohanim. And since Halakha said, yeah, they have what we call mitzvot yisera, they have all these additional mitzvot. That perhaps even for any Avera, which carries a death penalty, Halakha again, she should get straight up. Even if she's Makal Shabbos, she should get straight up. How much more know that straight up is that good in adultery and not by anything else.
It's never too late to make changes.
So much not what exactly? My chum, if you look at that, my chum in 80 days, my chum is lovely, after you're like, so you just understand the happening that we might just put forward. You must support the happening that maybe a box coin, if you tell the Shabbos, she gets to it. That's the happening. Why? Because he's kind of like somebody who's in the high level of activity, and then when you get to Shabbos, she gets to it. You know this, by the way. The happening was for who? The happening was for a box color, she was getting a Shabbos. So the happening was only a box coin, and that's the running. But why would you suggest straight from the Shabbos for a box coin, and not straight from the Kohanim? What's the box coin? Is very interesting. On that time, you study the Shabbos, the Gabi Avoda, keeping the Rosh Study Shabbos, the Gabor, Amos keeping the straight up. This is fascinating. Kohanim already themselves have a single alternative dispensation when it comes to Shabbos. I think I've worked that way. Kohanim, remember, are permitted to offer korbanos on Shabbos. So
Listen, he's not as sharp as
that
some
Kohanim
sports
have a
people.
different male
Shit, like
Kohanim,
Shabbos.
have a different
He
relationship
probably
with
British.
Shabbos.
Oh, part six. What happens next?
But obviously, this is this
Yeah.
unique type of
That's what I live for,
dispensation
W.
that they have for Avodah. That obviously only applies to them, doesn't apply to women. So I don't know if maybe a lot of the ways that again, maybe only a bit of service of Kol Shabbos will come to her, not to them. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon, no. Kol Shabbos, the penalty is always Sevilla for everyone. Doesn't matter Kohen or non-Kohen. Look, Yochel Afilu Community.
Yo.
I'm a fucking
Yo.
Afilu Community.
Yo.
I'm at a point that even if the best
Yo.
maybe
Yo.
she should be something like two.
Yo.
Test.
Test. Yo. Shout out to my boy Saint. Slinging dick like a motherfucker.
That's not a he's using Zona as a specific halakhic term, right? Zona means
Notoriously.
someone who is not allowed to marry. The point over here is that the law of halakha, even single people, right, to engage in a sexual relationship is prohibited. It's prohibited. Or maybe it says Avira, maybe when the pasuk says Avira, ultimately is what?
It does feel like a stretch for him to say the lines have used. It also feels like it's right there.
That is punishable by Sreba, but not by other men. She was
and I would say I might go as far as saying we had live problem.
She had sex with her father. That's the case we're talking about. So once the back is my name is Coin. I feel about the struggle and the fact that he's also bless you. Then the punishment should not be dependent on whether or not she's a bas Coin. Still what applies if she's a bas Yisrael. The Amma the Rabbi Yitzchak Ba'adini, Asya, Heina, Asya, Zima, Zima. I will say, look at Zima Shabbat, Heina, Heina, and Zima.
Just saying go from unanimous to unanimous is crazy.
To compare
That is crazy.
for a bas
That's another one of those ones where I'm like, I'm laughing, but I'm also a little worried.
And just like the punishment for a bas Kohen
These are the reasons why whenever I agree with you, I'm like, oh my god.
so to the punishment for incest is Sreifa as well.
Sure, yeah, it should
So
absolutely.
therefore, again, you're talking about that she
You maybe
maybe
come
about
into
to
this
her
doing a
father.
good job.
So that doesn't make a difference if she's a bas Kohen or she's a bas Yisrael. Either way, the punishment is simply Sreifa. No, you still require it. Why? I mean, I would have thought Krava would be with the Rabbi. I might have thought that the Father is coming to experience the position of Rabbi. So you might have said, maybe go to that. One of us can blow us.
I don't like giving credit to Brian Count, but he is a
Torah is how that is a lot of Bas Kohen Bas Yisrael. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon Bas Kohen. I'm sorry, Kamash Malon, no. So Bas Kohen. Maybe the other species were going. Okay, here's what's interesting. Once again, you might circle back. Now, we just dissected the Bryce up. We mentioned before. So we talk about Bas Kohen. I'm going to say it's interesting because like this default assumption of the Gemara is that what does Bas Kohen mean? Bas Kohen means the Bas Kohen is what? Married to a Kohen. That's just a default understanding of the word. The Gemara says Bas Kohen, any other community is a Kohen. I don't know that she actually married a Kohen. Usually when ladies leave Israel, we always
honestly, don't know. See, if you guys want to do this, how do we do?
Okay, Brendan, you got 29 cents right.
So how do I know that this same halacha, how that you can live with that piece of subject, I don't know that it's still right. I don't know. Well, the Bible says that she's going, I'll get in your Kohenet. Even if she's no longer a Kohenet, you should be fine. Even if you're no longer a Kohenet, so you have to work on it. You should get used to it, but we're in the honey love bas Kohen.
I'm terrified.
The title Kohenet
I'm working for a shop.
the title Kohenet is still the fun.
Oh, yeah. That's not fair. This red chair is pretty good. I'll say, but yeah, if she had a red chair, then you could still have a good neck. Yeah, you got to charge me.
It's like it's effective biology. She's born for Cohen, right? About the Cohen, and she's the best Cohen. What's it? You should become a man and a woman, right? A man who advocates this to your status. You get a man who is a Cohen, but if he marries someone who's not allowed to marry, he advocates that status. He could be gay after he's not. But what about Bas Cohen? Why would you think that a Bas Cohen is always married to a Cohen? Bas Cohen is one of a Cohen, independent of who she's married to.
I thought you posted good.
The pasuk itself
This one's
saying,
posted by
talking about a kohen,
Mocking
that's a nice
Forces.
kohen. Of course not.
Dos
I would
Bozos
have
Vodka.
thought Kisechel Liznos Amlachmana. So
Did
I
you
would
say
have
this
thought
earlier,
when the
Malik?
pasuk says as follows,
I don't
who are we
think so.
talking about over here?
I've
Abbas
heard about
Cohen,
this sometime during this week.
Kisechel
But let's see what this is
Liznos.
about.
Kisechel Liznos means what?
And Dos Bozos,
Commenced the act of
we
adultery.
believe in making
I would
money.
have thought
Let's
as follows,
and making it about me.
how do you mean? Here
We're
the
real
Hamas
dudes.
Hashta.
I'll
That's
be
when the
honest
act
with
of
you.
Znos, so the inappropriate
One,
relationship
that's so cheap
started
to
now.
make, and they're all the same shit quality-wise. So you're just paying extra for the brand name.
But maybe, let's say in the case was, let's say
And
for
even
example,
though that's
Russell,
widely known,
was married
our
to
fans
Mamza.
are the kind of people
So
that
I
don't
would
know,
talk like this.
or they did but forgot,
issues in Rachel's relationship,
or they were told slowly in plain English,
when did they begin?
but
When
it
did they begin?
just
The
didn't
moment she surrendered the
register.
couple to Mamza. Right? You're not allowed to do
But
that.
that's okay.
You're not allowed to do that. So therefore,
And Dos Bozos,
the problem is that
we will never talk down to you
pre-existing.
as long as you keep paying me to show you my
But
belly.
this sweeper for
You're
adultery
my
of boys is
We
when
literally appreciate you
the
so,
problematic
so
relationship
much.
began now. What
So
is the
much.
pre-existing problematic in
No,
an actual marriage?
there's a
I'm going to talk about how
hold on,
often
it's a
it's
that's a
subject to
good
skill
if you're not interrupting. No,
those circumstances.
I'm not interrupting. I'm having a fucking conversation. Okay, but that's a conversation. Fucking order. So for fans, I can stumble through a shit-faced callback from 3 minutes ago, and they act like I just made the Empire State Building disappear. Remembering something that happened 4 minutes ago. Peter, fucking Dos Bozos, drink up retards.
So let's remember again, this is very
That's
important.
good to be sober.
Marries a non-Kohen. What happens to a Kohanic status? What happens
5
to
years,
it?
6 years.
So it's compromised. Now again, it
After watching
depends
that,
who she marries.
dude,
If she marries someone who she's not allowed to,
yeah, that was gross.
she's compromised her status and she cannot revert. If she marries someone who's kosher, let's say she marries, for example, a Yisrael, right, or a lady,
disgusting. I'm like, damn, that's sex for
then
me.
the halacha is she loses certain Kohanic privileges. So, for example, while she's married, she can't do truma. But should her husband die without, should her husband die if she doesn't have children or
This next
divorced
one's
without
posted by
children,
Dandy
then halacha
Kaufman
l'maaseh
too.
she goes back to her father's home.
Another
What
field
we see
intervention
when
tried
a Bas
January.
Kohen
Oh no,
marries
they're trying
someone
to
who's
tell
not
them stuff.
a
We get a
Kohen
little fun.
for the
It's not
duration
even
of,
Bob this
at
time.
least for
It's
the
always
duration of that
Jan.
marriage, possibly
You guys
beyond,
talking orange Jan.
she's compromised her Kohanic status.
I'd like to
Her Kohanic status. So the Gemara says, "That's what the Levi start now. You shove up inside. You have to know that." The Pasuk says, "If you're married to a Levi, or to yourself, so if you're married to her, she can't do truma. But if those guys die, husband dies, she can go back to her parents' home and consume truma. What do you see from this? The God that the Isaac got to go up.
Nobody's gonna tell me what to do.
She's not allowed to eat truma. So if you might say, "Therefore, I would have thought, let's see them this way." So let's say, see, what's happening? This is fascinating. We might say like this. I might have thought that the only kind of straight up for a is when, quote unquote, the problem began with the adultery. That was the first kind of picture in this relationship edifice. But perhaps when there was some type of halakhic pre-existing condition in the marriage. For example, her Kohanic identity was compromised. Why would it be compromised? Essentially, because she married anyone other than a Kohen. I would have thought that in that case, there's no sreifa, kamash morav. Even if there was some type of pre-existing halakhic issue in the marriage, let's say she married a manzer, right? And so that's a real halakhic issue, that's a real problem. But not just that it compromises her Kohanic identity a little bit, that's a halakhic problem. Even in that case,
Alright, this next one's sponsored by Dr. Stoppage.
halakha l'maaseh,
Like for women, I love fighting. I've been in the streets my whole life. I'm an alpha. And everything I do, I just get so I love street fights my whole life. As alpha in everything I do as a kid, and the fact that I Jerome said that I thought Santa woman is a better movie.
And what happens? She goes ahead and she eats truma.
put me into this beta category. Okay, so I know if you see me at work, Restream is working on it. He's truly boring. Like I don't understand the appeal of like Freeman and any facet who is watching this show live. It's strictly okay, Jerry is and it's not Ryan. Like that's how a little bit of that guy talks about the show. It's like he talks like this. He goes, just how you interview.
Comes back to her parents, right?
Like that's the whole thing. You know, watch that live. What? In a shopping center, that is funny. It's better than like Sean Ryan. It's almost like, do you know you're on a show? Are you?
And she's killed by Straight Up.
I don't know if you guys remember this from way back when maybe
What just happened over there? So, okay, so there's a lot of information being packed into that line. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment.
if you
Rashi
never
says
played
over here,
YouTube, never played,
it's in the white
you would
line.
just go to his podcast and then it became like this weird
6, 8,
cycle
about 9
that I'm
lines
watching
down.
like screaming all the time until my
Rashi,
YouTube
so
hit. So it just kept showing. I got to stop. I don't know how I got to stop. That's awesome. I'm glad you did. I wrote text or whatever. Anything I could to get out of the screens. Like, I've never watched like screaming podcasts not on it.
So the man says as far as
You know, the last thing you want is someone coming over here on YouTube and like screaming. They're like, all right, well, like screaming. He's like a substitute teacher that thinks he's cool. You'd have your parents all screaming like a big. Not that I ever did that shit. But I mean, that's I'm just thinking of that now. Imagine going to a back and they just said like screaming this podcast in the background. So now you've lost however many friends. He's on par with Adam Ray. They both are terrible. I was just gonna say, yeah, those guys that named Adam Ray. It's like talking about street fights on the show. I don't usually watch Adam Rickard or like forget what Adam Ray's on today. Because I gotta go. As if that's all. Yeah, oh, you fight a lot of people in the streets. Great. Good. That's really, yeah, that's great. It's supposed to be fucking right. It's called Papa's New Life in Boston. Daddy Rogan coming outside at 5 campaign. Stupid man. Oh, what's the best thing at Mark Zuckerberg? I don't know. He appears on some of But I haven't seen it. Great, but he's never seen it.
So what the fuck?
Finally, dude, give us a second. George is supposed to listen to the joke posted by Frimax. Let's see what this is.
She's not allowed to know what happens. So it was like she takes on his own status. As well as that, she's forever precluded from going back into the community. Once that happens, she's a czar. She's a stranger to the culture just like anyone else. In which case, if she accidentally meets too much, it's Karen and Komesh. Karen and Komesh, and interestingly enough, when we suss up the Karen,
I didn't know the jar for work for that.
and the answer is also she no longer has a size of the Bascoin. Because she no longer has a size of the Bascoin, if she commits adultery, she just gets the penalty for adultery, which is Karen and not straight. Because it looks like that is the position right there. So again, what's the highlight of here? No highlight, but I'm thinking, well, what is the remit position is that when a Bascoin marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, loses her Bascoin status. And it manifests itself for us in 2 ways. Number one, if she accidentally eats too much, she's going to have to pay Karen and Komesh. And if she commits adultery, she's going to be punished like a regular woman. Not sweet like a Bascoin, but like a Karen, like a regular adult. Come straight, come woman. She was in the front of Karen or Komesh, and he doesn't see her. Come disagree. I'm coming to say that a lot of the men saw, even if a Bascoin marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, she still retains her Bascoin status. And therefore, a lot of the men saw, she accidentally too much, she's going to go on her own application and check to get Karen, doesn't that for Komesh, and if she commits adultery, ultimately a man, she is judged by Silva. So it's not incredible. What a fascinating accomplishment. Essentially, does a Bascoin, can a Bascoin compromise her Bascoin status? And the answer is yes. Yes, if she marries someone who compromises her Bascoin status, that manifests itself in the back and she can choose between actually maybe that's the parent and co-host, and if she does not do so, the parent can actually. But he says, once that's going, all of that's going. Straight compromise that status. And therefore, she actually did so long. Allah makes the only parent of others, and for those who will always be punished by straight thought. Fascinating. Fascinating. The Gemara goes back there. The Gemara goes back there. The Gemara over Esavi of the straight thought. That's coming out of the skila. The Gemara says, with the father of the straight thought, the father of the skila. So what is that? My Esavi is coming out. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? So the Gemara says, even in Esavi of the Haviyah, that's coming out. So it doesn't allow her to go with her father. It's a straight thought. And if you don't take her father-in-law, you don't want to understand. Now you're about to call it. That's what it is. Was it man? Because in a princess, and then the father-in-law, that halacha does not vary from Batachoi to everyone else. Rather, again, my view of Batachoi, she was none.
Yeah, man. She was in Chicago.
This halacha is
She's not here. She's in LA. Yeah, but River came and knocked him. He died game 7. He died game 7, man. Why are we going to ever have that on?
Interesting. No, what it means is like this. What I mean is like this. What I mean is like, sorry, the Lord just says, Avina means she's in the domain of her father. Kamel means she's in the domain of her father. What does that mean? She's in the domain of her father. What is that?
We watched a lot of this with confidence search. Maybe 640. Shout out to Robbie Goodman. We were on his podcast. I think it's live area of his Rob. What about Rob?
So the one that suggests that I'm open, so essentially what you're doing is
Like when he's talking about the fat
is what we go up to Nana Sua. Es Kamel Kanaku. So who's it being? Is it? Shalom Shekabi Osira Kanada. Kakiasa Shamish. Let's say here's how going in Mishnah. The Olam Kirabana. The reality is that the Rabbanan Baki comes underneath to say Koshu Makami Sasadia. Rashi says Rashi is 5 lines up on the bottom. Not going to Sasadia. Straight thought. Remember, so essentially, anytime you have a punishment, right? Anytime that relations with
yes, thank you so much for the opportunity. I appreciate that. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. If you don't know who I am, you will. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king. And I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams. You can watch my life 24 hours a day in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these streams, there's a link in my profile to my YouTube. Additionally, you'll find a link to my YouTube streams in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media archived on the internet than any person ever. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I have more content archived on the internet than any person ever. You can also find a link to my Discord. The link is discord.me/rabbi. I'm live 24 hours a day there to help you with whatever it is that you may need. In addition to streaming my life for world peace and wanting to help make you financially independent, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you are a community manager or a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, friend, and coach, send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you to know that I want you to be successful in all of your endeavors. I want you to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
معروسه خد درد مسکین و مسکین و شیفا just like an arusa we move her past we move her one step higher in punishment from skila to shrifa afusua خد درد مسکین الله مechanic with skila okay incredible so once I saw again the laws of the opinion that Allah provides essentially what we do over here is in the case of a bas coin we always move her up one level of severity in punishment so whatever the normal punishment is we move her up so therefore again by arusa normally again she gets skiva again this is a lot but really according to Rabbi Shimon who holds that straight is the highest level so we'll take her again from skiva to straight by Neshua she normally get chenek we'll move her up from chenek to skiva okay Master Rabbi this way for Kamar and I'm Rabbi the Olam Kirabana of the April right so Rabbi Kirabana say Rabbi says in reality Kirabana it switches around as Rabbi is skiva let's come out straight up. Again, with her father, it's skilo. With her father-in-law, it's straight up. The high just found out as Abiyah, and that ultimately again, he said, as Abiyah, if you might just inform you, or the vice president wanted to know the blessing. Okay, I'm not going the halacha follows ultimately again, as Rabin said in the name of Rabbi Yosef Hanina. So I said, this is kind of Rabbi Yosef. I said, this is fascinating. So watch this. We're gonna button up this sugi right now. The other halacha says well. So the Gemara says the halacha follows as Rabin sent in the name of Rabbi Yosef Hanina. Okay. So now the Gemara says, who cares? Essentially, Rabbi Yosef says, now, what does this mean? So, Rabbi Yosef is saying this halacha is only pertinent for the Messianic era. Now, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, halacha zu kishiyavo yivos Mashiach. It's tzrich lanu she'eshivu dalim misas bezim koman. So, I said, this is fascinating. So, Rabbi Yosef seems to be saying this, Chevra, why are we spending all of this time on this? Right? In other words, this has absolutely no repercussion and ramification for now. Which is always fascinating to hear the Gemara say something like that. Consider like how much time is spent on discussions that may or may not be actively important. But again, Rabbi Yosef says right now we have no ability to administer a death sentence. I remember again, death sentence requires Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin requires a Beis Hamikdash. So we need Mashiach. So again, it was like the Lashon is so beautiful. This is a halacha which will apply ultimately again when Mashiach comes. So Abaye says, really? I'm going to say, you can say that so much. So why do we learn Kachin? Right? Why do we go ahead and learn anything about Karbanos? Right? After all, again, anytime the Gemara brings up Arvos, for that matter, Tumantara, right? Why even bring up these sugyas at all? It's only relevant for Messianic era. So why bring all this up at all? Rabbi Gemara says, so the Rabbi say ultimately again, rather, what's the avod over here? The avoda over here is to learn and to receive schar. That's why we learn karbanos. That's why we learn to learn tara. Hachanami. So to over here again by this entire discussion, Josh Vakavas, I was like, this is very affirming Gemara. Because I think for many of us, after the last 2 days, we're kind of wondering to ourselves, what are we doing, right? And we're gonna see the bottom line in just a little bit. We'll do that in just a few moments. But again, it's almost as if sometimes something when you struggle with something, it's very affirming to hear someone else who's struggling with it. And this makes you might be struggling, but at least I know I'm not crazy. So it's interesting because this is coming out of the Gemara. So again, you have Rabbi Yosef saying, Chevra, what are we doing? What do we do? It's very interesting. But what are you talking about? We spend so much time focusing on things that are not yet relevant but will be in the future. So why do we do that? Drosh v'kavaschar. Learn and receive reward for it. So Shabbos says, so the Pashup Pshat over here is the Gemara saying. Pashup Pshat is the Gemara saying that halacha l'maisa is a value to learning, even if there's not something immediately applicable to do with your learning. Right? In other words, what do I do with a sugya like this? Okay, so we take a Musar skill that when you learn so much about death, it becomes a life-affirming experience, recognizing I'm alive. My gosh, life is such a precious gift. I need to be 659, right? So something's that kind of 557. Look how quickly time goes by when you're having fun, right? And then what happens? And then the night, you know, I gotta live. But in the general idea, sometimes it is that you do things and you're not sure about the relevance of it. It may not be halakhically relevant. But even if it's not halakhically relevant, there is a power to engaging in Talmud Torah. Learning Torah is not just about gaining information, especially how to operate. Torah is an operating system, it's true. But I don't just learn in order to know how to operate. I learn because learning fundamentally changes me. Learning uplifts me. If I swim in the Yamcha Tunnel and see the Gemara, I become a different person. Right? I emerge a different. I'm not the same person. Although, what did you learn? I have no idea. I cannot convey to you one piece of information.
Yo, what up, Spear?
I'm absolutely a different person than I was an hour ago.
Big man, how are you?
Hey, man. Hey, Rabbi.
What's good, son?
Yo, man, I'm logged in. I'm about to upgrade my login to version 2. Logged in version 2. So, yeah, I actually got my Discord together, and I got my link tree together, right? And I think I'm good to go from there. I'm not sure it's up to 30, but the basic ones that we have up on link tree, I have them set up now. And I'm working on my feeds as well. I'm going to work spaces, go tell them that I can, get their social media, their projects on as much as maybe 10 or 20, 30 social media, right? I want this to be a thing that I'm actually capable of. So I want to get all of that running to see if there's more procedures to it so that I can go up on spaces, tell them that they can put their projects up on 30 social media platforms to promote it for them and something interesting to them that they should call me. So I want to make sure that it's put together in place.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. You're looking for a job too, right?
Man.
Okay, I'm sending you a list of recruiters in Nigeria. You want to create your CV, your curriculum vitae, and or your resume, and you want to take it into ChatGPT and say, what your name is, what your contact information is, what your previous work experience is, what your previous education is, and what kind of job you want. And I think for you, you'd want to be a social media marketer. You send this and upload it to these different recruiters, and then you're going to have a team of people who get paid to get you paid. So basically, you have people who are looking to find you jobs in addition to you shilling yourself on Twitter. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, man. Most makes sense.
Excellent. So I sent you that in Discord, and I can hear the motivation in your voice, and that's excellent. And if you recognize that, you're going to be able to say to people, I'm going to promote you on my 30 different social medias. That's going to help you to get more clients. That's going to open up new communication channels on 30 different platforms. It's going to allow you to promote yourself on 30 different platforms. It's going to allow you to dominate social media, search engines, AI, and it's going to make it difficult to impersonate you. So I know you get it.
Yes, man.
Much appreciation for the list. I see Manpower Nigeria, Africa, Work Africa, whichever man. Philips Consulting. Yo, bro, I'm absolutely logged in. I'm trying to upgrade, really, because I need a job.
Yes, you
I
do.
really need to get a job, and I want to be like.
Yes, you do.
I don't want to be like every other guy.
I know.
I want to upskill.
And Spear,
make mine really exceptional.
You're not. I hear so many reply guys, and you're a lot different than that. And so, when what these recruiters will do, if they have something that might be good for you, they're going to contact you and they're going to say, let's do an interview. And you speak very eloquently. You're going to be able to dominate it. And then they're going to find you a job. Another platform, we won't do this right now, but another one that'll be good for you is Fiverr. Fiverr. It's basically a third-party marketplace where people will find you and ask you to post stuff for them. And you can charge them $5 or $500, whatever you want. And then people will rate how you do. And that's another way for you to make money. You're good enough, Spear, that you can just get a full-time job as a social media marketer. I know that is the goal. And so in the meantime, you continue to do your Twitter spaces because you're really good at that. And you continue to shill in these spaces. But as you know, there are so many different people who do what you do right now on Twitter spaces that it's a good idea for you to work with a recruiter so that you have a professional who already has relationships with people who understand the challenges of Nigeria, of getting jobs in Nigeria or wherever you may be, and they're going to help to connect you with the right individual. So if you have questions about your CV or your resume, you certainly can come to me. I'm willing to help you. But basically, ChatGPT is going to make the best resume you've ever seen. Once you put your name in it, your contact information, your work history, your education history, and then say that you're looking to be a social media marketer. Plus, you're going to have this giant link tree with all kinds of social media. And then when you're done with that, we'll make some videos for you using AI to be able to put some content on it, and you'll be made in the shade, okay?
Excellent. I'll get back to you as soon as I'm done creating all of this.
Absolutely.
Job sites, especially Fiverr.
Absolutely. I'm here to help you. So if you have questions, let me know. Okay?
Right, sure. Yeah, thanks so much for the appreciation. I'll see you in the next call.
Absolutely. You're doing great, Spear. You keep it up. Keep up the good work, my man. Shout out to Spear. He's good. I don't say everybody's good, but he's good.
That is an unequivocal, indisputable truth. I'm different. That drives the top of sky. Just learn. So you try the social media sky, the millions that are worth alone. No.
Join the Patreon, join the Discord,
The reward
join the
itself
Reddit.
is in the act of learning.
Patreon, we watched Hassan Minaj.
Become a
Was he
star.
off with your head or off with the head? Off with his head. Because you see how you got persecuted for
I'm someone
living his
different
truth,
now.
for lying.
And because I'm someone different, that was like, what is the greatest sound in the world?
But anyways, that's not why they're here today.
When you feel good about
Of course,
yourself,
you guys are here to
because
watch
you feel that you
10
are
minutes of
leading to a
straw.
life of
So start the
self-service.
timer.
When I
Play
feel
the
that I'm
cheat
just
clip. Also, we do the early access on Patreon. The only reason why I'm saying that is because there's going to be a lot of good douche stuff on this episode. Alright, some songs, some other things. Yeah, but on Patreon, they're full episodes. And even on Spotify, it's full episodes, not edited, right? And that's how the sausage is made. Because we don't really care. We don't really matter. Okay, never mattered your looks. But yeah, check it out. We got the new one that we can say. Check it out. We got this goddamn raccoon tweet design. And that's our production. What
And it's going to be in effect one
Yeah,
day.
we
What it
finally
does
got
is
the
it awakens
Ravens
within you
sponsorship
an
back.
anticipatory
It's,
desire for
it
what
was
is going
weird.
to
They
be.
didn't talk to us
And
for a
that
while.
mankind
When I
says,
called them
when
up,
you
I was
learn
like, hey,
about
what's
things
what
that are
gives me
only
a
going
blog
to
post?
happen
And
in
I
a
said,
messianic era,
cool story, bro.
what is that to?
We're in traction control, but we
It
know you guys
awakens
are
within you a
Bob.
desire for
Work
Mashiach.
the deal out.
It awakens within you a desire for
Handshake.
Beit HaMikdash.
See
It
clamps.
awakens within you a
Yes,
desire for
it
the
is what
Son.
it
As
is.
the Rebbe says,
Also, shout out to everyone that's watching and loving the set and not even leaving the comments about it, dude. Don't hurt Toronto. I know he seems like a big guy, you know, like a fighting analyst in Toronto. He's like, you know, you know what I'm saying? You seem like a big guy, but you have feelings, yeah, right? Like you're a guy who hurts
sometimes we
sometimes.
learn something
It's not
that
all
doesn't
fucking,
apply now.
yeah,
But when I
UFC
learned
and
it, it
Brazil
awakens
said,
within you this desire to have it. Okay,
I
so I
didn't
don't know
know
about
that
inside
Brazil really
situation,
thought
right?
that
If it
this
applies as
Corporal
much.
was the
But
first
so
guy
you
I
learn
on
things about
today's show.
Kabbalahs, or you
So
say
should I
Kabbalahs
post
in the
my get
morning.
off these
And
nuts
gosh, I
5,000?
can't wait.
I've got it
I can't
almost
wait
for
to be able
years.
to open my Kabbalahs.
That's
I
usually
can't wait to be able to do
yeah,
English. I can't wait to see the Quran
I've
in the Torah. I
been
can't wait
homeless
to
for
walk with my family
years.
over the Holy
He's
Shabbat and just
obviously
see the
heavy in the
beautiful
Facebook
fire
game.
street. I
He's still
can't
living in my
wait for
truck.
that. So
5
sometimes
years
when you
ago
learn
on this
things
day,
that
Sean
you're
McCorkle
yet
was by how
applying
beautiful
now,
the weather
it
is in Southern
awakens
California,
within you an
almost year round.
anticipatory
Rumor has
desire
it.
for what
Brendan
is
chops
going
over
to
his
come.
open his
So
window at
two
night.
is so
On
this
the
is just
19th,
Kabbalah
performs his
style.
stand-up.
Number one,
He
the
sounds
act
like
of
crickets,
learning
making it possible for him
changes
to relax
us,
because he feels
even
like
if
he's
it
on
doesn't
stage
give
still.
you concrete information from my life operating system. So
I get to
learn,
go,
and
very
learn as
good
much as you
cricket
can.
joke.
The
Liked
Kabbalah
it.
style reap the benefits
Like
of
wordy.
becoming a
Was that
different
little
kind
wordy
of
for
person.
you?
Or
I like that it's 69 likes.
start, just the Kabbalah
That's
start. At the
urban.
end of the day,
69.
learn and awaken within
Inside the
yourself
bit.
this
Inside
desire
the bit.
for what
15
is going to come. Awaken
comment.
within yourself a desire
One
for
share.
what the
Who
future
shared it?
holds.
Sean
Incredible.
Clark.
So
Sean
you must
Clark.
say, okay, that's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say.
Do you have a Facebook? I do. I'm not on it a lot.
So you might say, so rather when you make the same
Facebook
result,
it's just not as
why do
interesting
you
to
have
me
to
as
go
it used to
ahead
be.
and
Oh
make this
yeah,
statement
definitely.
of
Facebook is like
follows,
what you get.
follow so and
It's
so?
like a
You
social
must
security
have
dish or
myself.
something.
I love the cover.
I've always been a Twitter guy.
Straightforward trivia. All right, I
Can't do
think so, but
numbers.
okay.
I mean,
And
like
this
the big
is
celebrity,
what
Sean
says.
Corkle,
So you might say
69.
nine. So all of a sudden, nine. If you smoke, you
Yes,
sign
that's
up.
what it
The
is
bus is
on James.
going to see from
It is a 1K
Tomorrow,
upload,
the
dude.
Arusa Kassim Gather.
Let's see what else we got
The
here.
Torah says as follows. The Torah
This
says,
one's
the
posted by
bus going,
Flash.
like, Kisei Kalaznos,
Flash
so
over
talking about a Nara, and
962.
she's an Arusa. Let me
Thank
quote,
God
right?
my
So
gardeners
Nara
came
is an
today. Our
Arusa,
backyard
she
was
is
a
subject
disaster.
to straight
The
I know
city's
the Nara, the
already
Arusa,
slowed
Ella,
down.
Aki, the Suwa.
That's,
She's saying it's Nara, she's
thank
an
God.
Arusa, maybe it's only in Suwa,
Mountain
Tamaloma,
gardeners
each,
came
actually,
today
not as
to
each is
clean up our
for
backyard.
most
It was
Sumas,
a
and
complete
if I know
disaster.
FS.
This
How do
morning
I
I was laughing.
FS?
My
Everyone
girlfriend
was
was like,
speaking in
what are
general
you
rule
laughing
of
about?
not
I go,
FS.
God damn it, I have to tell her what I'm laughing about. It was this moose. I was like,
Torah
that's why I just posted that.
Like
that she was like, my gardeners, thank God my gardeners came today. Her lawn was a mess. And then my girlfriend started laughing. Yeah, she gets it. I didn't even have to show her the picture, which is a picture of their pool. If you're listening on audio, Spotify. But yeah, this is really kind of an overhead view. What are you doing? What are we doing here?
subject to
City's burning. We're kind of stressed out. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it.
I'm leaving
This
up
episode,
I'm going to make
he's
a
a
line.
little stressed.
Not going to get confused tomorrow.
I don't know why.
So I'm leaving up
It's
the
just one of
sentence
those
over here by
things.
Zolomon. By Zolomon, but I'll put that
By the way,
version
you know
over
what bothers
tomorrow.
me about people that
Tonight,
post the
the
stress
rest of
stuff?
us up.
Why can't you spell check something real quick? You know what I mean? Thank God Mount Gardeners came today. You know? Yeah, and I saw the MT thing, and I was like, yeah, is that it? Why didn't you fix that? It's so insane to me. It's not a good look, but you know, I don't know why it surprises you. There's a lot of statuses that are not most of it is not a good look, right? This is a theme for her. So bad posts, taste, like kind of taste is weird, and then you know, kind of in the English is from someone here illegally. She just got here like a few months ago. Dude. You're being a little fucking. I don't want to get on you. You can tell when she's getting ketoed out. She's not ketoed out. Exactly. She barely speaks English.
All right, Joel, say good morning. Good morning.
Oh yeah, that's true.
First of all, thank you to Ari for the the weather advisory is definitely again, listeners should just know that text gets sent out. These are the timestamp 5:22 this morning. Wondering what Ari is doing at 5:22 this morning is preparing the coffee. We all go in, Baruch Hashem, and we take and we enjoy it. It's wonderful. I understand that Ari really is happy he's not here because he was shoving back his but there's tremendous Mesiras Nefesh on his part when he does it. So make sure that when you see him, that you give him a tremendous thank you, not just for the weather updates, but for the coffee each and every morning. Ari, on behalf of the entire share, thank you for everything. Thank you for everything. We really, really appreciate it. The weather update aside, also just the coffee every single morning. You understand Mesiras Nefesh, and thank you for it. Thank you for it. Also, we also thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the year of Tavshin Pei Hei, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor. Felsin Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shurim and Drashos this year as a zichus for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today: Malki Rosenblum in honor of Josh's 40th birthday. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. And our Dafyomi sponsors today: friends of Josh Rosenblum. For his, the friends wrote special birthday. The wife wrote the actual birthday. Right? So again, for the child. With Josh, I'm going to have the entire show wish you a tremendous birthday. Wish you a year of growth, of hatzlacha, of bracha, of continued greatness, and Chomesh Halos Yidach L'Tova Me'eves Mazel Tov. Beautiful. All right, both sides. So with that, let us be a person who is dedicated to our learning. The Shalom and the Karav, and the Holy Soldiers, may be successful in the whole Maaseh. Also, with that, let us begin a lot to create an interesting document with just a lot of, at times, random information, but really interesting ideas. Remember, again, we're still steeped. It feels like a little bit, on one hand, interesting Gemara, on the other hand, I felt it's less than times down. It's very constantly being involved in death. Right? And these are death audiences. But as I mentioned before, I think when we started this sort of skila, sometimes being around death is a powerful thing, because being constantly around death can be actually life affirming. And I know that sounds inherently contradictory, but sometimes all you're doing is death, and you recognize that Baruch Hashem, I'm alive, I'm here. It's a new day. It's only 5:57 in the morning. The whole day is ahead of me, and it's mine to decide what I want to do with it. So sometimes, again, spending a lot of time with death reminds us how much power we have in life. So with that, let us begin. So we left off yesterday. Tell me where I am. Rabbi Shimon.
This
Good.
website is
Okay,
amazing
so let's do this.
for
Rabbi Shimon.
getting
That one?
legitimate
Okay, one person talk.
Twitter
Tell me where I am.
followers, comma, likes, comma, reposts, comma.
Good.
And they have some really nice services that I think would be great for our main account, period. Additionally, comma, for as few as $20, we could get over 1,000 listeners into a Twitter space for an hour, period. I am of the opinion that I feel like we need to do that to inject more life into our Twitter spaces.
What's the challenge? The challenge is we have two psukim. One pasuk says skila, one pasuk says sreifa. So we're trying to figure out who is who, right? What is
People
what?
ask me all the time about the coin and why we don't have spaces anymore. Period. Having spaces with a boost like this would give us an incredible amount of
from the general
influence on Twitter again, period.
Rashi says that Arusa Bas Kohen Mechwal, Arusa Bas Yisrael. It's in the short lines of Rashi about 8 lines up in the point. That's why. Arusa Bas Kohen Mechwal, Arusa Bas Yisrael, the skila is Sreifa. So right, so generally an Arusa would get skila, but a Bas Shimon says a Bas Kohen, who can start choosing Arusa, will get Sreifa. Okay, and Nesua Michlal Nesua, Mechanek L'Sreifa. And again, by Nesua, so regular Nesua, regular marital adultery, Bas Kohen, ultimately again will get Sreifa. We'll get Sreifa. So by the way, this all feeds into Rabbi Shimon's rule, or what Rabbi Shimon's premise. Rabbi Shimon's premise is that, remember, Rabbi Shimon argued on Tanakh Mishnah. According to Rabbi Shimon, what is the most, according to Tanakh, what's the most common form of Nisa, most common form of death? Skila. According to Rabbi Shimon, the most common form of death? Sreifa. And remember again, so much of what we're seeing of Rabbi Shimon's opinion is really forged in this whole Bas Kohen discussion. Because since we see that Bas Kohen is pulled out in the normative framework of punishment, and ultimately again given something different, and the different thing that she's given is Sreifa indicates to us that Sreifa is a different kind of owner. Just like when the Torah pulled out Bas Kohen Nesua, the regular case of Nesua is to be machmir. So too, when it pulls out the rule of a kol Bas Kohen Arusa commits adultery, from a regular Arusa commits adultery, it's supposed to be machmir. Here you see also
don't need to have them every day, but maybe once a week, a boosted space would help for us to regain our presence on the platform.
Let's say
These are just my thoughts.
So let's say Rachel is a Bas Kohen. She's about to marry. It doesn't matter what Ruben is. The Kohen is not a Kohen. It's absolutely no difference. Witnesses show up and they say, we saw Rachel commit adultery. Then it turns out that halacha l'maisa, they lied. Or I should say, another set of witnesses came along and said, the first thing why? You were with us. Even Zoman. What's the punishment? What's the punishment?
I have used countless types of these services, and this is by far the
Even
best
though a Bas Kohen
platform I have found for these types of services,
even Zoman do not get
they
punishment.
guarantee their work, they have 24/7 chat support, and work very quickly to fulfill orders. Period.
Does not and again, the Torah says over here, if you look at Rashi, it's the first 5 lines.
Using these strategies is how all these influencers are getting really big Twitter spaces, and I think it's a really great opportunity for our coin to get some revitalized interest. Period.
Strangulation and not okay. Let's go back to it. Let's say we are base 50 feet, 3 lines into the wide line. It's not about it. Right? If a daughter of a coin walks in adultery, so the Lashon of the passage is very interesting. The daughter of a coin will profane herself. So the Gemara says, okay, profane, maybe it means that she was Mechal Shabbos. Maybe the Torah is telling us that maybe a Bas Kohen gets straight up, even for just desecrating Shabbos. Talmud is nos. Therefore, the pasuk adds in the word ultimately against nos, morality. The Torah is talking about again a profanation that occurs. That is right. The profanation or profanity that occurs as a result ultimately again of immorality. The siv, shows about customer data, right? The Gemara says, "Yochol afilu priya." You went from maybe it's a Bas Kohen even if she's single. Even if she's single, Nemar times aviyah, Nemar lahalan aviyah. Mostly it says over here aviyah, and it says in the second pasuk, "V'hotzi yasanar al pesach beis aviyah uskalua." Mal lahalan is nus in zikas haval, just like in the first pasuk, it's talking about nus in zikas haval, which means immorality, where there's a husband involved, right? Again, maybe not nisuin, but at least nus. So it's over again, there is no zekas haval about. Maybe when it says aviyah, it means that when is a Bas Kohen subject to sreifa when she commits adultery, maybe with her father, right? Maybe it's only incestual adultery that's problematic.
He's a
Omer,
tour guide that became a stand-up. Now he does
Michaleles,
impersonations.
Havi
That
Omer,
everyone else
Kol
does.
Adam Amar.
Oh, yeah,
But
what
it
was
says
your,
Michaleles,
what was
ultimately
your
again, it
intention
comes
of
to
doing the
no
tour guide
adultery
and
with
telling
anyone.
people what you
Okay.
have to show? Like,
Ha Ma'ani
everyone on
Makaye,
the tram
Aviha.
is like,
So what says?
"What's
So
your
how
tour
Ma'ani
guide?" He's
Makaye?
like, "By
So
the way, I got a
what?
show
At the
tonight."
end of
He's
the
like,
what
"Oh, no, you didn't
So the
understand
Gemara
that."
says,
Oh, no, fuck.
how Ma'ani Makaye Avia? Nema Kana Avia, Venera La Avia. It says over here, it says the second pasuk Avia. Mal Halon Znos Zeka Sabal. Just like over here, it's Znos, it's immorality with a connection to a husband. Afkan Znos Zeka Sabal. Okay. Imal Halon Na'ara Biyarusa. Afkan Na'ara Biyarusa. Well, so here's the difference. So remember again. The Torah speaks about the idea, ultimately again, of a Nara, a Basman is a Nara, Humurasa. By Bahotiyas, a Nara, Pasakavia. So we're trying to apply anything that's stated in the second pasuk to whatever is stated in the first pasuk, which talks about Seifa. So maybe if we're comparing Psukim, just like the second pasuk is talking about a girl who's a Nara, which is the stage in her physical development, and she's an Arusa. So by Seifa, she'll only get Seifa if she's a Nara, and she's not Arusa. To which the Gemara says, how do we know? How do we know Nesua Bogeres? I'm sorry. Afkan Nara Behim Urasa. Nara Behim Nesua. How do I know that if she's a Nara, she has Nesua? Or Bogeres, the Arusma, she's a Bogeres, right? She's an adult, full adult, and she's an Arusa. Or Bogeres Behim Nesua, or Bogeres Afilu Neskina. Even if she's a much older woman, 79, how do I know that if she's a Baskin who commits adultery, she's subject to slave? Tawalamar, Baskoin, if the Torah uses a more generic question of Baskoin to tell us whoever is the Baskoin, whatever Tsura she is, a Nara, a Bogeres, a Nesua, an Arusa, it doesn't make a difference. This is the punishment handed down to a girl who is, or to a woman who is a Baskoin who commits adultery. You know, Baskoin is, so Baskoin, Kappa Luna, 51 able to say, Aimli Ella Shemises Lagoin. So here's what's interesting. The Gemara assumes over here that a Baskoin, the fact that it's referring to her as a Baskoin, maybe means that she also married a Kohen. Or maybe it's a Baskoin who married a Kohen. Aimli Ella Shemises Lagoin. Mises Levi, or the Yisrael, La'ovei Kochavim, L'chalal, the Mamzer, the Sinai. How do I know that the truth is this the unique halacha of a Baskoin who commits adultery and her being subject to Seifa? How do we know that halacha of no matter who she marries, that she's subject to Seifa? How do we know that? In other words, if you look at the list is very interesting. She's included in this list. So obviously, again, Kohen lady is no, but also Psul. Even in the sin, even by the way, I think what I love most about that film is one of the things that I truly treasure about this is, as much as sometimes it is frustrating, not to necessarily for myself talking about, have the attention over all the details of that. Along the journey, you pick up like sodos that stick with you. So remember again, one of the famous books that we had is do we say Kiddushin Toksin B'chai B'Lad? Right? If you marry someone who you're not allowed to marry, does this Kiddushin go? So the thing is not to make sheep of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva holds Kiddushin in and Toksin B'chai B'Lad. If you try to marry someone you're not allowed to marry, even if they're only prohibited to by Allah, Rabbi Akiva says marriage does not work. We don't. We hold Kiddushin in and Toksin B'chai B'Lad. Right? A man tries to marry his sister, not going to work. Tries to marry another man's wife, it's not going to work. But if a man tries to, if a woman marries a mamzer, right, or in a slave, and every moment during the marriage, there's a prohibition. But the marriage itself works. So how do I know that even if this woman is married illegally, she's married illegally, but nevertheless, again, if she's a Baskin and she's subject to slave, so I say, interestingly enough, because this halacha applies to the daughter of a Kohen, even if she herself is not a Koheness. Right? In other words, even if she herself has kind of compromised her status either by marrying out of the Kehuna or ultimately again even by marrying a okay, keep this straight, by being involved of the straight. Of course, it's very important. Furthermore, just like we saw before, so this unique halacha, this unique punishment of Sreifa, for a Bas Kohen who commits adultery, is dafka a din in a Bas Kohen, in the woman herself. It does not apply to her adulterer. Now again, he's killed. Right? He's also death penalty, but he doesn't get her unique strafe. So the Gemara says as follows: See, he was streifa, he was streifa, vein follow the streifa. First white line, he was streifa, vein somameh the streifa. Similarly, again, she gets streifa, but ultimately, again, the even somameh do not get streifa. So again, I said this is what we saw before the halacha l'meisa. This unique punishment was dafka for her and not for anyone else. Not for anyone else. Not for the Eden. Not for the ball. Rabbi Eliezer says as follows: I said, "You have this streifa, ves kameha b'sira." So Rabbi Eliezer makes a very interesting statement over here, right? He says that with her, now we'll just read it and then we'll have to see exactly what it means. With her father with streifa, and with her father-in-law with skila. With skila. So the Gemara says as follows: Amar Mar, yochal afilu chilul l'shabbos. So again, we don't know exactly what that statement actually means. Remains to be seen. Amar, yochal afilu chilul l'shabbos. So the Gemara says, I would have thought that even if she just violates Shabbos, because remember again, it was like the washing of the hospital, on that says, Ubas ish koi, he's safe out. Washing of Kulim, right? Profanation. I'm at a flood, even if you just clean Shabbos, subject to streifa. So the Gemara says, I think the Chol Shabbos is bas skili. Right? Everybody knows that. Everyone knows that Chol Shabbos is skila. Right? Chol Shabbos is not streifa. So it's Amarava Hamani B'Shimon. Who is this? B'Shimon. Damar streifa kamira. B'Shimon holds that streifa is more kamira. Tzadai kamira. So what's this? You might have thought that Tzadai is very interesting. Tzadai kamira. Holo ba'achim be'bu'u rachamana b'kahani. Trabi be'mitzvos and seros. He's on the streifa. This is fascinating. You might suggest that maybe what the Torah is introducing to me is something dramatically different. Maybe the Torah is introducing to me like Kohanim in general have a totally different like punishment system. Right? Why? Because since Kohanim are put on a spiritual pedestal, since they have additional mitzvos, maybe just the ante is much higher by Kohanim. And since halacha l'maisa again, they have what they call mitzvos sefiros, they have all these additional mitzvos that perhaps even for any avera which requires a death penalty, halacha l'maisa again, she should get streifa, or they should get streifa, right? And therefore, even if she's mechal Shabbos, she should get streifa. Kamash malano that streifa is dafka in adultery and not by anything else. Remember that. So my shna mine day. So you must decide. I would have thought as far as so again, what exactly? My shna we could actually very fast. My shna mine day. The English Shabbos lami yachmir up in the caves. Just in the sky. So it's like so just understand the havamina. You might just put forward. You might before the havamina maybe a bas coin is mechal Shabbos. She gets straight off. That's the havamina. Why? Because this kind of have so many additional mitzvahs, which is a high level of sanctity, and therefore even for Shabbos she gets straight off. I must say, you know this by the way, the havamina was for who? The havamina was for women. A bas coin gets straight on the Shabbos. The havamina was all bas coin and not kohanim. Why would you suggest straight for Shabbos for a bas coin and not straight for a kohanim? What's the Shabbos? That's very interesting. How that even the Shtayli Shabbos the Gabi Avoda, he came in the lowest Shtayli Shabbos the Gabba, Ema keeping the straight up. This is fascinating. Kohanim already themselves have a shtickle of common dispensation when it comes to Shabbos. Now, we don't hold that way. Not really dispensation, but rather again, Kohanim remember of the minute to offer korbanos on Shabbos. So we already see that Kohanim have a different male Kohanim, have a different relationship with Shabbos. Right? Now, obviously, again, it's up to keep Shabbos, but obviously there is this unique type of dispensation that they have for Avodah that obviously only applies to men, doesn't apply to women. So I might have thought maybe halacha l'maisa again, maybe only the din of shreifa that whole Shabbos should apply to her, not to them. Kamashmalan again for Kol Shabbos, the penalty is always skila for everyone. Doesn't matter. Good. Yochal afilu pneuya piece. I'm at a thought. Yochal afilu pneuya. I'm at a thought that even if the bas coin is single, maybe she should be subject to Streifa for adultery, which the Gemara says Halistos Sid, but it says Lisnos. It says Lisnos. Which the Gemara says maybe it's Kitab Lazar. Hanoi Habala Kuya Shalol Shem Ishus Asa Azoma. Was the Lazar holds that even two single people who engage in a sexual relationship, that relationship makes a woman into a zona. Now that's not he's using zona as a descriptive halakhic term, right? Zona means someone who a Kohen is not allowed to marry. The point over here is that the Lazar holds that halacha l'maisa, even single people, right, engaging in a sexual relationship is prohibited. Is prohibited. Oh, Omar. Oh, Omar Abiyah, Alahotias Kaladam, or maybe it says Abiyah. Maybe the reason why the pasuk says Abiyah ultimately is what? Is to go ahead and say that maybe it's only incestual adultery that is punishable by Sreifa, but not by other men. Which the most Elamaini, which is in Sameh Abiyah. So what are you talking about? We're a case where she was innocent, she was innocent, pursuing another man. She had sex with her father. That's the case we're going to talk about. So if that's the case, my area Bas Kohen, Afilu Bas Yisrael, if that's the case, then the punishment should not be dependent on whether or not she's a Bas Kohen. So qualified when she's Bas Yisrael. The Amar Rabba, Amar Rav Yitzchak Baratini, Asya Heina, Asya Zima. Was the unique Zira Shaba, Heina, and Zima. So it's ultimately again to compare the penalty for a baby who commits adultery to incest. And just like the punishment for a Bas Kohen who commits adultery ultimately is streifa, so too the punishment for incest is streifa as well. That's what I want to suggest. So therefore, again, we're talking about that she committed adultery with her father. So it doesn't make a difference if she's a Bas Kohen or she's a Bas Yisrael. Either way, the punishment is going to be streifa. To which the Gemara says, no, you still require it. Why? Tell them, I would have thought, I might have thought that the pasuk is coming to exclude the position of Rava. So the Gemara says, maybe since the Torah over here, since Christ, since the Torah is highlighting this halacha by Bas Kohen and Bas Yisrael, Kamash Malano, Kamash on Bas Kohen in Bas. I'm sorry, Kamash Malano. Good. So Bas Kohen, Amy Elishni sees the choice. Once again, the Gemara circling back. Now we're just dissecting the Bryce off in this before. So we said before Bas Kohen. Now let's say it's interesting. Because like the default assumption of the Gemara is that what does Bas Kohen mean? Bas Kohen means the daughter of a Kohen is what? Married to a Kohen. That's like the default understanding of it. So the Gemara says Bas Kohen in the Elishni sees the Kohen. I only know that she actually married a Kohen. This says the Levi, the Yisrael, the Obey Father. The Cholol Minosim Ulamamzer Minami. How do I know that the Halacha Lamaisa again? She married anyone, right? Yisrael, Kohen Levi Yisrael, even someone from legally. Cholol, Anasim, Mamzer. So how do I know that this same halacha, other she committed adultery, she's subject to strafe? I don't know that it's the right. Lomar, Bas Ish Kohen. So if the pasuk says Bas Ish Kohen, Af Akish Ina Kohenes. Even if she is no longer a Kohenes, we should fine. Even though she's no longer a Kohenes, we should get Isipa was Bahani Blav Bas Koini Kohenes. The title Kohenes of us. Who is the title Kohenes bestowed upon? It's bestowed upon someone, a woman, who is the daughter of a Kohen. Now, why does that status change depending on who she marries? In other words, it's not your biology. She's born still going, right? And she's a Bas Kohen. This is a man or woman, right? A man can abdicate his Kohen status. You can have a man who is a Kohen, but if he marries someone who's not allowed to marry, he's abdicate status. He can regain it afterwards. But for myself, he's had, but a woman by a Bas Kohen, why would you think that a Bas Kohen is married to a Kohen? Bas Kohen is one of a Kohen, independent of his marriage. So the Gemara says, "So meeting Kohenes the Kohen say furthermore, does the pasuk itself say? No, we're talking about a Kohen married to a Kohen, of course not. Not like I would have thought Sechel is most Amrachmana. So the Gemara says, I would have thought when the pasuk says as follows. Who are we talking about over here? A Bas Kohen, Sechel Liznos. Sechel Liznos means what? She commenced the act of adultery. I would have thought as follows. The Gemara says, what I do for that? How do you read? That's when the act of divorce, so the inappropriate relationship started now. Aval Ha, even Kamaskala Bakana also that maybe, let's say in the case also, let's say for example, Rachel, we'll call her Rachel, is married to a mamzer. So I would have thought like this: when the issues in Rachel's relationship, right, in her marriage, so to speak, when did they begin? When did they begin? The moment she's put under the couple with the mamzer. Right, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that. So therefore, there's a problem. There's a break in the marriage already pre-existing. I would have thought maybe the only time that the sreifa for adultery of Asatorim is when quote unquote the zlus, the problematic relationship began now. What if there was a pre-existing problematic relationship in her actual marriage? I would have thought that halacha of myself, she's not subject to sreifa under those circumstances. Damar exactly what we said. Damar Bas claim to see the Ishzar. So ultimately, again, the last time we'll marry Ishzar, the living the foreign man, a strange man, meaning not a Kohen. Even Shenival al Apostle al Apostle. Because what I love myself, once the Bas Kohen has relations with a man, she's not allowed to marry. Ultimately, that compromises her status. Umar says, "Levi Yisrael Nami." By leaving Israel as well, the Shabbat is a bit out. So let's remember again, when this is very important, when a Bas Kohen marries a non-Kohen, what happens to her Kohanic status? What happens to it? What happens to it? So it's compromised. Now again, it depends who she marries. If she marries someone who she's not allowed to, she's done. She's compromised her status and she cannot revert. If she marries someone who's crushed, let's say she marries, for example, a Yisrael, right, or a Levi, then the halacha is she loses certain Kohanic privileges. For example, while she's married, she can't be true. But should her husband die without she doesn't have children or divorced without children, then the halacha reminds me that she goes back to her father's home. But the point is, we see that when a Bas Kohen marries someone who's not a Kohen, for the duration of at least for the duration of that marriage, possibly beyond, she's compromised her Kohanic status. Her Kohanic status. So the Gemara says, that's right, because Levi Yisrael Nami b'Shabbat Beisav. You have to know that. The Pasuk says that she was married to a Levi, or to Yisrael. So when she's married to him, she can't be Truma. But if those guys die, right, if her husband dies, she can go back to her parents' home and consume Truma. What do you see from here? Mitzvah that he isik gatei lo achla. You see from here that when she was married, she's not allowed to eat Truma. To which the Gemara says, therefore, I would have thought, let's see them this way. But so let's say, see, what's happening over this is fascinating. The Gemara says like this. I might have thought that the only time there's sreifa for adultery is when, quote unquote, the problem began with the adultery. That was the first kind of fissure in this relationship edifice. But perhaps when there was some type of halakhic pre-existing condition in the marriage, for example, her Kohanic identity was compromised. Why would it have been compromised? Essentially, because she married anyone other than a Kohen, I would have thought that in that case, there's no sreifa. Even if there was some type of pre-existing halakhic issue with the marriage, let's say she married a mamzer, right? And so that's a real halakhic issue, right? Not just that it compromises her Kohanic identity a little bit, that's a halakhic problem. Even in that case, where there is a pre-existing marital issue, halacha l'maaseh, she's still subject to sreifa. Incredible. We go down there. We'll say all this stuff down there. Where's the news? The sign of fascination. He says the Yisrael ba'achla truma. This is so interesting. Listen to this. Bas Kohen married Yisrael. Let's call it Rachel. Rachel marries Reuben. Rachel comes from a nice family. She married out, right? She married to a regular Yisrael. So what happens? So now she's with Reuben, and what happens? She goes ahead and she eats truma. Now, the halacha is, remember, a non-Kohen, a zar, is not permitted to eat truma. Again, generally, now we're talking about the shogeg. Now, what's the halacha generally to go ahead and eat truma b'shogeg? So the halacha is, remember, there is keren and chodesh. You have to pay back principal plus an additional fee. So listen to this. First question, he says, these are ba'achla truma. So Rachel is a Bas Kohen. She married a regular guy named Reuben in Yisrael, and she accidentally ate truma. You can see that, by the way, right? It says, it must have been a case that didn't happen completely, right? The girl who grew up in a Kohanic home comes back to her parents, right? And at her parents, there could be truma that's out. She eats truma, So what's the halacha? The halacha is the shalem says hakari, the inner shalem says hachomesh, and the sasa b'sreika. So it says the halacha is as follows: she only has to pay the karen, and she does not have to pay the additional gift, and she's killed by sreika. Whoa! What just happened over there? So there's a lot of information being packed into that line. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. So Rashi says over here, it's in the wide lines. 2, 4, 6, 8, about 9 lines down. Rashi Mishalem says Karen. The Chayvan the Lo Yisroch Ilo Rachmana B'Gavad Zeli Yetzlo. And Mishalem says Chomesh. The Lav Zora Hi Horil Uru'uy Lach Zor in Yomus Baila Zara Elis. This is very interesting. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Bryce says here that Halacha L'Maisa she has to pay principal. Why does she have to pay principal? When she stole something, she doesn't belong to her. There's this principle. She doesn't have to pay the fifth. Why? Who has to pay the fifth in general? A Zar, not paying the fifth. Interestingly enough, she doesn't have Zar status. Why not? Because if her husband dies, she can go back to her parents' home and consume shumas. Interestingly enough, so she's chayavis for the death. Therefore, she has to be a principal. Doesn't have to pay the fifth. What does it mean that she's chayav srofa? So Rashi says imzinsa. Okay, calm down. Nothing truma. If she commits adultery, then she's chayav srofa. Because again, she's a bas kohen. There's a number of things you see from here. Really, what you see from here is, first of all, the din of bas kohen by srofa is that any bas kohen, irrespective of who she marries. Interestingly enough, even when she gets married, she retains an element of her kohanic status, right? Maharaya, she only has to pay Karen, doesn't have to pay Chomesh. Good. Next, Nisis Dacham now again. All of this is assuming that she's in a legal marriage. A legal marriage is to a non-Kohen. What happened if she's in an illegal marriage? She married a mamzer. So what's that about? Mishalem is Chomesh. Then a both says she pays Karen and Chomesh. Why? Remember again, what's happened over here? When a class point marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, what happens? So I must say, she takes on Zona status. As Zona status, she is forever precluded from going back into the business. Once that happens, she's a Zara. She's a stranger to the Torah. She's just like anyone else. In which case, if she accidentally eats Truma, it's Karen and Chomesh. And interestingly enough, in the Sasa B'Chenek, they've already made it. Wow. And there says also she no longer has the status of a Bas Kohen. Because she no longer has the status of a Bas Kohen, if she commits adultery, she just gets the punishment for adultery, which is Chenek and not Shleifa. Incredible. So we'll say that is the position right there. So again, what's the highlight over here? So what is Ramir's position is that when a Bas Kohen marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, she effectively loses her Bas Kohen status. And it manifests itself to us in 2 ways. Number one, if she accidentally eats Truma, she's going to have to pay Karen and Chomesh. If she commits adultery, she's going to be punished like a regular woman. Not straight like a Bas Kohen, but rather Chenek, like a regular adulterer. The say, the moment, Zuv Mishlan is Campbell of Chomesh, and he says the disagree. The Chachamim say that Allah even if a Bas Kohen marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, she still retains her Bas Kohen status. Very interesting. And therefore, Allah says she she's going to go and only have to pay Karen, doesn't have to pay Chomesh, and if she commits adultery, ultimately, again, she is judged by Sreika.